What's up guys, and welcome back to Bala Manhua Recaps. Have you ever felt like your life is as boring as a video game? Well, be careful what you wish for because you just might get it. Meet Yun-Chi, just a regular dude minding his own business at work when boom, the world literally goes full RPG mode. Picture this. Your boss just morphed into a zombie, your coworkers are out grabbing a quick bite of human brains, and you have exactly 5 seconds to pick a class before you permanently join the brainless horde. No pressure at all, right? But while the rest of the world is screaming in panic, Yun-Chi accidentally, or maybe on purpose, scores the ultimate totally broken SSS-Rank class, the Nether Knight. It's literally like bringing a nuclear warhead to a knife fight. Today, join Bala as we dive into Yun-Chi's journey to speedrun the apocalypse, a world where NPCs aren't just background characters anymore. They are the absolute menace to every player out there. Don't forget to smash that subscribe button so you don't miss out on these insane game-breaking moments. Now without further ado, let's get right into it. On November 11th, 1111, a meteorite as crimson as fresh blood streaked across the sky of planet Blue, marking the start of the Doomsday Game. Humanity was forcibly transformed into NPCs. Faced with a cruel set of laws, anyone who failed to choose a class within 5 seconds was reduced to a mindless zombie. To die once in the game meant permanent extinction in real life. Amidst the bloody chaos and the sounds of desperate screaming, an ordinary young man named Yun-Chi appeared. Chosen by fate, he became the world's only SSS-Rank Nether Knight, possessing the Deathmark skill, the power of absolute erasure over players. With this power, Yun-Chi could make his enemies vanish completely from both the game and reality. The world had become a bloody arena. To survive, he was forced to become the strongest. The story begins on November 11th, year 1111 of the Union calendar at exactly 11:11 a.m. The first sight to behold was the snarling, bloodthirsty zombies roaring incessantly. Planet Blue had plunged into an apocalyptic nightmare as zombies swept through every corner of the earth, bringing endless terror to the survivors. Amidst the chaos, a poor girl stumbled along, running for her life. Drenched in sweat and gasping for air, she screamed in despair, "Go away, stop following me." Although fear had paralyzed her mind, Lucian put every ounce of strength into charging toward the gate ahead. She had only one thought. She had to live, she had to return to see her parents, and she absolutely could not fall here. If she could just hide in the warehouse across the way, she would be safe. Tears streamed down her pale face as she ran headlong, her legs trembling so violently she nearly collapsed. But the cruel reality would not let her go. Right before her eyes, a hideous zombie was tearing into an unfortunate man. To her horror, she realized that the person hovering under the Grim Reaper's scythe was none other than her supervisor, who was always making her life difficult. Though the supervisor was beyond hope, he still reached out a hand toward her, his voice a weak urge. "Lucian, run!" However, the terrifying sight made Lucian's legs feel like lead, rendering her unable to move. She collapsed onto the ground, her whole body shaking, unable to budge an inch. After finishing off the supervisor, the zombie slowly turned around and began its heavy approach toward her. Those blood-red eyes seemed to pierce through her soul, suffocating her in extreme terror. She murmured to herself, her mind a mess of confusion and helplessness. Suddenly the zombie lunged forward with startling speed like a hurricane of death. Lucian cried out in despair, "Someone save me." She closed her eyes, believing her life was at its end at that moment. A figure flashed past as fast as the wind. With cold eyes, Yun-Chi leapt into the air. The cold glint of a weapon flashing in his hand, he appeared behind the zombie and without hesitation delivered a decisive strike. The blade tore through the air and in an instant, the zombie was split in two, falling into a pool of blood. Yun-Chi's eyes burned with fury as he stared coldly at the mindless monsters wandering before him. Simultaneously, a cold system prompt rang in his mind. Level 1 zombie killed, 10 points earned. Witnessing all this, Lucian stood rooted to the spot like a wooden statue. The man who had just snatched her from the jaws of death stood tall before her. She blinked, still unable to believe the reality before her eyes. But before she could recover, another bloodthirsty zombie appeared silently behind her, approaching with a low growl. Yun-Chi showed no fear, his expression turning fierce as he gripped his longsword, the blade shimmering with a cold steel light. Taking advantage of the moment, Lucian panicked and ducked her head. He swept his sword in a clean, swift motion, decapitating the zombie. The system chimed again. Level 1 zombie killed, 10 points earned. Realizing time was of the essence, Yun-Chi immediately grabbed Lucian's hand. "What are you dazing for? Run?" Lucian snapped out of it, nodding frantically as she stammered, "Oh, okay." The two of them immediately bolted forward, leaving the pack of howling, pursuing zombies far behind. The surrounding scenery had become more terrifying than ever. The roars of monsters intertwined with the oppressive atmosphere of the apocalypse. During their flight, Lucian looked up at Yun-Chi in a panic, her voice trembling as she asked, "Yun-Chi, I really can't believe it. Has the apocalypse actually come? Am I dreaming?" Although focused on running, Yun-Chi maintained a startling level of composure. He replied in a deep voice, "I'd like to know if this is a dream too." He glanced back at the trailing zombies, his face gradually turning cold and solemn. "My name is Yun-Chi, 21 years old, the young master of the Yun family from the Middle Capital. 10 minutes ago I was just a wealthy scion pretending to be an ordinary office worker. Now I am forced to use all my wits and courage to fight these zombies." 10 minutes earlier, Yun-Chi had walked into the office carrying his briefcase as usual. A bright smile played on the corners of his mouth as if he were welcoming a vibrant new day. Lu Xun walked up softly, her cheeks slightly flushed with a shy smile. She looked at him, her voice holding a hint of timidness. "Today is the day of prophecy. I'm feeling a bit scared. By the way, could you walk me home?" These words caught Yunqi off guard, a flash of surprise in his eyes. "Huh?" But he quickly regained his composure and brushed past her coldly. "The Doomsday Prophecy was 10 years ago. What is there to fear? Even primary schoolers don't believe that stuff anymore." Lu Xun's face turned beet red with embarrassment upon hearing this. Is that so?" Yunqi seemed to see through her thoughts. He turned back, raised an eyebrow and asked with mock surprise, "But are you really that afraid?" She nodded quickly. Yes, I'm very afraid," she said, her voice trembling. Despite her words, Lu Xun was secretly feeling smug. "I knew it. No one can resist my charm." Just as she was lost in thought, she suddenly heard Yunqi raise his voice, waving to everyone in the office. "Hey, the office goddess is afraid of the apocalypse. Is there anyone willing to walk her home after work?" This statement left both Lu Xun and everyone in the office stunned. "Huh?" Immediately a crowd swarmed her, competing to shout, "Goddess, I can do it! Lu Xun, it's on my way, let me take you. Lu Xun, I'm free too, please consider me." Surrounded by the crowd, Lu Xun was at a loss. She glared at Yunqi, cursing him in her heart. "Yunqi, you damn straight man, you deserve to be single forever." Meanwhile, Yunqi had already leisurely returned to his seat. He gently placed his designer briefcase on the desk, a faint smile on his face as if he had seen through the world. The apocalypse, truly a fine excuse for flirting. Suddenly, Yunqi's thoughts drifted back to 10 years ago. At that time, massive armies paraded through the streets. Humanity's artificial intelligence supercomputer, Titan, had discovered a dark celestial body approaching, predicting that Planet Blue would face doomsday on November 11th, year 1101 of the Union calendar. That news sent the entire world into a panic. Drones circled the sky, broadcasted cold notifications incessantly. "The apocalypse is coming." The military districts issued emergency orders demanding everyone return home immediately and lock their doors and windows. Passers-by discussed in terror. "The apocalypse? Oh God, that's terrifying. Will the apocalypse really happen?" "Of course it will. That's Titan's prophecy. Hurry home. If I have to die, I'd rather die at home." For 10 whole years, conflicting information continued to surface. On November 11th, 1101, a voice echoed everywhere, calling for humanity to prepare for the end. But every time, the so-called dark celestial body was merely a prank by fate, leaving people relieved but weary. Over the following years, 1102, 1103, 1104, all the way to 1108, news bulletins constantly updated with emergency notices. But all of this ultimately left behind nothing but useless vigilance. Finally, on November 12, 1108, a notice rang out: "The apocalypse curfew has ended. See you next year, everyone." These words infuriated the general public, who cursed, "To hell with this. Why have a curfew if the apocalypse isn't coming? It's just wasting my time." Yunqi knew better than anyone. 10 years had passed and the Doomsday Prophecy had become a joke in people's eyes. Only a few idle people still used it as an excuse for joking, like the couple strolling hand in hand down the long street. The boy teased with a laugh, "Today is Doomsday, you know. Why don't we go see a movie together, just the two of us?" The girl beside him nodded with a gentle smile. "Sure." Back in reality, a strange light flashed in Yunqi's eyes, and his lips curled into an indecipherable smile. He murmured to himself, "But I don't have time to play along with your acting." At this moment, what drew his attention more was an ancient sword placed before him. Its exterior exuded a majesty settled by time, as if he had been searching for it for a long while. Seeing Yunqi so interested, a colleague nearby couldn't help but feel surprised. The colleague teased, "Yunqi, did you buy another model? You're in your 20s, still obsessed with these kids' toys?" This left Yunqi speechless, unsure of how to respond. "A model? Impossible." He immediately lowered his head to focus on the attached note. It read, "Shao-Chi, this is the Blade of Extinction, forged from the strongest titanium gold essence currently available. It cuts through gold and jade like slicing vegetables or meat. Keep it for self-defense. Sender, Yun Tuo." After reading it, Yunqi was shocked. This was no toy, it was clearly a high lethality weapon. This thing was enough to be listed in the catalog of Class 3 prohibited social items. A flash of embarrassment crossed his face as he thought, how did they even ship this? He flipped to the back of the letter, where several lines of reproachful words met his eyes. "You haven't come home for 3 years. When do you plan on returning?" Reading this, Yunqi felt a pang in his heart. Had it really been 3 years? Memories surged back like a tide, taking him to the day he left home with his suitcase. Back then, simply because he didn't want to follow the family's arrangements or walk a pre-planned path, he fled the middle capital to live alone in District 105. "It's been so long, this irresponsible runaway act should probably end," he whispered to himself. His resolve gradually cleared. He thought he might as well go home after collecting this month's salary. Just as Yunqi's thoughts were interrupted, a piercing siren suddenly rang out everywhere. That hair-raising sound made everyone in the office freeze in place. The strange sound startled Yunqi, and he hurriedly looked around. Before he could understand what was happening, the entire space was plunged into an eerie, vivid red. Following everyone's terrified gazes, he looked up at the sky. The sight before him left him stunned, unable to believe his eyes. A bizarre red meteorite was streaking across the sky at high speed. The colleagues in the office stood like wooden posts, their voices buzzing with discussion. Could this be the dark celestial body Titan predicted? But why didn't the officials release any news? Another guy turned pale, stammering, "Oh my god, is it really going to hit Planet Blue? Boss, I want to take leave, I want to go home right then." A cold and mysterious voice echoed through the bustling streets. "To the humans on Planet Blue, welcome to the global Doomsday Game. From this moment on, the apocalypse has arrived. You have lost your free status as humans. All will become monsters and NPCs in this Doomsday Game." This announcement turned everyone to stone, rendering them speechless. In the oppressive atmosphere, the voice continued without pause, "This is currently the game's startup phase. You have 24 hours to earn points in the game to upgrade your NPC sub-attributes. The higher the sub-attribute level, the stronger the power. After the 24-hour expansion phase ends, players will officially enter the game. You cannot truly kill players, but players can truly kill you. Please remain vigilant about everything that happens, for to you, dying in the game means real death." These words made Yunqi's expression turn grave as his brain worked rapidly. If everyone becomes monsters and NPCs, then who are the players? Floating information panels appeared before everyone, accompanied by the system's cold notification. Global communication mode has been adjusted. The Game World channel is open. All old communication modes are now invalid. Please complete your class selection within 5 minutes. In 5 minutes the game will officially begin. While Yunqi was busy processing this information, an info box flashed before his eyes. He saw the detailed attributes displayed. Yunqi, Novice Village NPC, Grade B. Each level increases main attributes by 2 points, sub-attributes by 1 point, and free attributes by 2 points. Every 10 levels main attributes increase by an additional 10 points. 0. As an NPC you can only level up by earning points. Strength 9 increases physical attack power. Agility 9 increases speed. Spirit 10 increases spell intensity. Constitution 10 increases defense and endurance. Affinity 10, class undecided, personal talent none, class expertise none, current skills none. After reading, Yunqi couldn't help but marvel, muttering under his breath, "This perspective is exactly like a panoramic game." The system then prompted, "Please select your class." With a serious expression he reached out to touch the system screen, his mind calculating rapidly. If the apocalypse had truly begun, choosing a class that prioritized maximum power would make it easier for him to survive the early stages. Before his eyes, the information for the warrior class appeared with an imposing presence. An image of a warrior clad in magnificent armor and holding a sharp weapon caught his eye. Main attribute, strength. Sub-attribute, constitution. Description: melee attacks have a 5 chance to trigger the bloodthirst effect, increasing strength by 5 and attack speed by 15 for 10 seconds. The first melee attack in a combat encounter is guaranteed to trigger, can trigger at most once per minute. Next, the system displayed 2 more class options. The mage class seemed more suited for female players, with spirit as the main attribute and constitution as the secondary, accompanied by a description of a 15 increase in casting speed. Finally, there was the knight class, depicted in shining armor with a heroic posture. Its main attribute was constitution, and its secondary was strength. The description noted that when constitution was the highest attribute it would receive an additional 20 boost, while 50 of the user's self-weight would be ignored. After reading this, Yunqi could not hide his surprise. He reached back to touch his sword and whispered to himself, "The knight looks incredibly strong. If I choose the knight or warrior class, this sword will definitely come in handy." Suddenly the sword emitted a magical and extraordinarily brilliant glow. Immediately after, the system interface before him vibrated, and a booming announcement rang out, "System has detected abnormal energy. Congratulations, you have obtained the unique SSS-Rank custom class, Nether Knight." Yunqi froze, barely able to believe his eyes. An SSS-Rank custom class. The eyes within the armored helmet flickered with a mysterious light. The system continued its detailed analysis of the Nether Knight class. Main attributes, constitution, strength and spirit. Secondary attribute, agility. The class expertise information surfaced clearly. Death Wither level 1 passive. All your attacks will attach an unremovable death mark to the target, reducing the target's received healing by 10. When the target dies, their level drops to level 1. Upon resurrection, they enter a weakened state, with all attributes reduced by 10 for 10 minutes. If the target's level is forced to 0 due to the death mark, the target will suffer permanent death both in and out of the game, including players. Note, for every level up, the healing reduction increases by 10, the level loss upon death increases by 1, the attribute reduction increases by 10, and the weakened duration is extended by 10 minutes, stacking up to 9 times. After reading this, a smile of disbelief curled on Yunqi's lips. He whispered, his voice filled with awe, "Death mark. In other words, as long as I am strong enough I can even kill the players. Is this some kind of game bug?" Before he could recover, the system vibrated again, displaying a new message. "Congratulations, you have awakened your personal talent, Son of the Plains." The Son of the Plains can designate up to 3 items in the game, and their combat parameters will increase by 10 times the initial value. If the modification is confirmed as permanent, the multiplier will reach 100 times. Skill cooldown, 24 hours. Yunqi couldn't help but laugh out loud, his eyes shining as the surprises kept coming. This novice benefit is just too dominant. How is this any different from using a cheat code? While he was secretly feeling smug, the system continued to broadcast to all players, "Class selection is complete. The game will launch in 5 seconds. These words sent the people around him into a panic. What's going on? Why couldn't I choose a class? Another person was also in a state of panic. Me too. Is the system malfunctioning? The system began the countdown. 5, 4, 3. The crowd grew restless, their voices filled with resentment. This is unfair. Why do they have it and we don't? But the system continued its cold count. 2, 1. Yunqi's gaze swept calmly out the window as if he had already anticipated what was about to happen. Finally, the announcement rang out. The Doomsday Game begins. In the next second, those who hadn't managed to choose a class suddenly clutched their chests, coughed up blood, and collapsed, instantly transforming into zombies. This horrific scene terrified a girl nearby. She retreated, trembling, her voice shaking. What happened to you all? Don't scare me." Before she could react, a bloodthirsty zombie lunged at her, pinning her violently to the ground. Her agonized screams echoed through the chaotic space. Under the terrified gaze of the onlookers, the zombie opened its revolting maw and bit into the girl, ending her life in an instant. This gruesome image plunged the entire room into extreme terror. The crowd scattered in a frenzy, screams of zombies ringing out incessantly. The office had now turned into a chaotic battlefield. Ordinary people were transforming into zombies one after another, their eyes clouded as they let out bloodthirsty growls. Realizing the situation was deteriorating rapidly, a flash of unease crossed Yunqi's eyes and he cursed under his breath. "Damn it, these zombies are infectious." A hideous zombie, its mouth wide and bloody, wedged at high speed toward a poor man. The man could only run headlong, looking powerless against the monster's startling speed. Fortunately, Yunqi swung his sword just in time, blocking the attack and saving the man from the brink of death. He turned back and shouted, "Run, don't let the zombies catch you." Still in shock, the man hurriedly replied, Right, and then bolted away, disappearing from sight. The zombie's gaze became even more terrifying, flickering with a hunger for flesh. Back in the present, Yunqi pulled Lu Xin's hand as they sprinted down the long corridor, not daring to stop for a second. Lu Xin pointed the way as she ran, her voice urgent, "This way." But she suddenly stopped, her face turning pale as she heard a strange noise ahead. "Yunqi, there's a sound up front," she warned with a trembling voice. Yunqi immediately gripped his longsword, charging forward with a cold gaze and letting out a roar, "Die, monster!" But when he rounded the corner, what appeared was not a zombie but a panicked man kneeling on the ground wailing, Don't kill me, I'm human, not a zombie." Seeing it was a living person, Yunqi hastily sheathed his sword. When he recognized the familiar face, a flash of surprise crossed his eyes. Lu Yang looked up, the remnants of terror still on his face. Realizing time was of the essence, Yunqi pulled Lu Xin to turn and leave. He didn't forget to look back and warn, "Be careful next time, don't just pop out like that." Lu Yang, realizing the situation, immediately turned back and shouted curses. "Yunqi, aren't we colleagues? Are you really just going to leave me and walk away, not helping me when I'm in trouble? Are you even human?" Yunqi didn't care about these accusations at all. Instead, he looked back and said mockingly, "Whether I'm human or not, I know clearly. But as for you, you've stolen my plans and achievements for credit time and time again, and you even caused 3 abortions for our female colleagues. You're certainly no good." These words made Lu Yang fly into a rage, growling through gritted teeth. "What did you say?" But Yunqi couldn't be bothered to pay him any attention and decisively turned to pull Lu Xin away. "Let's go." Behind them, Lu Yang continued to beg, "Wait, don't go, my class is also a knight. With the 3 of us in a team, we won't have to fear the zombies." Hearing this, Lu Xin felt a bit swayed. She looked up at Yunqi, her voice hesitant. "Yunqi, did you hear that? He's a knight, he must be very strong." But Yunqi remained stern, turning back to coldly respond to Lu Yang. "No matter how strong the class, it won't change the fact that he's a despicable coward." Seeing he couldn't convince them, Lu Yang's shame turned to anger. He picked up an iron bar from the ground and roared curses. "You dare look down on me?" He turned around and lunged at Yunqi without hesitation. Lu Xin screamed a warning in terror, "Watch out!" But she didn't know that Yunqi was the one favored by destiny. He calmly gripped his weapon, turned gracefully, and delivered a powerful counterattack. Lu Yang clutched his stomach in pain, his mouth wide as he threw up his lunch. The vomit splattered on the floor, emitting a foul stench. At that moment, a zombie appeared behind Lu Yang, its cloudy eyes fixed on the 3 of them. As soon as Lu Yang turned his head, his face went deathly pale, and he screamed in a panic, "Help! Help me!" But it was too late. The zombie lunged at him, tearing him to pieces before he could even resist. Without hesitation, Yunqi said coldly, "Let's go," although Lu Xin felt a pang of guilt. She still followed him, but she couldn't help but look back and ask, "Wait, Yunqi, are we really just going to leave him to die?" Lu Yang's desperate screams echoed behind them. Suddenly, Yunqi stopped in his tracks in the corridor, his eyes becoming sharp and grim. He turned to look at Lu Xin, his voice deep and decisive. "Lu Xin, put away your useless compassion. Look closely. This is the apocalypse." When he turned back again, his entire demeanor seemed to have changed, emitting a cold aura that was terrifying. The scene outside the corridor came into view. The once beautiful city had now turned into a brutal battlefield. Everything had changed, only death and chaos remained. In the streets, mutated zombies continued to emerge, roaring as they hunted survivors. Along the long corridor, Yunqi warned coldly, "Don't be as naive as you were before." These words left Lu Xin rooted to the spot, speechless. Realizing time was short, Yunqi immediately turned and said urgently, "There are too many zombies, let's find a safe place first." As they hurried to find shelter, a nearby door suddenly opened. Lu Xin's friend Jia appeared and shouted urgently. Lu Xin, seeing a familiar face, Lu Xin called out in surprise, Gia. But outside the door, zombies were still roaring frantically, pounding against the doors and exuding a terrifying aura of violence. Entering the room, Yun-Chi calmly observed the surroundings, his eyes sharp. He suddenly sensed something off, looked in another direction and mused. With so many people in the company, are we the only 7 survivors left? In the cramped room, 7 people were huddled together, their faces etched with fear and anxiety. Gia curled up in a corner, sobbing uncontrollably and speaking in despair. The world was perfectly fine. How did it suddenly become this hellscape? Beside her, a female employee covered her face and wailed. I want to go home. A man next to her hurriedly tried to comfort her, his voice trembling. Survival is what matters most now. As long as the zombies don't break in, I'll be thanking my lucky stars. Unable to stand the chaotic scene, a man in the corner slammed the table and roared angrily. It's all Gia's fault for insisting on opening the door to let these people in. We already have no food and now the zombies have blocked the door. The person speaking was the company manager, Cao Yujian. His face was flushed as he continued to bellow. Damn it, if you want to die, die outside. Why drag others down with you? These words infuriated the security guard, Zhao Jian. He lunged to his feet and questioned loudly, What do you mean by that? Listening to the argument, Yun-Chi sank into thought. He remembered the earlier scene where Zhao Jian had secretly followed them, attracting several zombies when he burst into the room. In the chaos, this guy had even pushed 3 other people aside to squeeze his way in. This filled Yun-Chi's heart with suspicion. Zhao Jian, he muttered to himself, his gaze gradually turning cold. Ignoring everyone else's stares, Zhao Jian continued to shout overbearingly, Move, get out of the way. Hearing this, Cao Yujian became even more enraged, pointing at his nose and cursing, What, am I wrong? If you hadn't led the zombies here, would we be trapped? Besides, you're covered in blood, maybe you're already infected and mutating. Dying outside is better than killing us all. Yun-Chi remained silent, observing with cold eyes, but Zhao Jian could no longer hold back. He let out a roar, Fuck you. He lunged forward, grabbing Cao Yujian tightly by the collar and shouting, Cao, I've put up with you for a long time. You think being a manager means you can shit and piss all over everyone's heads? Cao Yujian showed no sign of backing down, responding through gritted teeth. Zhao Jian, you dare speak to me like that? Careful or I'll fire you. Cao Yujian's threat did not make Zhao Jian flinch. With a fierce look in his eyes, Zhao Jian said, Wake up, it's the apocalypse. If you say I'm a monster, then I'll show you exactly what a monster looks like. Cao Yujian panicked, stammering, What do you want to do? Stop it now. While the two were in a standoff, a piercing sound of breaking glass rang out. Using brute force, Zhao Jian slammed Cao Yujian toward the window. Cao Yujian screamed in terror, Are you crazy? This is the 17th floor. Seeing the situation was turning south, Yun-Chi gripped his longsword, preparing to act. Cao Yujian's face was pale as he pleaded incessantly, Don't kill me. But Zhao Jian ignored him completely, roaring, Get the hell out. Standing in the back, Lu Xin could not bear the bloody scene and shouted urgently. Wait, she placed her hand over her heart and explained hurriedly. Zhao Jian, don't be impulsive. I chose the mage class and awakened the holy light talent. I can purify wounds. Maybe I can treat you so the wound won't cause a mutation. This left Yun-Chi speechless, cursing in his heart. Idiot, how can she be so stupid as to expose her class information so casually? As soon as Lu Xin finished speaking, the entire room fell into a dead silence. Everyone looked at her in disbelief. Their gazes mixed with all sorts of calculations. Yun-Chi observed all this, his heart sinking. The greatest danger often comes from those around you. Everyone had been together for so long and no one had revealed their class. Clearly they were all wary of one another. Seeing Lu Xin still recklessly walking toward Zhao Jian, Yun-Chi couldn't help but worry, thinking her actions might bring trouble upon herself. After hearing Lu Xin's words, Zhao Jian showed a look of surprise. You say you're a mage? Lu Xin walked forward and nodded firmly. Yes, so you don't have to worry about being infected. We can stop this tragedy together. Maybe we can even change everyone's fate. Hearing this, Cao Yujian hurriedly chimed in, his voice trembling. Zhao Jian, did you hear that? She can heal you. Go to her quickly. Go now, however. Before he could finish his sentence, a sinister smile curled on Zhao Jian's lips. Without hesitation, he shoved Cao Yujian off the 17th floor. An indescribable malice flickered in his eyes, as if this moment was his chance to rewrite his destiny. Sensing his end was near, Cao Yujian let out a desperate scream. Witnessing this scene, Lu Xin averted her eyes, her face ashen. Standing to the side, Yun-Chi sensed that the situation was gradually spiraling out of control. A dull thud echoed as Cao Yujian hit the ground, reduced to a blurred heap of flesh and bone. Lu Xin recoiled in horror, asking with a tremble, Why? Zhao Jian wore a smug grin, responding coldly, Why else? Simply because I couldn't stand the sight of that fat pig. Lu Xin, still clinging to her kindness, tried to stop him. Just because of that? That was a living human being. Zhao Jian laughed contemptuously, and his body suddenly began to undergo a mutation. He grew stronger than ever before, letting out a roar as power erupted from within him like a tidal wave. At that moment, a system prompt announced that Zhao Jian had become a level 1 warrior. Zhao Jian laughed uproariously, his tone dripping with triumph. He was nothing more than a stepping stone for me. Thinking back, choosing the warrior class was a brilliant decision. With this power, I won't just survive the apocalypse. I might even become the ruler of this world. Watching Zhao Jian turn increasingly feral, Yan Qi fell into thought, his gaze icy. He realized that in an apocalypse where law and morality vanished, the human heart was often more terrifying than anything else. Zhao Jian approached Lu Xun, taunting her with a laugh. Lu Xun, from now on, follow me, be my woman. Horrified, Lu Xun backed away, her face pale and her voice shaking. I refuse. That's quite fortunate, Yan Qi said as he stepped forward, shielding her. He deftly brandished his longsword, settling into a basic defensive stance as the blade shimmered with a cold metallic light. Zhao Jian froze, blurting out in surprise, "What, you're interested in this chick too?" Maintaining his composure. Yan Qi shifted into a thrusting stance and corrected him in a steady voice. "Let me clarify, I'm only interested in her skills." He had already calculated everything. Lu Xun possessed the Holy Light talent, which could provide him with crucial support. In the apocalypse, no one could guarantee they would never be injured. Having a mage by his side with the ability to purify viruses was an undeniable advantage. Infuriated by Yan Qi's interference, Zhao Jian smashed a nearby fire extinguisher and roared, "You dare try to steal what's mine? Do you have a death wish?" He then pivoted, his eyes blood red as if he wanted to swallow Yan Qi whole. Taking a deep breath, he raised the fire extinguisher high, gripping it with both hands ready to deliver a fatal blow. "Then I'll use you as the starting point for my reign over this world," Zhao Jian roared, swinging the extinguisher with all his might toward Yan Qi. However, with keen reflexes, Yan Qi raised his sword just in time to block the strike. As he noticed something odd, a flash of confusion crossed his eyes. The blood seeping from the wound on Zhao Jian's waist made him uneasy. Damn, is Zhao Jian already infected? Zhao Jian's pupils were gradually turning cloudy, shifting into the vacant stare of a true zombie. Exuding a chilling, hair-raising aura, Yan Qi struggled to remain calm as he processed the situation. The man was speaking normally just moments ago. Did the speed of mutation depend on an individual's constitution? A strong warrior-class constitution, once mutated, would be several times more terrifying than an ordinary zombie. With this thought, Yan Qi wasted no time. He surged with power, knocking the fire extinguisher from Zhao Jian's grasp before his opponent could react. Yan Qi gripped his sword and charged forward like a whirlwind. He had to eliminate this ticking time bomb immediately. He unleashed a sharp, decisive slash that tore through the air, striking Zhao Jian. Blood splattered, tracing a terrifying red arc in the air. Even the sturdy fire extinguisher was sliced in two by Yan Qi's blade as easily as cutting through silk. A thin veil of smoke drifted through the room, mingling with the heavy atmosphere. With just a few swift movements, Yan Qi had taken Zhao Jian down. Lu Xun slowly walked to his side with a complex expression while the other three in the room stood rooted to the spot, their faces white with terror at the gruesome scene. He killed him. Another person is dead. Lu Xun stood silently, her gaze fixed on Yan Qi's sturdy back. She turned away quietly, trying to calm her racing heart. He had seen everything that just happened. A harsh teacher doesn't need to give a second lesson. One experience was enough to leave a lasting mark. Lu Xun secretly warned herself, hoping she would remember the consequences of being naive and stop acting on impulse. Yan Qi scanned the room, noting the fearful gazes of the survivors, though he had only acted because Zhao Jian was about to mutate. At this moment, their fear became his advantage, allowing him to take control of the situation more easily. After weighing his options, he turned around, his cold gaze sweeping across every face. His voice, though low, carried an undeniable authority. "Now, does anyone else want to fight me for her?" Jia shook her head frantically, her voice trembling. "No, no one." The two people beside her also nodded repeatedly, saying in unison, "Yan Qi, we just want to live. We won't do anything." Hearing this, Yan Qi nodded slightly and sheathed his sword without a word, his movements graceful yet imposing. He turned and spoke in a calm tone. "That's for the best. Lu Xun, help them tend to their wounds." Lu Xun nodded and immediately went to Jia's side. As a mage, he gently raised her hand to manifest her healing power. A soft glow radiated from her palm, enveloping Jia's wound. She warned carefully, "Jia, this is my first time healing. If you feel uncomfortable anywhere, you must tell me." On the other side, Yan Qi remained composed, his focus shifting to the computer screen on the desk, realizing there were more important matters at hand. He quickly pulled his phone from his pocket, but a flash of disappointment crossed his face when he saw the screen and he suppressed a sigh. As expected, all old communication methods were down. The phone screen displayed cold text. "Sorry, your current location is not in the service area." Yan Qi suddenly turned his head toward another direction, falling into deep thought. Currently, the only way to contact the outside world was through the world channel in the game system, but he knew many others would have the same idea. Without hesitation, he focused his mind to view the system screen before him. The world channel was packed with a chaotic mess of messages. "Wang Zitong, help, there are too many zombies here. Can anyone save us? I'm in the center of the capital." Dubbing. "Don't panic, everyone. I heard the Union Parliament has already sent out enforcement squads to rescue citizens. Our lives will return to normal soon." "Panic my ass, Zhao, or go." "Stop talking nonsense. The communication system is completely dead. You can't even make a phone call. So where did you get news about the Parliament? I've lived long enough to see plenty of things." "Don't hesitate. Grab a weapon and carve a path to escape. If you've got the guts, follow me to meet at the Zhangjin Mansion in Sea City." Liu Chen, My house is right next to Zhongjin Mansion, brother, take me with you. Reading the chaotic messages on the screen, Yunqi furrowed his brows, a trace of helplessness crossing his face. He couldn't help but shake his head, unsure of what to do. Clearly, the vast majority of people were isolated and without help. Survival depended entirely on self-rescue. He decisively closed the system chat interface. His gaze became more determined than ever. The system screen flickered, displaying Yunqi's detailed information. Level Novice Village NPC Level 1. Points 130,200. Class Nether Knight. Strength 9, Agility 9, Spirit 10, Constitution 10, Affinity 10, Personal Talent. Son of the Plains, can designate up to 3 items in the game. Non-combat parameters will increase by 10 times the initial value if the change is confirmed as permanent. The multiplier will reach 100 times. Skill cooldown 24 hours. Class Expertise, Death Wither. Current skills, none. After reviewing the information, Yunqi's brow tightened as he fell into thought. Due to the urgency of the situation earlier, he hadn't had time to weigh things carefully. Looking at the attribute panel now, he saw that non-combat indicators could be boosted by 10 times. Among them, points and affinity were the most prominent, but what puzzled him was the line, Affinity 10. What exactly is this affinity? He murmured to himself, staring intently at the system screen and thinking silently. Indicators like strength and agility were intuitive and easy to understand, but affinity remained vague and unpredictable. He recalled the talent description for Son of the Plains. If he chose a permanent change, the benefit would increase 100-fold. This was clearly an advanced skill, especially in the early stages. He thought to himself that it would be unwise to use this talent rashly before understanding the game mechanics. Once the startup phase ended, perhaps new indicators would appear. By then, this talent could play an even greater role. With this in mind, Yunqi reached out and cautiously touched the points category on the system screen. It was better to be safe than sorry. He would first increase his point acquisition speed by 10 times. Immediately after, the system issued an announcement, "Congratulations, adjustment successful. Point acquisition speed has been increased to 10 times the initial value." Yunqi smiled, his eyes flashing with excitement and thrill. "Fantastic. With this 10x boost, my growth speed will far outstrip anyone else's." He made a silent vow. On the other side, Lu Xin had just finished treating the group. She rubbed her stomach wearily, her face twisted in a grimace. "I'm so hungry. I don't know if the magic drained too much stamina, but I'm suddenly starving." Yunqi glanced at her and then observed the others in the room. They were comforting each other, but their faces were still etched with anxiety. He sighed softly, a trace of pity flickering in his heart. This conference room was empty save for 4 bare walls. If they continued to hide here, they would eventually run out of ammunition and food. His gaze gradually deepened as his mind raced to calculate the next step of the plan. There were only about 20 hours left before the actual players entered the game. At the thought of that scene, a trace of worry appeared on Yunqi's face. Those who chose powerful classes would undoubtedly bully or even eliminate the weak without hesitation. In 20 hours, Planet Blue would likely face a slaughter even more terrifying than the zombie outbreak. This thought made him even more resolute. He summoned his longsword, the blade glinting coldly as he stepped toward the door with unwavering determination. This time the goal was clear. He had to accumulate as many points as possible before the game's startup phase ended. Seeing him walk toward the door with his sword, the people in the room immediately fell into a panic. One person asked in a trembling voice, Yunqi, what are you doing? Do you actually plan on going out?" Jia hurried forward to block him, waving her hands frantically to stop him. "Are you crazy? There are so many zombies out there. As soon as you open the door, they'll rush in and eat us." Yunqi's gaze remained cold and unyielding. He warned in a deep voice. Move from behind. Lu Xin also hurriedly raised her hand, trying to block his bold idea. Her face full of worry, she cried out, "Yunqi, do you really have to go out? It's too dangerous out there. We finally found a shelter." Yunqi turned his head slightly, his eyes calm and firm. He explained clearly to Lu Xin, "Without supplies, hiding is just a slower way to die. I will find a way to eliminate the zombies outside. As for the rest of you, if you want to stay here and wait for death, then lock the door." His decisive words were more than Jia could handle, and she flew into a rage. She barked, "Waiting for death is better than actively seeking it." The 2 people nearby also nodded hurriedly in agreement, interjecting with worried looks. "Exactly. Do you have any idea how many monsters are out there? It's easy for you to talk since you have a weapon, but we have nothing. What are we supposed to do if we go out?" But Yunqi was unmoved, his footsteps resolute as he moved forward. Lu Xin truly couldn't let it go. She reached out to stop him again, her voice shaking. "Yunqi, why don't we wait a little longer? The army will surely be mobilized soon. We'll be safe as long as we wait for rescue." However, he ignored these pleas entirely. He cast a cold glance back and fell into thought. With the intervention of the Doomsday Game, government rescue efforts would likely. Before he could finish his thought, his mind was interrupted by a series of strange noises from outside. Yunqi and Lu Xin froze instantly, their gazes turning toward the sky simultaneously as they gasped in disbelief. In the sky, several search and rescue planes roared past, the thunder of their engines echoing through the clouds. Their spotlights illuminated the night, igniting new hope for the survivors in the room. In the sky, floating frigates stood majestically in midair, the unyielding symbol of the Union military. From the lead helicopter, the steady and powerful voice of Commander Zhao Liang reached every corner through a loudspeaker. This is Zhao Liang, in charge of the 3rd Squad of the military vanguard. All citizens, please remain calm and do not give up hope. The military has mobilized squads to begin rescue operations. We expect to have the situation under control within 3 hours. Residents who are able should head to rooftops or high ground immediately. We will send personnel to assist you. This announcement was like a gentle breeze blowing away the haze of despair. Down in the streets, survivors gripped their weapons, their faces radiant with joy. One person shouted excitedly, "Great, the rescue is here. Everyone, follow me to the roof, let's go." Zhao Liang's voice continued, carrying warmth and comfort. "Residents unable to move, please seek cover immediately and wait patiently for rescue." Those weak survivors who were originally immersed in fear were now weeping with joy. One person choked back tears, exclaiming, "We're saved. This nightmare is finally going to end." Inside the room, the 3 survivors, including Jia, could not hide their inner joy. They laughed aloud, their eyes sparkling with hope as they continued to listen to Zhao Liang's speech. "Please ensure your own safety and avoid infection. Please believe that our forces will never abandon a single soul." A man in a suit pointed outside excitedly, his face flushed as he cheered. Lu Xun was right, the military really has come to save us. Lu Xun clenched her hands, a joyous light dancing in her eyes as she cheered. "That's wonderful." Zhao Liang's steady, powerful voice continued to emanate from the loudspeaker. He suddenly paused, as if sensing something abnormal. "We will do our best to help everyone," he continued. But an inadvertent glance at the sky caused a flash of panic to cross his face. At that moment, the cold, mechanical voice of the system rang out, interrupting everything. To ensure the normal operation of the game, interference factors are being eliminated. Just as the announcement ended, the planes in the sky suddenly exploded, turning into countless tiny specks of dust that shimmered in the air. Witnessing this tragedy, Yan Qi and those around him were stunned, their bodies frozen like stone. The wreckage of the aircraft fell like a rain of iron, crashing into the crumbling skyscrapers of the city. In an instant, the sturdy buildings shook violently and collapsed, letting out deafening explosions. The poor people who had just been evading the pursuit of zombies now had to dodge massive falling concrete blocks in terror. The sounds of explosions were continuous, and the thick smoke and dust obscured all vision. Realizing the situation was becoming increasingly critical, Yan Qi led Lu Xun and his companions in a headlong sprint forward without hesitation. The chain of explosions turned the scene into a horrifying chaos. Yan Qi gripped his longsword, its edge glinting coldly, and thrust it into the ground to steady himself. Fortunately, before the building completely collapsed, he managed to pull Lu Xun out of the jaws of death just in time. Behind them, however, the 3 others, including Jia, were left behind, falling into extreme panic as they felt the chilling approach of the Grim Reaper. Lu Xun's face was covered in tears as she pleaded desperately, "Yan Qi, save me!" But he could not blame anyone for what happened next. The weight of 2 people caused his strength to gradually fail, and they began to slide down faster. He grit his teeth and cursed inwardly, "Damn it, this starting point really is set to hell difficulty." Just then, the system screen flickered, issuing a cold announcement. "To ensure this area maintains a sufficient supply of surviving NPCs for players to hunt, supply crates are now being deployed. NPCs, please find supplies yourselves and strive to survive." Upon hearing the announcement, Yan Qi's face immediately turned serious. He quickly calculated his next plan. Gripping Lu Xun's hand tightly, he looked back and said decisively, "I'll count to 3 and we jump together." These words startled Lu Xun, who reacted in a panic. "What? Wait, jumping from this height, if we don't die, we'll be severely injured." Before she could adjust, Yan Qi had already pulled her tightly into his arms. Without hesitation, he leaped from the heights. Lu Xun let out a terrified scream, her hands clutching him desperately as if he were her last lifeline. On the ground, debris and zombies swept past like a wind of death. Yan Qi displayed startling agility, leaping continuously between landing points. His movements were as seasoned as a dance on the edge of life and death. With a heavy thud, he landed steadily with Lu Xun in his arms, completely unharmed. It was practically the protagonist aura in action. Everything around them seemed to exist only to highlight Yan Qi's excellence. Yan Qi's voice rang out, steady and decisive. "All right." Lu Xun slowly opened her eyes and looked ahead. Realizing he was still holding her, she became a bit flustered and hurriedly said, "Thank you." Yan Qi released his grip and she quickly slid to the ground, scanning the surroundings to assess the situation. While Lu Xun was still lost in thought, unsure of where to go next, Yan Qi had already begun walking forward with steady strides. She was slightly startled when her gaze accidentally caught sight of a supply crate lying solitary amidst the ruins. Lu Xun shouted excitedly, her voice filled with joy. "Supplies?" She suddenly froze, as if realizing Yan Qi's intention. Had he chosen to jump here because he had his eye on this supply crate? She thought to herself, her gaze following his determined back as he moved toward the supply zone. The more Lu Xun thought about it, the more unbelievable it seemed. In such a dangerous situation, he actually managed to stay clear-headed and target the supplies. Yan Qi's adaptability was truly astonishing. On the other side, as Yan Qi approached the supply crate, a giant zombie suddenly lunged out from nowhere, its body as massive as a moving hill. With sharp reflexes, he raised his longsword. blocking the attack with the shimmering steel blade. Though somewhat surprised by the monster's strength, he did not back down. Giving it no more thought, Yun-Chi delivered a fierce slash, cutting directly into the horde of zombies swarming from all directions. Sensing the situation was becoming increasingly dire, he immediately retreated, his cold gaze protecting the dazed Lu Xun behind him. The mutated zombie let out an angry roar, its piercing scream acting like a rallying cry that drew hordes of nearby zombies toward them. Lu Xun felt the approaching danger. Her face turned pale and her whole body trembled. Around them the zombies had formed a circle of death. In terror she screamed, "Yun-Chi, we're surrounded!" Lu Xun stood frozen on the spot, her breathing nearly stopped, her eyes fearful as she waited for the scythe of death to fall. But Yun-Chi was different. His eyes burned with resolve, showing no fear in the face of the roaring zombies. He spoke quickly and decisively. "Listen, there are too many zombies. Don't follow me in a moment, we'll run in different directions." These words shocked Lu Xun. She turned to look at him in terror, her voice shaking as she asked, "Split up, what if the zombies chase me?" Yun-Chi didn't answer. He only glanced at her before charging forward at full speed, his pace so light it was as if he didn't care about the danger at all. He even looked back and calmly made a gesture. "Then just lead the monsters in circles." The longsword in his hand swung, each slash cleanly tearing through the air and knocking down the zombies lunging frantically at him. The system screen flickered, and an announcement rang out, "Level 1 zombie killed, 100 points earned." Yun-Chi glanced at it, the corners of his mouth turning up slightly, then turned to remind Lu Xun, who was still dazed and unadjusted to the situation. "Remember what I said." Immediately after, he skillfully drew the attention of the zombie horde, leading them to turn and chase him. The situation became extremely urgent. Lu Xun had no choice. She could only put her head down and bolt, screaming in despair as she ran. Tears slid down her cheeks and her voice choked as she called for help. "Even if you say that, I don't know how to kite monsters." The two ran side by side not far apart. From time to time, Yun-Chi swung his sword, cleanly decapitating any zombies that closed in. Seeing Lu Xun still stumbling for her life with a face full of tears, he suddenly laughed, his tone as relaxed as if it were all just a game. "Isn't kiting them like this working out quite well?" Seeing Yun-Chi appear before her again, Lu Xun's face filled with joy. The longsword in his hand swung, the cold light of the blade flashing as it moved rapidly through the air as if it had already locked onto its prey. At this moment, Yun-Chi was like a true hunter. Every move was extremely ruthless, knocking down zombies one after another with powerful strikes. The system flashed an announcement, 3 level 1 zombies killed, 300 points earned. Just as he finished off this wave of zombies, more bloodthirsty monsters surged from another direction, roaring frantically. Lu Xun was stunned, her heart filled with doubt. How is there another wave, she wondered to herself. Without a word, Yun-Chi gripped his longsword and charged straight ahead. Those decisive and powerful slashes were like the Grim Reaper's scythe, sending the zombies one by one to meet their ancestors with immense force. After dealing with these small fry, Yun-Chi tilted his head slightly, his cold gaze scanning the surroundings for reconnaissance. When he looked back, there wasn't a single living zombie left around them. The scene on the ground was exceptionally tragic, with zombie corpses strewn everywhere and the air thick with the heavy scent of death. Lu Xun still stood there, her heart pounding violently with fear. Realizing the danger had passed, she leaned against a wall. She breathed a sigh of relief and whispered, It's safe." Yun-Chi curled the corners of his mouth slightly, a joyous light shining in his eyes as he gripped his longsword. He wore an indecipherable smile, thinking to himself, with a 10x points multiplier, farming zombies is a total goldmine. Since they even sent over prohibited weapons, why didn't my family just send me a handheld Gatling gun? With my family's resources, that wouldn't even be difficult. He looked up, his sharp gaze fixed on the supply crate lying quietly in the ruins, and walked over with quick steps. "Almost forgot about this little treasure, nearly missed the supplies," he muttered, his eyes full of anticipation. When his hand touched the supply crate, the system immediately flashed an announcement. "Congratulations, you have discovered system-deployed supplies. 1,000 points earned. Tip: you can view your points on the points leaderboard." This news was an eye-opener for Yun-Chi. Before his eyes, the points leaderboard appeared clearly. Current ranking: 1. Fang Qian, 3,430 points. 2. Wu Wenjin, 3,060 points. 3. Yun-Chi, 2,840 points. After reading it, he was somewhat stunned, an unbelievable feeling surging in his heart. A points leaderboard? I'm actually ranked alongside Fang Qian and Wu Wenjin. These two names were titans of the human alliance. Fang Qian's image surfaced in his mind, a man of burly stature holding a majestic sword. He was a war god of commoner origins who became the commander of the alliance legions through countless military exploits. As for Wu Wenjin, he possessed a sharp mind and a steady temperament, and was the patriarch of the Wu Wen family. The Wu Wen family was one of the 7 great families known as the brains of the alliance parliament. Thinking that he could be ranked alongside such legendary figures as Fang Qian and Wu Wenjin, Yun-Chi felt both shocked and incredulous. Even with the apocalypse arriving, the existence of these two was like a shot of adrenaline for the residents of Planet Blue. But the more he thought about it, the more abnormal it seemed. Over 3,000 points? If they reached that number solely by killing zombies, it truly exceeded human limits. He speculated privately. Perhaps they were with their elite units accumulating points through reconnaissance and collecting supply crates. Just then, the system screen flickered to show a new announcement. "Are you sure you want to remain anonymous on the leaderboard?" Without hesitation, Yun-Chi clicked confirm. He already had a strategy in mind. Speaking of which, they are the monuments of Planet Blue. If my name appears next to theirs, it will certainly attract too much attention. Better to keep a low profile, he grumbled, his sharp gaze scanning the screen. On the other side, seeing Yun-Chi standing still as if lost in thought, Lu Xun stepped forward softly and asked with concern, "Yun-Chi, what's in the supply crate?" He lowered his head, placed his hand on the supply crate in front of him, and answered concisely, "Let me see." Yun-Chi carefully opened the lid, both of their eyes filled with anticipation. But after seeing the contents, they couldn't help but feel disappointed. There wasn't a scrap of food. Inside the box was a series of medical supplies: 2 bottles of level 1 health potions, 2 bottles of level 1 combat burst potions, 2 bottles of level 1 antidotes, and a sharp dagger. Seeing these items, Yun-Chi's face instantly lit up, revealing an incredibly bright smile. "I didn't expect it to be medical items." Yun-Chi nimbly picked up a bottle of potion to examine it closely, his eyes filled with satisfaction. "Not bad, with these potions I can handle common wounds myself," he muttered while glancing at Lu Xun, secretly calculating, with these things maybe there's no need to keep her around anymore. After all, Lu Xun has no combat capability and is always causing trouble. Seeing the mysterious smile on his face, Lu Xun frowned slightly. Suspicion arose in her heart. Suddenly, Yun-Chi was startled as he sensed something abnormal. Taking advantage of his distraction, a zombie lunged forward, its sharp claws about to reach him. Fortunately, he raised his sword just in time, easily blocking the strike. The zombie wore a gruesome smile, its cloudy eyes fixed on him as if to devour him. Realizing the opponent was not simple, Yun-Chi shouted, "Get back!" Lu Xun quickly turned and ran back as fast as she could, not forgetting to remind him anxiously, "Got it, be careful." Yun-Chi whipped out his sword, the edge flashing in the air. The zombie was slightly stunned, and before it could react, he took a deep breath and delivered a decisive slash, sending the giant monster flying backward. But this kind of zombie was not easy to deal with. It roared and quickly scrambled up, preparing to counterattack with startling power. The situation became increasingly urgent as the zombie charged at extreme speed, seemingly certain it could tear Yun-Chi to pieces. A flash of panic and fear crossed Yun-Chi's eyes as he watched those sharp claws swing toward him. At the critical moment of life and death, he dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. The scene was chaotic to the extreme, with constant explosions and thick smoke making everything messy. Despite this, Yun-Chi retreated step by step, maintaining an optimistic spirit, his eyes still burning with the will to fight. Yun-Chi secretly assessed his opponent, finding that the zombie before him was by no means ordinary. It was more dangerous than any monster he had dealt with before. A pensive look appeared on his face, his heart full of doubt. Though this fellow's stature is petite just like Lu Xun's, its strength is twice that of an ordinary zombie. Could it have already mutated into a monster far exceeding level 1? Yun-Chi did not hesitate. He summoned his metallic weapon, the sharp steel blade glinting with a cold, lethal light in his hand. Taking a deep breath, he decisively injected a bottle of combat burst potion into his arm, preparing to counterattack. "This zombie is a bit tricky, looks like I'll have to use this," he muttered to himself. The system immediately chimed with a notification, "You have used a level 1 combat burst potion. All combat attributes increased by 20 for 10 seconds. After reading the prompt, Yun-Chi couldn't help but feel a surge of panic. It only lasted for 10 seconds. "Is this a placebo?" he cursed inwardly, his mind racing for a solution. Before he could come up with a strategy, the zombie let out a sudden roar and charged straight at him with startling speed. Left with no choice, Yun-Chi gripped his longsword and met it head-on. The sharp blade accurately pierced the monster's shoulder, knocking it back. But the strike only served to enrage it. The zombie hissed frantically, its cloudy eyes burning with a bloodthirsty craving. Unexpectedly, its pale, slender fingers clamped down on the blade, preventing Yun-Chi from pulling it out simultaneously. It swung its other hand, claws slashing directly at him. Yun-Chi dodged desperately, but a small gash was still carved into his face and brought red blood seeped out. From a distance, Lu Xun witnessed the entire battle, her face turning pale with fright. She let out a piercing scream, her voice trembling as she called out Yun-Chi's name. Although he tried to create distance, he was still driven into a corner by the zombie. The monster swung its claws frantically, leaving a series of afterimages in the air as it forced him step by step against the wall. Panic was written all over Yun-Chi's face as his brain worked at high speed, searching for a way to escape the danger. The zombie roared manically, exploding with startling strength to pin Yun-Chi firmly against the wall, rendering him unable to resist. Despair gradually clouded his eyes as his mind desperately sought a way out. "Damn it, the burst duration is over. If I'd known, I would have taken all those supplies earlier," he cursed to himself. Glancing at the still open supply crate with a heart full of regret, he had to find a way to get near that box immediately. Just as he was lost in thought, the zombie let out another roar that shook the corridor. Yun-Chi grit his teeth and made a bold decision. There was no more time for hesitation. He threw a heavy bare-handed punch directly at the monster's face. Simultaneously, he took the opportunity to drive his longsword through its body, the steel blade flashing in midair. Seizing this momentary opening, he yanked the sword out and bolted forward at full speed, leaving the stunned zombie behind. His goal now was clear. The supply crate ahead, however, the zombie clearly had no intention of letting him go. Realizing his intent, it roared and pursued him with incredible speed. Yun-Chi's heart skipped a beat as he thought, "Crap, it caught up that fast?" At that critical moment, a voice rang out in his ear. "Catch? 2 potion bottles suddenly streaked through the air. Yunqi reacted with lightning reflexes, reaching out to catch them steadily. He looked up, a flash of disbelief in his eyes. He hadn't expected that in such a dire moment Lu Xun would risk her life to rush to the supply crate and provide support by throwing potions to him. This action completely changed his opinion of her. Before Yunqi could recover from his surprise, Lu Xun had already bravely raised a dagger. Though her heart was pounding like a drum, her eyes held a look of determination. She shouted loudly. Her voice echoed through the space, attempting to draw the zombie's attention. "Look over here. Look at me." Although fear made her whole body tremble, she still did her best to fulfill her role, waving the dagger wildly in an attempt to pull the monster's focus away from Yunqi. Tears slid down her cheeks as she fought while crying, looking both desperate and resolute. This sight made the zombie freeze for a moment, its movements stalling. Seizing the opportunity, Yunqi stopped immediately, ready to act. He no longer hesitated, quickly injecting the 2 potions into his body as a flash of admiration and surprise crossed his eyes. "This woman is actually somewhat useful at key moments," he muttered, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. Sensing Yunqi's intent, the mutated zombie roared in anger, its bloodthirsty eyes snapping back to lock onto him. But by now, Yunqi had become stronger than ever before. Gripping his longsword, he approached step by step, each stride radiating an overwhelming aura, prepared to make this monster pay double for the trouble it had just caused. The system flickered, popping up consecutive prompts. "You have injected a level 1 combat burst potion. All combat attributes increased by 20 for 10 seconds. You have injected a level 1 health potion. Pain perception reduced by 80 for 10 seconds. Yunqi's gaze was as cold as frost, looking at the zombie with defiance. It had completely infuriated him. He let out a majestic roar. The next 10 seconds belonged to real men. The mutated zombie was not to be outdone. It leaped into the air, swinging its claws to attack, its extreme speed creating bursts of wind. Yunqi showed no fear, meeting the wind with his longsword. A clean, decisive slash instantly cut through the zombie's body, moving so fast that the creature had no time to react. He stepped back lightly, his gaze sharp, knowing well that this strike was not yet fatal. He raised his longsword high again, delivering a lethal heavy strike to the monster's back. The sharp steel blade cut in precisely, splitting its body in two. With a heavy thud, the monster collapsed to the floor. Even though it had been cut in half, the mutated zombie continued to roar frantically, enraged to the extreme. Lu Xun, consumed with worry, hurried to his side and asked anxiously, "Yunqi, are you okay?" She quickly manifested healing magic, a soft glow radiating from her palm to envelop his wounds. She comforted him gently. "Let me handle your wounds." Bathed in the holy light, Yunqi calmly observed everything, feeling his body gradually recover under the warm glow. He fell into thought. Lu Xun's growth speed exceeded his imagination. He couldn't help but recall the scene from a moment ago. Despite being scared to death, she had bravely gripped the dagger to face the zombie and support him. This act made him involuntarily change his perspective of her. Meanwhile, Lu Xun was focused on the healing, her heart a whirlwind of emotions. Yunqi was so strong, and even though he had already secured the supplies, he could have completely abandoned me, yet he still fought with his life to protect me, she thought, recalling the moment he shielded her from the zombie's attack. Without him, she likely would have lost her life long ago. A surge of determination rose in her heart, and she silently told herself that she must do everything in her power to assist Yunqi in overcoming these hardships. After a while, Lu Xun announced with a smile, "All done." Yunqi looked happily at the closed wound on his hand, feeling the warmth and comfort brought by the magic. This magic was indeed useful. Having a dedicated healer was worth far more than a supply crate. He calculated silently, his eyes flashing with a light of satisfaction. He walked over, picked up the solitary little dagger from the floor and handed it to Lu Xun, instructing her in a steady tone, "Go kill that zombie, just drive this dagger into its heart." Despite understanding Yunqi's intent, Lu Xun could not hide her fear, her voice trembling as she asked, "I am going?" Yunqi's gaze turned cold and firm. He raised his voice, his words cutting deep. No one could predict what the future held. The most important thing now was to increase their strength. "It's not just me, you need to accumulate points as well." Hearing these words, Lu Xun clenched her fists, a flash of resolve crossing her eyes. She took the dagger, thinking, "Yunqi is right, I must become stronger and cannot rely on him forever." She took a deep breath, trying to calm her emotions, and walked slowly but steadily toward the zombie that was still growling frantically. She gripped the dagger and raised it high, letting out a loud shout to bolster her courage, then decisively drove the blade straight into the monster's chest. Bright red blood instantly splattered into the air. This marked the end of the mutated zombie. It let out one last faint wail before falling into a permanent slumber. The system immediately lit up, popping up a prompt before Lu Xun that caught her somewhat off guard. "Killed a level 5 zombie, earned 500 points. Congratulations, you have obtained an extra reward. Level 1 healing skill. A single target skill with definitive healing effects on external wounds." Lu Xun turned around in a frenzy of joy, her voice filled with excitement. "Thank you, Yunqi, I got 500 points and even learned a healing skill." However, her words hit Yunqi like a bolt from the blue. He dropped to his knees with a thud, his face contorted in pain as tears began to flow uncontrollably. 500 points. If his 10x multiplier were applied, wouldn't that be 5,000 points? That would have been enough for him to surpass the Alliance War God and the Speaker of the House, putting him directly at the top of the leaderboard. The more he thought about it, the more his heart ached, his voice trembling as he lamented. It even gave a skill. God, is there another level 5 zombie for me to kill? Seeing him crying and sighing, Lu Xun asked with inexplicable concern, Yanqi, what's wrong? He shook his head and replied weakly while sitting on the ground, it's nothing, I just suddenly feel a bit tired at heart. He quietly surveyed the surroundings with a scrutinizing gaze, trying to regain his composure and observe the situation. Yanqi's expression was grave as he fell into deep thought. This healer must be kept close. If someone else snatches her away, they'll be getting a huge advantage. At this thought, he stood up abruptly and decisively reminded Lu Xun, let's go, we're out of supplies, we must find a safe and stable shelter first. Seeing her still standing dazed, he frowned slightly, a trace of surprise in his eyes. Lu Xun's eyes suddenly lit up as she pointed ahead and shouted excitedly, Yanqi, I know a place with plenty of supplies. The scene shifted rapidly. They arrived at a desolate area of the city where the streets were a mess, zombies lay scattered about, and the blood on the ground had already dried. Lu Xun observed the surroundings, unable to hide her surprise. Yanqi, it seems a fierce battle took place here. The zombies have all been wiped out. Yanqi nodded, his gaze sharp as he warned in a low voice. We still need to be careful. If we miss even one, it'll be trouble. He hid in a corner, silently observing and searching the environment. Suddenly he stopped in his tracks and murmured, the shelter you mentioned, could it be those Green Bay apartments across the way? Isn't that your home? Lu Xun was startled, asking with a panicked look, how did you know? Yanqi turned back with a faint smile and explained, back at the office I heard those male colleagues trying to walk you home time and after time. I'm not stupid. It wasn't hard to guess. Lu Xun blushed, and thinking of her fridge full of food, she hurriedly defended herself. I did want to go home to see if my parents were safe, but I didn't lie to you. My mom loves to hoard goods, especially natural vegetables. She often has loads of things shipped from the farm to stock in the attic. It's enough to last us a long time. After speaking, she turned her head away, her cheeks flushed as she muttered softly, if you're willing, you can stay at my house. I also want to introduce you to my parents. Yanqi seemed not to notice her proposal. His mind worked rapidly, weighing the next step. Since they were already here, it would be a waste to give up now. Besides, the zombies in the area had been cleared out. He'd treat it as a trip for supplies, he thought to himself. After a moment of hesitation, he turned and said decisively, let's go. Lu Xun was overjoyed, stepping out ahead with an excited tone. All right, it's just up ahead. But Yanqi suddenly stopped, keenly sensing something was wrong. He quickly grabbed her hand and warned in a deep voice, wait, before we set out. Do you remember the things I repeatedly told you to keep in mind? Lu Xun paused, then smiled triumphantly. Don't worry, I remember them all. Yanqi's instructions surfaced in her mind. She recited with full confidence, in the apocalyptic world, besides zombies, there are 3 types of people you absolutely must not provoke. She continued, her eyes shining as she recalled the details. First, those who were masters of combat techniques before the apocalypse. Given equal attributes, their combat power is extremely startling. The system flickered, displaying class information. Assassin. Main attribute, agility. Secondary attribute, strength. Description, melee attacks ignore 15 of the target's defense. Lu Xun continued, noting that assassins might also have class skill enhancement effects. She paused and then went on. Second, shooters. Right now, everyone is a level 1 novice, and a single bullet can be fatal, but in the game, only shooters are equipped with firearms, which makes them extremely dangerous. If you run into them, you must run as fast as you can. The system displayed class information again. Shooter. Main attribute, agility. Secondary attribute, spirit. Description, long-range attack accuracy increased by 25. Finally, Lu Xun recited Yanqi's words. Third, Beastmasters. They don't need to do the work themselves, they can charge into battle just by commanding their pets. At this stage, they are the overlords of the novice zone. The system confirmed the class, Beastmaster. Main attribute, Constitution. Secondary attribute, Spirit. Description, for every pet activated, your own Constitution increases by 3. Pet attack power increases by 3, stacking up to 3 times. But as she spoke, Lu Xun felt a bit confused and muttered, looking at it this way, 3 out of the 6 basic classes are dangerous elements. Are they really that strong? Yanqi nodded in confirmation, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings as he vigilantly searched for any signs of abnormality. We must be extra careful of shooters, Yanqi said gravely, his eyes piercing. If we get into a conflict with them, we might not even know how we died. Just as he finished speaking, he was suddenly startled. A red laser dot was flashing violently, locked dead onto his chest. Relying on his sharp reflexes, Yanqi instantly leaped to the side, narrowly avoiding a bullet that whistled past him. Realizing he was under attack by a shooter, he felt a surge of alarm and disbelief. A sniper beside him. Lu Xun turned deathly pale and let out a scream. Just then, another bullet streaked in from the distance, aimed straight for Yanqi. His heart skipped a beat as a powerful sense of crisis enveloped him. The sniper held his position, rifle ready, reporting coldly into his radio. Team leader Han, 2 suspected zombie targets discovered in Sector A to the southeast. The sudden turn of events left Yanqi slightly flustered, thinking to himself, a shooter, exactly what I feared. Sensing the situation was becoming increasingly dire, he and Lu Xun quickly raised their hands, explaining loudly and calmly, don't fire, we're just survivors passing through. but the sniper did not lower his guard, his voice as cold as ice. Freeze. If you want to live, prove you're still human. Yunqi froze, murmuring to himself, prove it? How exactly am I supposed to prove that? Just as the two were at a loss, a mutated zombie suddenly lunged from beneath a car. The zombie roared manically, its blood-red eyes fixed on them. Without hesitation, Yunqi gripped the blade of extinction and delivered a decisive slash, ending the monster's life in an instant. The system screen flickered, popping up an announcement. Level 1 zombie killed, 100 points earned. A strange smile curled on his lips. He did this not only to make the other party lower their guard but also to take the opportunity to earn points. It was an easy way to farm. He then focused his mind, swinging his sword repeatedly to deal with the surrounding zombies while reminding her, Lucian, don't just stand there, get the last hits. He added with a hint of mockery, these are free points. Lucian nodded hurriedly, the worry still etched on her face. She pulled out the small dagger Yunqi had given her, took a deep breath and decisively drove it into a zombie. The system continued to broadcast. Level 1 zombie killed, 10 points earned. The notification sounds rang out one after another as their points climbed rapidly. Level 1 zombie killed, 100 points earned. Level 1 zombie killed, 10 points earned. Level 1 zombie killed, 100 points earned. The sniper, unable to tolerate the scene any longer, he stepped forward angrily, aiming his gun and barking, "He'd get over here with your girlfriend and stop showing off." Hearing the sniper's words, a flash of disappointment crossed Yunqi's eyes and he stopped his work. His gaze swept over the group of people approaching them. At the word girlfriend, Lucian's face flushed a deep crimson, the blush impossible to hide. The lead sniper ordered coldly, check them thoroughly. See if there are any obvious open wounds on their bodies. Yunqi scanned the group and realized they belonged to a highly organized alliance. Some were on guard with guns while others were mages summoning strange lights to assist their companions. He assessed them silently. Mostly shooters, a few mages, and the rest were knights, warriors and beastmasters, each in an optimal combat position. The apocalypse had only just begun, yet such a well-rounded team had already formed. The leader was definitely a professional, perhaps military. After a thorough inspection, a young girl turned back to the blonde sniper and reported, "Vice Captain, there are no wounds on these two." The sniper laughed. He pushed up his glasses and said teasingly, "Jumping around in this chaos and you're not infected, and you just happen to run into our law enforcement team. You two have some incredible luck." Yunqi stepped forward in surprise and asked, "Law enforcement team, are you officers from the City Security Bureau?" The sniper nodded with a proud smile. "Correct," he explained. "When the outbreak started, the city center was crawling with zombies. Team leader Han led us into the armory, established a defensive line and escorted the public to safety. Most survivors on these streets have already been evacuated. We're about to evacuate as well, so honestly you two really did get lucky." Yunqi sighed softly upon hearing this, a look of deep thought in his eyes. He realized why they hadn't seen a single soul on the way here besides zombies. Just then the sound of steady footsteps echoed. A man with a grim face and cold features walked over. Everyone immediately straightened up and shouted respectfully, "Team leader Han." This was Han Yi, the leader of the law enforcement team. He walked up to Yunqi and got straight to the point. His voice was deep. "I'm Han Yi, leader of the law enforcement team. You two are survivors who just escaped, right? Why were you running in this direction?" Hearing this, Lucian hurried forward, hope and worry warring in her eyes as she addressed Han Yi. "Captain Han, we live in Green Bay Apartments. Do you know what the situation is like over there? My parents are still inside." Han Yi's expression turned solemn, his eyes darkening as he replied, "Green Bay Apartments, the danger level there is extremely high. If your parents are still inside, I'm afraid the hope of survival is slim." These words were like a bolt from the blue, leaving Lucian stunned and unable to believe her ears. What? She swayed, her legs nearly giving way. Yunqi was quick to support her, his gaze reassuring. As if he had already grown accustomed to this cruel reality, he looked up and questioned Han Yi calmly, "Captain Han, all communications are down and many people can't get information out. How can you be so sure there are no survivors in that area?" The sniper vice captain immediately stepped forward, shouting angrily, "Hey kid, are you doubting Captain Han?" Han Yi raised a hand to stop his subordinate and replied steadily, "It's fine." He turned his gaze toward the smoke-filled direction of Green Bay Apartments and explained, "My companions and I have been using the World Channel to contact survivors. Initially there were responses from Green Bay, but starting half an hour ago, there's been nothing." His voice was low as he looked over the zombie corpses littering the ground. Furthermore, the majority of the zombie horde surging this way came from the Green Bay district. "I'm afraid the entire area has fallen, even with weapons, individual strength cannot deal with a zombie horde of that scale." Yunqi fell into deep thought after hearing this, his eyes reflecting a silent calculation. He seemed to have made his own decision. Seeing Lucian still weak and red-eyed, unable to accept the reality, he sighed inwardly. Han Yi's judgment was likely correct. Lucian's parents were probably gone. Going to Green Bay now was definitely unwise, especially given her current emotional state. Han Yi looked at him, his voice steady and full of weight. "I suggest you don't go throw your lives away. I believe your parents would only want you to live on safely, rather than rushing to your deaths." Just as everyone fell into a pensive silence, a massive roar echoed from behind. They all spun around, looking toward the source of the noise with tension. A scout ran over in a panic, reporting urgently to Han Yi, "The situation is bad, Captain. Something is charging this way from the north, and it's not zombies this time." Han Yi's heart jolted, his eyes turning sharp as he looked into the distance. What? On the blurred horizon, a bizarre sight appeared. Yun Qi stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what he was seeing. A pack of mutated boars, abnormally large, were charging frantically as if they were specifically targeting humans for attack. Panic spread through the group. It was the first time they had seen such a terrifying sight. Mutated boars? Han Yi quickly regained his composure and led his warriors to the front line. His voice rang out, steady and powerful. Everyone assume combat positions, he gave the orders decisively, directing all shooters to the front to establish a circular defensive perimeter. The shooters lined up quickly, leveling their weapons ready for the threat. Han Yi continued assigning tasks. Knights and warriors, hold the second row, ready to back them up at any moment. Beastmasters, guard the intersections and signal immediately if anything changes. Everyone looked grave, holding their breath as they watched the battlefield ahead. Observing the complete defensive formation, Han Yi ordered once more, the remaining mages stay in the back row. Once the battle starts, don't hold back. Hit them hard with every high damage spell you have. 2 mages nodded in agreement. Understood. Standing to the side, Yun Qi watched Han Yi's stern face and couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration, as expected of the City Security Bureau's law enforcement team. The apocalypse had been active for less than 8 hours, yet this team was already coordinating with such synergy. He thought to himself, a flash of surprise in his eyes. The pack of mutated boars roared in like a thunderclap. The vice-captain quickly looked back to report, Captain Han, the boars are in range. Han Yi didn't hesitate and let out a roar. Fire! The moment the words left his mouth, the entire team unleashed a volley. Gunfire shook the air as bullets tore through the sky. The lead boars fell to the ground, blood staining the earth. The scene instantly became chaotic to the extreme. Smoke filled the air as roars and gunfire intertwined. Although the first wave of boars had fallen, those behind them leapt high, charging the defensive line with devastating momentum. Seeing the situation was critical, the vice-captain shouted, Captain Han, we can't hold them. At this rate, those beasts are going to break through the line. Although Han Yi felt somewhat powerless, he struggled to remain calm, but he couldn't help but curse inwardly, damn it, not even our maximum firepower can suppress them. Left with no other choice before the boars reached them, he roared, everyone retreat behind cover. Upon receiving the command, the shooters immediately signaled each other, shouting, out of ammo, fall back. However, one shooter suddenly froze during the hurried retreat, clutching his leg in agony. My foot's injured, I can't run. The massive mutated boar spotted this easy prey and lunged with startling speed. The shooter could only look up in despair. Han Yi cried out, his voice full of anxiety. Old Wong, fortunately, at the moment of life and death, a high-pressure jet of water erupted. It slammed the mutated boar aside, saving Old Wang's life. Han Yi and the others looked back in shock, discovering that Yun Qi had used a high-pressure fire hose to strike the monster with precision. This move greatly surprised Han Yi, who marveled silently. Using a water cannon to block a mutated boar, he's a genius. He watched Old Wong limp over and said with relief, Old Wong, you cheated death this time. Turning to Yun Qi, Han Yi was filled with gratitude. Brother, thanks for stepping in and saving our comrade. Yun Qi laughed, shaking his head as he explained, don't misunderstand. These monsters are extremely sensitive to the smell of blood. I just didn't want the scent of human blood to attract even more of them. Yun Qi looked grave as his gaze shifted to the other side. He had originally intended to observe the law enforcement team's strength from the shadows before acting, but he hadn't expected to expose himself so quickly. Before them now was a dense pack of mutated boars, their numbers terrifyingly high. He let out a long sigh, feeling helpless. How many more of these beasts are there? Han Yi quickly raised his hand, his voice decisive. Rocket Squad, prepare to move up in support. At the command, the entire team gripped their weapons, let out a unified shout, and charged toward the boars. Violent explosions rang out as smoke and dust billowed. The continuous bombardment finally slowed the monster's advance. Boar carcasses were sent flying as flesh and blood rained down, but even when reduced to skeletons, some boars still stubbornly stood up, stumbling toward the crowd. Yun Qi witnessed all this and fell into thought. No, if they didn't hit the vitals, no matter how many times they bombed them, it would be difficult to completely eliminate these mutated boars. This method was too inefficient. Someone in the team shouted, give them a few more shells, blow these beasts into mincemeat. Another comrade replied with a sigh, I want to, but that was our last shell. Just then, Yun Qi's sword flashed with a cold light as he blocked a shell. He stepped forward, his gaze icy, holding the large projectile in his hand. Let me borrow your gun. He didn't wait for the young man to agree. He quickly seized the launcher. With a fluid motion, he aimed at the boar pack and fired. The shell whistled through the air, but instead of hitting a monster, it accurately struck a building behind them, triggering an earth-shattering explosion. The mutated boars were enraged by the noise and accelerated toward the law enforcement team with frantic roars. The scene descended into chaos. The young soldier was stunned, barking in a panic, Newbie, what are you doing? You missed everything. The entire building shook violently and then collapsed, burying the boars under massive blocks of stone. The monsters were buried underground amidst their final wails. The thick smoke gradually cleared, leaving a messy battlefield. The sight left the young soldier speechless, stammering, what? They were actually stopped. Yun Qi's lips curled up in a triumphant smile. Everything was within his calculations. Standing to the side, Han Yi couldn't hide his inner surprise, thinking, good thing I wasn't wrong about him. This kid really has some moves. but just as everyone thought the battle was over, a mutated boar suddenly struggled to its feet, its bloodthirsty gaze fixed straight on them. Realizing the situation was urgent, Han Yi roared, "The monsters are starting to recover. There are too many of them. Don't let your guard down." His gaze swept over the thick smoke rising from the ruins. Yun Qi, with his keen mind, pointed into the distance and said decisively, "Captain Han, see that nuclear plant and the black smoke from the exhaust pipes? The emergency generator group's automatic protection system shouldn't have exceeded 72 hours yet." Han Yi jolted as if waking from a dream. So that was it. He turned to the vice captain, his voice steady yet urgent. "Vice captain, I remember you were a professional electrician by trade." The vice captain led his team to the cable pit in Sector B, stripping the insulation from the breaks to expose the copper cores. Han Yi nodded in understanding. Nearby, oil dripped steadily from the machinery, forming dark mottled stains on the ground. The vice captain and several others rushed to the oil leak, preparing for the upcoming clash. In the suffocating, oppressive air, everything was set for the new plan. Having recovered their strength, the pack of mutated boars charged frantically, their hooves striking the ground so hard that debris flew everywhere. Clutching the cables, the vice captain rushed forward and signaled Han Yi. "Captain Han, I've got the cables." Han Yi roared without hesitation. "Throw them into the water, everyone else get back." The vice captain hurled the cables toward the monster horde, shouting, "Watch out, high voltage." Powerful high-tension current instantly surged through the ground, striking the charging boars. Unaware of the danger, they continued their ferocious sprint, looking ready to swallow everyone whole. Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion erupted. It was a total wipeout. The mutated boars were violently electrocuted, letting out agonized roars as their bodies convulsed. System panels flashed incessantly with a barrage of notifications. Level 1 mutated boar killed, 200 points rewarded. Level 1 mutated boar killed, 200 points rewarded. Similar notices flooded in. A massive number of boars collapsed, their carcasses piling up like mountains. The few survivors were left gasping for breath. Watching this, Yun Qi couldn't hide his excitement after this wave, even if some boars remained. Their combat effectiveness had been slashed by 80%. Han Yi and the entire team were stunned by the horrific effectiveness, marveling at how the emergency generator's current was beyond imagination. However, Han Yi quickly regained his composure and explained, "No, this wasn't just the generator's doing. When the building collapsed, metal particles and salt mixed into the water, drastically increasing its conductivity. That's why the effect was so devastating." After speaking, he glanced at Yun Qi with a trace of suspicion. Yun Qi remained where he was, observing quietly as if calculating something in secret. Witnessing Yun Qi's resourcefulness, Han Yi couldn't help but feel a secret surge of admiration. To break the stalemate using only the terrain and available resources in such a short time was impressive. The more Han Yi thought about it, the more startled he became. His gaze swept over the smug smile on Yun Qi's face, thinking, his adaptability is terrifying. But seeing the remaining boars still charging fiercely, Han Yi sighed and said in a deep voice, "It's too early to claim victory." Yun Qi gripped his weapon and charged at the boars alongside Han Yi and the team. He locked onto a massive boar with blood-red eyes. The boar spotted him and leaped into the air, attempting to crush him with its immense weight, but Yun Qi showed no fear. He raised his shield to block, then spun back, skillfully maintaining his distance. Realizing this monster was tricky, he fell into thought. In terms of sheer impact, this guy is stronger than a level 5 zombie. Noticing his teammates struggling against the pack, he pondered his next move. A shield alone wouldn't stop them. Sure enough, the vice captain reported in a panic, "Captain, we can't hold them." Yun Qi stood still, his gaze icy as he rapidly weighed the situation. "If this drags on, the situation will turn against us. I need another way." As he was thinking, a vicious mutated boar charged straight for him, its hooves kicking up mud and stones. Undaunted, Yun Qi gripped his weapon and met it head-on. Seeing his reckless move, Han Yi spun around and shouted, "Hey, don't take it head-on, you'll be insta-killed." Despite the warning, Yun Qi didn't waver. He raised his shield, his eyes sharp. He responded calmly, "The one getting insta-killed won't be me." To the shock of the crowd, Yun Qi slammed his shield heavily onto the ground, making the road tremble. The cold light of his longsword flashed, pointing directly at the mutated boar's weak point. A mocking smile curled on his lips. What a stupid pig. Totally unaware of the danger, the boar continued its frantic charge, baring its tusks to attack. Just as Yun Qi expected, he lunged with his sword, the sharp steel blade piercing deep into the monster's body as blood splattered everywhere. Seizing the moment the monster was wounded, his gaze grew even more ruthless. A series of decisive slashes followed, easily bringing down the giant boar. After the brief battle, the system flashed with a notification. Level 1 mutated boar killed, 2,000 points earned. Yun Qi smiled triumphantly and commanded in a low voice, "Rest in peace, you stupid pig." Suddenly, the system continued to broadcast, current total points, 5,140, class skill obtained, Undead Awakening level 1. The detailed information appeared clearly. Yun Qi, level 1 Novice Village NPC, points 5,140, class Nether Knight, strength 9, agility 9, spirit 10, constitution 10, affinity 10, personal talent, Son of the Plains, class expertise none, skills owned, Undead Awakening. Skill description level 1 Undead Awakening, resurrect a unit whose level does not exceed your own to serve you. Upon resurrection, the unit's level will automatically sync with yours. The unit retains its NPC attributes from its previous life. If those attributes are more than 2 levels lower than the user's current attributes, they are adjusted to the user's attribute level -2 while all attributes receive a 5 boost. Note, only one unit can be resurrected at a time. If the resurrection bond is cancelled, the target will die immediately, currently unable to resurrect and control players as slaves. After reading through this new information, a smug smile played on Yunqi's lips as if he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Yunqi looked at the fallen mutated boar, an excited light flashing in his eyes. Undead Awakening, I finally have a class skill. Smiling smugly, he immediately decided to test the skill's power. He declared in a confident voice, "Rise, my darling." He spread his hands and whispered a mysterious incantation. To his amazement, as soon as the spell was finished, the mutated boar's eyes lit up with an eerie, terrifying red glow. Then it slowly stood up as if it had never been defeated. A faint green aura enveloped its body, making it look as though it had been completely reborn. The boar walked straight toward Yunqi, appearing to follow its master's command. The vice captain in the back was startled and shouted in a panic, "Newbie, get away, that pig isn't dead." Amidst the crowd's panic, Yunqi suddenly leaped into the air and surged forward at high speed. What happened next left the entire team dumbfounded. He jumped onto the mutated boar's back, riding it into the fray like a knight. The vice captain froze, muttering, "A boar knight? That name sounds like..." Yunqi frowned and looked back, retorting with annoyance, "Boar knight? That sounds so awkward." But his gaze remained fixed on the mutated boars ahead, his smug smile deepening. "This pig's combat power is quite to my liking." He raised his longsword high and commanded the boar to charge into the battle formation. Sharp slashes were unleashed, steel shadows flickering in midair as he easily brought down one mutated boar after another. The system continuously flashed notifications. Level 1 mutated boar killed. 2,000 points rewarded. Level 1 mutated boar killed. 2,000 points rewarded. Similar notifications rang out incessantly. His points soared frantically. Yunqi's bold actions left Han Yi and the entire law enforcement team speechless, unable to believe their eyes. Too strong. Yunqi was like a true knight, charging into the monster horde on the back of the giant mutated boar. Even the boar he controlled began to viciously tear into its own kind, eliciting bursts of agonized wails. Because of his seamless coordination with the resurrected boar, the pack fell one after another, the corpses piling up like mountains. The system kept popping up prompts. Level 1 mutated boar killed, 2,000 points earned. Han Yi couldn't stand by any longer. He slammed his longsword into the ground and gave a decisive command, "Snap out of it, everyone. Hold the line. Shooters with ammo, cover that young man. Don't let anything happen to him." The whole team immediately nodded and took the order. Bullets tore through the air, accurately striking the remaining boars. Transformed into a boar knight, Yunqi continued to swing his sword, slaughtering every monster with sharp slashes. Steel shadows flickered through the smoke. Moments later, the battlefield gradually quieted down. The swirling dust cleared, revealing the carcasses of mutated boars strewn everywhere. Yunqi scanned the surroundings, his gaze sharp. The situation was almost under control, but seeing the zombie horde slowly closing in from the distance, he quickly made a decision. "As long as we take out this wave of zombies, we'll be safe." He made a silent vow, his gaze resolute. Seeing the situation improve, Han Yi looked back with relief and said excitedly, "Once this battle is over, our mission will be a complete success. We can go home and see our families. Now everyone grab your weapons and let's wipe out these monsters." The team cheered in unison. "All right," but a sudden voice interrupted the joy. "Wait, don't kill them." Yunqi looked back in surprise, filled with confusion. Lu Xun had walked over, her face pale with terror. He quickly asked, "Lu Xun, what's wrong?" She was trembling all over, tears streaming down her face as she stared ahead, seemingly unable to believe what was happening. "Understand your feelings?" Yunqi followed her gaze and saw a pair of mutated zombies. Their eyes were vacant and devoid of reason as they lunged straight toward the group, snarling and baring their teeth. Lu Xun fell into despair, tears welling up as she choked out, "That's my mom and dad." "Dad, Mom?" Realizing she was overwhelmed by emotion, Yunqi barked, "Lu Xun, don't come any closer." He stepped forward with a grave expression, shielding her with his sturdy back. He reminded her in a deep, steady but firm voice, "They are no longer the people you knew." Han Yi saw the situation and immediately shouted to his team, "What are you waiting for? Those are zombies. Everyone weapons up." His voice was full of authority. "Follow me and kill them." The team responded in unison. "Kill." They charged forward, weapons ready. On this side, Yunqi sped past the zombies that used to be Lu Xun's parents on his mutated boar. They were now just frenzied living dead, clawing and attacking relentlessly. He leaped into the air and commanded the boar to knock down the surrounding zombies. Then he gracefully jumped off the boar's back and landed steadily. But he had miscalculated. At that moment he was surrounded on all sides by a mob of frenzied zombies. Yunqi's movement stalled, and a flash of embarrassment crossed his eyes. "Crap, I jumped right into a nest of them. Looks like I'm going to take a few hits." Just as the thought crossed his mind, the zombies lunged as one, snarling hideously. Yunqi was startled, feeling a bit of panic. Suddenly, bullets tore through the air, striking the zombies one after another as if carving out a path of survival for him. Realizing the situation had improved, he looked back, his face full of surprise. He saw the law enforcement team shooters providing continuous cover and support. Turning in another direction, he was surprised to see Han Yi holding a shield and charging toward him without hesitation. This move caught Yunqi off guard. Han Yi stepped up, his tone steady with a hint of teasing. "You little brat, how dare you charge in alone with the law enforcement team here? Don't think you can play the hero by yourself." The teammates behind them laughed, joking in unison. "That's right, everyone together, you can't hog all the points for yourself, kid." Hearing this, Yun-Chi laughed out loud, his eyes shining. "Then let's agree on this. Finders keepers, don't try to steal my kills later." Battle cries shook the sky, intermingled with the roars of zombies. The battlefield descended into chaos as fierce combat broke out. 20 minutes later, Yun-Chi swung his longsword, cutting down every zombie that dared to approach. Han Yi looked stern, using his shield to continuously crush the monsters. Corpses were piled high. The once dense zombie horde was now reduced to a few withered remains, no longer a threat. They were exhausted. Yun-Chi thrust his longsword into the ground and let out a long sigh of relief. The battle was finally over. He sat down and chatted with the others with a smile. "Thanks to the coordination with the law enforcement team. Otherwise, facing that many zombies, I would have lost half my life even if I didn't die." Just then, Lu Xun rushed over and asked with concern, "Yun-Chi, are you hurt? Let me heal you." Before he could react, she stepped forward and softly chanted the holy light incantation. Under that gentle glow, his wounds began to close. Looking at Lu Xun's face and seeing her bloodshot eyes, Yun-Chi's heart stirred slightly. She bit her lip, her gaze resolute. "My parents are gone. If Yun-Chi dies too, I'll truly be all alone." His wounds were almost fully healed when he reminded her in a softened tone, "My injuries are mostly fine, you should go. Say goodbye to your parents." Lu Xun froze, asking blankly, "What?" Yun-Chi slowly stood up, gripping his longsword and looking ahead with a deep gaze. Just then, a giant boar had already pinned a zombie firmly under its hooves. When Lu Xun looked closer, she was horrified to find that they were actually her parents. Now transformed into zombies, they were snarling and lunging toward her. Heartbroken and desperate, Lu Xun rushed forward with a cry of agony. Standing behind her, Yun-Chi watched her every move in silence, a trace of depth in his eyes. It turned out his sudden charge earlier was to give her a chance to say goodbye in person. He gently handed the sword to her, his voice steady. "Go ahead." Lu Xun took the longsword with trembling hands and whispered, "Thank you." Meanwhile, the two zombies, still pinned down by the mutated boar, continued to roar incessantly. She stepped forward decisively. But even though they had become zombies, her parents could no longer recognize their poor daughter. They only let out low growls, their clouded eyes filled with despair. Tears slid down Lu Xun's cheeks. She gripped the longsword tightly, her hands shaking uncontrollably, her eyes full of reluctance and pain, her voice choked. "Dad, Mom, it's me, Wan." Standing behind her, Yun-Chi knew the pain in her heart. Ending the lives of one's own kin was a burden nearly impossible for anyone to bear. He stepped forward and suggested softly, "How about I do it?" Lu Xun's body continued to tremble. Despite that sense of helplessness, as their daughter, she was still alive, and she had found a friend she could rely on. She looked up at the two still roaring zombies, her tone resolute. "Dad, Mom, I will live on well from now on." With that determination, Lu Xun raised Yun-Chi's longsword, ready to act. "So please don't worry about me anymore, Dad and Mom." Unable to bear witnessing this heart-wrenching scene, she closed her eyes tight, a sharp pang of grief in her heart. The longsword slashed down and blood splattered in the air, staining the chaotic scene red. The roaring stopped abruptly, leaving only a heartbreaking silence to shroud the surroundings. Suddenly, a new prompt appeared before Yun-Chi's eyes. "Your undead teammate has fallen. You can resurrect the next unit in 3 minutes." This message left him speechless, unsure of what to say. Lu Xun had just personally ended her parents' lives and was currently wailing in despair. Seeing her in such pain, Yun-Chi hesitated for a moment before shifting his gaze to the mutated boar, the comrade who had shared trials and tribulations with him. He couldn't help but collapse to the ground, crying out loud, "Boar bro!" This move stunned Lu Xun, who stared at him blankly. Yun-Chi stood there with tears streaming down his face, his voice full of sorrow. This was a combat force even stronger than a level 5 zombie, and it was actually killed by this girl in one strike. Nearby, Han Yi was directing everyone to burn the carcasses of the mutated boars, shouting, "Clean up these boar corpses quickly to avoid secondary infection. The battlefield has been cleared. No boar zombies can be resurrected now." Yun-Chi helplessly reached out toward the mutated boar. "Whale boar bro, get up and walk a few steps for me again." Seeing him cry so miserably, even the system seemed to feel a trace of pity, while Lu Xun standing nearby was even more confused. "Yun-Chi, those were my parents. Why do you look even more heartbroken than me?" He turned his head, too embarrassed to explain, and could only raise his hand and shout, "Is there a free mage? Someone here is injured and needs healing." Both were startled. Lu Xun quickly turned around. "Goodbye anyway, thank you for what you did regarding my parents. You take a rest first. I'm going over to help treat the wounded." Yun-Chi nodded in acknowledgement, his sharp gaze scanning elsewhere as he calculated silently. This law enforcement team is very responsible, but they also have their limitations. Moreover, the team has no shortage of mages, so they likely won't be wary of Lu Xun's abilities. Watching her retreating back, he began to formulate his own plan. Keeping Lu Xun busy would also help distract her from her pain. Suddenly a voice rang out in Yun-Chi's mind. "Hello, is anyone there?" This sudden sound startled him, and he hurriedly turned to look around. But he saw nothing except Han Yi standing nearby with a confused look. Han Yi wiped the sweat from his forehead, walked over and asked with a puzzled face, "What's wrong?" Yun-Chi shook his head, his gaze sweeping past Han Yi as he replied, "Didn't you hear that?" The question left Han Yi stunned. "Hear what?" Yun-Chi immediately turned to the other side, muttering softly, "Nothing." But his mind was even more of a mess. He thought communication had been restored, only to find that he was the only one who could hear this voice. Could it be coming from the game interface? The voice in his head was still chattering away. It kept rambling. Why isn't anyone talking? Is everyone dead? Anyone want to come in and chat to kill some time? Yunqi felt a bit irritated, thinking to himself, TCH, so noisy. When did this game add a voice chat feature? Just then, the system screen flickered and a new notification popped up in front of him. A group channel had suddenly appeared. It included everything from subgroups and private chats to party and world channels. He furrowed his brows, full of doubt. When did these group channels get added? Before he could recover, the system message updated again. Congratulations, you have joined the Doomsday Walker squad. This notification sent a jolt through Yunqi's heart, making him feel as if he had been pulled into a separate dimension. A bright light flashed, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a spacious room. A group of mysterious figures sat around a large circular table. He observed blankly, wondering, is this my consciousness space? His gaze swept over everyone, his doubts deepening. Among NPCs, the squad chat feature hadn't even been opened yet. Where did these 10 people come from? Furthermore, there were no options to leave the group or invite friends. Yunqi's gaze gradually turned cold as he realized the situation was abnormal. All members of this group seemed to have been fixed from the start. He mused to himself, I wonder if the others have more information. One member in the room suddenly spoke up, his tone full of suspicion. Excuse me, what is this group all about? Yunqi looked up, meeting the gaze of a smiling, mysterious person. That person spoke. Number 7, don't tell me even you don't know. Which family are you from? When your family gave that thing to you, didn't they explain things clearly? These words left Yunqi even more confused. He frowned at the other person and asked back in bewilderment, what exactly is that thing? He subconsciously looked at the sword placed neatly on the table. A thought flashed through his mind. If my family sent anything recently, it's only this sword from my eldest sister. Could there be a secret hidden within this blade? The person sitting in the number 5 spot revealed a smug smile. They replied, don't try to fish for others' identities in this group. Although everyone is a Doomsday Walker, whether we'll be friends or rivals in the future is hard to say right now. Yunqi was completely in the dark and simply frowned to press for an answer. Could I ask what exactly is the identity of a Doomsday Walker you're talking about? The woman at number 5 was about to speak, but before she could, the man at number 7 next to her laughed out loud and reached out to interrupt. I know, Doomsday Walker is the code name for the 10 people who possess Titan God-tier weapons. His voice trembled with excitement. 3 months ago, the Titan AI sensed a coming mutation in the human world, so it forged these divine weapons and gave them to the 10 most powerful people in the Middle Capital. These weapons are like viruses implanted into the Doomsday Game. The code programs they carry will constantly analyze game data to self-upgrade. Those who possess Titan God-tier weapons will enjoy special advantages. In other words, they have coded cheat codes that make them extremely difficult for other players to kill. After hearing the explanation, Yunqi fell into deep thought, his gaze landing on the blade of extinction in his hand. So this sword is the divine weapon allocated to the Yun family. He was secretly shocked. Knowing full well that this thing could increase the chances of survival, his father and eldest sister still chose to give it to him, a runaway. This fact left him stunned, a nameless feeling surging in his heart. Seeing him remain silent, the man at number 7 sitting next to him called out softly, Hey number 7, are you still listening? Why aren't you talking? Suddenly dazing off is very impolite, you know. Snapped out of it by the reminder, Yunqi looked up and answered, Sorry, I'm listening. Is everyone in the group in the Middle Capital? What's the situation there? Are the major families all right? Number 7 hesitated for a moment before calmly explaining the information he had. Titan had issued warnings long ago, so the major families called back their descendants who were away. It's actually surprising you aren't in the Middle Capital. Currently the major families are all very safe, except for the old man of the Shay family who had bad luck and turned into a zombie. He was put down by his own son for the greater good. Hearing this, Yunqi breathed a sigh of relief and murmured, I see. Although hearing that the Yun family was largely fine put his mind at ease, he still couldn't help but fall into thought. Just then, number 7 looked at the system screen and asked everyone in surprise. Actually, I joined the group chat to ask, does anyone know what the affinity attribute is? Mine is only 10. What about yours? The system immediately displayed the information before him. Affinity 10. Number 6 sitting nearby just kept quiet and didn't answer. Number 7 stared at the information in front of him and continued to report, Mine is 10 too. He let out a long sigh, his tone frustrated. It seems this is a uniform number, and the system hasn't explained what it's for. How boring. Soon after, the people in the room began to stand up one by one, not forgetting to say their goodbyes. Brother, I'm heading out first. Remember to share if you get any intel. See ya. Back in reality, Yunqi stood before the mutated boar's carcass, his gaze profound. He had no interest in the corpse, instead he was dwelling on the conversation they just had. This talk came too suddenly. We were all wary of each other, not knowing which words were true and which were lies, but it's certain that this blade of extinction is a cheat code in the Doomsday Game. Its role likely far exceeds my imagination. He glanced at the sword in his hand and thought to himself, with such a cool thing, it couldn't possibly have its own super-intelligent system, could it? As soon as the words left his mouth, a brilliant light flashed, transforming into a small dragon that circled before him. It wore a smug smile and spoke, You finally noticed. You're not too stupid. Yanqi was startled and stared blankly at the little dragon, stammering, "Oh my god, there really is this kind of cheat, that's too cool." But then he quickly covered his mouth and looked around nervously. "Aren't you afraid of being discovered being so flashy? If someone targets us, we're finished." The little dragon laughed and replied proudly, "Not just anyone is qualified to see me. Only those who possess Titan God tier weapons have this special honor." Watching it fly through the air, Yanqi asked, both confused and curious, "So you are the main core of the Titan AI?" The little dragon laughed loudly, a hint of playfulness in its eyes. "What are you thinking? With your current strength, how could you possibly control the main core?" It smugly put on a pair of sunglasses and introduced itself. "I am a clone of the Titan AI, you can call me Yanzu." Hearing the name Yanzu, Yanqi was speechless, unable to resist complaining in his heart, "Yanzu, why not Dewa too?" But then he smiled slightly, realizing that Titan was humanity's savior, and the main body must be at the military headquarters in the middle capital. He reached out to the little dragon and said half-jokingly, "Yanzu, our current situation is so dangerous, you've got to give me some gold fingers, right? If I die, you and the divine weapon will end up on the streets." Hearing this, Yanzu replied huffily, "The gold fingers were lit for you long ago. Did you think obtaining the SSS-Rank Nether Knight class and the Son of the Plains talent was just luck?" Having said that, it circled in the air, creating a strange whirlwind. The voice continued, "I am currently analyzing the game rules, but before the players officially arrive, the world rules are still incomplete and my abilities are limited. Until then, Master, survive on your own strength. Good luck." After giving its instructions, Yanzu vanished before his eyes. Yanqi stood where he was, muttering helplessly to himself, "This system doesn't look reliable at all." But he had no time for deep thought and turned to look in another direction, musing to himself, "If I want to know more, I'll probably have to wait until tomorrow when the players arrive and the Doomsday Game officially opens." Just then, Lu Xun ran over and called out to Yanqi. She approached with a trace of worry on her face. "What were you doing here, dazing off?" Following behind her was Han Yi. Yanqi shook his head and answered briefly, "Nothing. Are you finished with your work?" Han Yi stepped forward with a smile. "She just did our law enforcement team a huge favor, healing several members who were heavily injured by the mutated boars." Lu Xun was very modest, hurriedly waving her hands. "It was nothing, just a small thing." A flash of anticipation appeared in Han Yi's eyes as he proposed, "What are you two planning to do next? If you haven't decided where to go, you could join our law enforcement team." Yanqi laughed and answered straightforwardly, "Thank you for the kind offer, Captain Han, but I plan to leave the city." Hearing this, Lu Xun hurriedly grabbed his hand, her cheek slightly flushed but her tone firm. "I'm going with you. Wherever you go, I go." Seeing the two were so close, Han Yi could only sigh with his hands in his pockets. "The decision of you couple is quite bold. I won't force you then. Actually, leaving the city is good too. The city is crawling with zombies. It might be safer outside." Before leaving, Han Yi handed Yanqi something. He advised, "On just 2 legs, you won't even make it out of the city by tomorrow. I have a hover car here, enough for you to drive out. Consider it a thank you gift for killing the mutated boar and saving so many people." Taking the car keys, Yanqi asked back with a bit of concern, "Captain Han, if you give the car to us, what about yourself?" Han Yi looked back with a smile. "I'm with my team members. We face life and death together." After saying that, he walked toward his waiting companions, not forgetting to look back and say, "You two be careful. Don't turn into monsters next time we meet or it'll be hard to handle." Sensing the kindness, the two smiled and waved farewell. Suddenly, Lu Xun turned to Yanqi and asked curiously, "Yanqi, why did you refuse Captain Han just now? Isn't moving with the law enforcement team better than being alone?" He explained calmly, "That's not necessarily true." Yanzu's advice surfaced in his mind. The system said the game rules weren't perfect yet. Once the players arrived, who knew what mutations would occur? Crowded places are actually more dangerous and you can't go back to your home anymore. It's best to find a secluded spot to hide for a while and wait for the situation to stabilize before heading to the middle capital. At this thought, he turned and asked, "Lu Xun, do you know the exact location of the farm where your mother usually buys vegetables?" Lu Xun was startled for a moment but quickly replied, "I do. I've been there a few times and I still have some memory of it." Yanqi started walking, not forgetting to look back and tease her. "You're not giving me a fake address just to lure me to some relative's house, are you?" Blushing, she chased after him crossly. "Yanqi, if you're so capable, then don't go." He gave a hearty laugh and tossed the car keys in his hand. "Let's go. First, we need to find the vehicle Captain Han left for us." Soon, a high-displacement motorcycle appeared before them, leaving them both stunned. Yanqi was momentarily speechless. He had expected Captain Han to leave a luxury car, not such a sleek, powerful motorcycle. The bike's design was full of tension, and the extreme sense of speed it projected made him exclaim in excitement, "This is way too cool." Under the flickering lights, the equipment began to emit a shimmering glow and debris floated in the air. The camera shifted to Yanqi. He sped off on the hoverbike with Lu Xun sitting behind him. He couldn't hide his excitement, praising the machine incessantly. The grip of the handlebars, the excellent cooling performance and the perfect fluid motion of the bike, it was every man's dream. Yanqi's excitement made Lu Xun, sitting on the back seat, curl her lip in silent complaint. She thought to herself, "It's just a hoverbike, what's the big deal?" Yanqi's passion for that bike is actually higher than his interest in me. He revved the engine and looked back to ask, "Ready?" The motorcycle then streaked out at an alarming speed, terrifying Lu Xun. She clung tightly to his neck, screaming, "Slow down!" Yun-Chi ignored her pleas, his face still full of adrenaline. "Taking off," he shouted, continuing to accelerate as the road behind them blurred. Passers-by were knocked to the ground by the air pressure, watching their departure in shock. The speed became increasingly frantic. The trees by the fields shook violently, and fallen leaves swirled far into the distance. Suddenly, Yun-Chi slammed on the brakes in front of a building. Lu Xun was still trembling, her eyes squeezed shut and her hands deathly tight around him. After finally regaining her composure, she climbed off the bike and said softly, "Yun-Chi, we're here. This is the farm owner's house. My mom and I used to come here all the time." Suddenly, he grabbed her hand and yanked her back, his gaze sharp and his voice low. "Wait, something's not right here." His words made Lu Xun's eyes widen in alarm. Just as Yun-Chi suspected, 2 robots slowly stepped out from behind a wall, followed by even more robots appearing from all directions. They completely surrounded the 2 of them. These machines had withered, terrifying faces and eyes flashing with red light, which gave them a start. However, Lu Xun tried to explain calmly. "You've lived in the city for too long, haven't you? Technology is very advanced now. Traditional agriculture has been almost entirely replaced by machines. A single person can control a whole swarm of robots to do the work, and the villagers just stay here to enjoy life." Yun-Chi narrowed his eyes, his sharp gaze sweeping over the robots as he questioned coldly, "Is killing people also part of enjoying life?" The question startled Lu Xun, who blurted out, "What?" While observing the approaching robots, he explained with high alertness, "There's the scent of blood in the wind, and if you look closely, every robot is stained with it." The machines closed in step by step, emitting a terrifying aura. Yun-Chi drew his weapon with a grave expression, remarking as he prepared for battle, "Fortunately, these agricultural robots just have high strength and aren't usually equipped with weapons. At least we don't have to face firearms." Behind him, Lu Xun also entered a combat stance, nodding in agreement. Suddenly, a tiny mechanical bee flew over, its abdomen flashing with an eerie green light. The light shone directly at the 2 of them, making Lu Xun scream. "Yun-Chi," he remained calm, gripping his longsword as he comforted her. "It's fine, these small robots only have basic functions and aren't a threat to us. I bet its owner is hiding behind the scenes watching us." Suddenly, the mechanical bee emitted a cold mechanical voice. "The man gets lost, a bike, and the woman stay." This left Yun-Chi stunned for a second before he flew into a rage. He lunged forward and snatched the mechanical bee, crushing it with a powerful squeeze as the robot struggled desperately in his hand. The internal system issued a damage warning, but it could not quell his fury. Behind him, Lu Xun's mouth fell open in shock. After crushing the bee's control system, Yun-Chi roared, "You think you can rob me by sending just one tiny agricultural mechanical bee? You dare tell me to get lost? Crushing you is as easy as stepping on an ant." Suddenly, a system notification rang out. "Destroyed a boss-level control device, 10 points earned." Yun-Chi paused, muttering, You actually get points for this pile of scrap metal." After thinking for a moment, he quickly sensed an anomaly. Looking at the situation, it was highly likely that this farm owner, like the female zombie before, had transformed into a mini-boss and was controlling the robots here. A flash of determination crossed Yun-Chi's eyes, and with a slight smirk he said excitedly, "One toy robot is worth 10 points. If I wipe out the entire robot farm, I might be able to jump straight to the top of the leaderboard." He suddenly stopped and turned to Lu Xun, a trace of worry in his eyes. "But the greater the opportunity, the higher the risk. We are in the light while the enemy is in the dark. If he controls the robots to ambush you, there might be danger." Lu Xun immediately interrupted him, her tone resolute. "Yun-Chi, don't worry about me. Since I chose to follow you, I've been prepared for this. I want to be your companion and help guard your back. Even if I die, I will never become a burden or a liability to you." Her firm attitude made Yun-Chi daze for a moment. Then he casually tossed the wreckage of the mechanical bee to the ground, remarking, "Stop talking about dying all the time. With that kind of will, it would be strange if you didn't live to be an old woman." He pulled a metallic gold device from his pocket and handed it to her, instructing, "Take this. If the robots lunged at you later, just open fire." Lu Xun took the device, her face full of confusion. "Only shooters can use firearms, but this gun doesn't seem to have a class restriction." "Yun-Chi, what is this?" While staring at the slowly approaching robots, he explained calmly and sharply, "This is an electronic pulse gun usually equipped on farms. Agricultural robots have basic AI and massive bodies. Once they lose control, it's hard for human strength to suppress them. So farms are usually equipped with these props just in case." He paused and continued, "Don't look down on it just because the gun in this messenger bee is small. One shot is enough to paralyze the largest robot here, but this thing is very energy-consuming and useless against humans, so remember to use it sparingly." This string of explanations left Lu Xun full of admiration. "It's that powerful? I didn't expect you to know all this. I used to be an honor student at the Middle Capital Elite Academy. This mechanical theory is just the basics." He then gripped his longsword and assumed a combat stance, his tone serious. "The upcoming battle will be difficult. Protect yourself." Behind him, Lu Xun also stood ready, her gaze determined. Just then another mechanical bee swept past, and Yun-Chi narrowed his eyes in suspicion. The bee landed on a robot's head, and a cold, provocative voice rang out, "Kid, that toy gun in your hands can only fire once every 10 minutes at most. Did you really think you could kill me with that?" Lu Xun broke into a cold sweat, recognizing the voice from before. Yun-Chi gripped his longsword, his eyes full of doubt. The robots began to undergo a mutation, their bodies swelling and their faces becoming twisted and hideous, as if they could level the entire city at any moment. People around scattered in terror. The mechanical bee continued with mocking laughter. "What, don't you know? Did you really think this stupid game was created by the government to save the world by letting us kill monsters and level up? They use points as bounties on human lives. The goal is simply to let those damn players who appeared out of nowhere enjoy this live-action bloodbath to their heart's content." The mechanical bee suddenly expanded, transforming into a giant machine with a triumphant tone. Yunqi's gaze was icy as he murmured to himself, "Not only does killing monsters give points, but monsters killing humans and even humans killing humans allows one to survive through points." The giant mechanical bee circled above the robot horde, laughing manically. "Even a small village like this can earn several thousand points. How has no one else thought of this method?" The lead robot's eyes shot out red light, staring dead at Yunqi with an intimidating aura. Lu Xun covered her mouth, screaming in terror. "The whole village has been murdered. It's literally a demon." Yunqi's brow furrowed, his gaze sharp as he cursed in a low voice. "The game hasn't even been active for a day and you've already started researching ways to kill people for points. You're truly heartless scum." He looked up at the giant robot standing a head taller than him. At first he hesitated about fighting these mechanical killers, but now he curled his lip. He looked directly at it with defiance. "Even if you slaughtered the whole village, you only earned a few thousand points. You're nothing but a trivial piece of trash." He then gave a cold laugh, his tone full of confidence. "I happen to be third on the points leaderboard with at least 10,000 more points than you." Lu Xun cried out in panic, her voice trembling. "Yunqi, what are you doing? What if that maniac targets you?" He looked back with a roguish smile. "That's exactly the effect I want." He pointed to his chest and provoked loudly. "Don't you want to kill me? Try and see if you can steal my points if you've got the guts." A cold voice came from the mechanical bee. "What's the use of talking tough? Third place is anonymous. What proof do you have that it's you?" Yunqi approached step by step, his eyes never leaving the mechanical bee. "I picked up a temporary 10x points buff in a supply crate and farmed this many points easily." Without waiting for a reaction, he swung his sword and cleaved through the mechanical bee and the robot next to it. "Take a look at the leaderboard. Did the third place just go up by 10 points? The system immediately popped up a prompt. "Destroyed an object controlled by a boss-level creature. 10 points earned. 10x multiplier triggered." In another location, a freak sat before a screen, his eyes lighting up when he saw the prompt. "It changed. That kid really is third place, almost 20,000 points. I'm going to be rich this time." He frantically tapped the keyboard to issue orders. "All machines, listen up, take down that man who broke in." Instantly, the eyes of all the robots on site flashed with red light as they responded in unison. Yunqi's brow furrowed and he turned to Lu Xun. "Go hide first." Lu Xun hurriedly searched for cover, not forgetting to remind him, "Okay, you must be careful." From every corner of the village, the robot horde surged like a tide, surrounding Yunqi. He flexibly dodged various attacks. His blue eyes shot out sharp light. "Trying to use these robots to drain my stamina before stealing the points. This mini-boss is quite insidious." He moved and swung his sword simultaneously, knocking down 2 robots in an instant. This was followed by another heavy slash and another one fell. "Come on!" Lu Xun watched him fight from her hiding spot, her eyes shining as she cheered internally. But just then, a robot crept up behind him and raised a massive iron fist, slamming it hard into Yunqi's back. Intense pain spread, but he grit his teeth and didn't make a sound. He fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, and his longsword flew out of his hand, landing some distance away. Lu Xun screamed, "Yunqi!" She discovered a terrifying fact. Yunqi's slashes had failed to completely destroy the robot's energy cores. 2 robots were still operational, standing by his side and preparing to deliver a fatal blow. From a distance, the triumphant voice of the mini-boss came from the mechanical bee again. "You think a body of flesh and blood can compete with steel and machinery? I'll be taking your points." But just as the robots raised their hands to attack the unconscious Yunqi, a flash of light streaked past. Lu Xun bit her lip, her brow furrowed tight as she gripped the electronic pulse gun Yunqi had given her. One shot hit a robot, causing it to collapse beside him. Electric arcs danced across the machine's body. The remaining robot turned to stare at her, its eyes blood red. System notification, item remaining energy 40. Lu Xun's heart skipped a beat. A single shot had actually consumed 30 of the energy. There was no time for further thought. The door near Lu Xun suddenly creaked open a crack and an eerie red light flashed. A strong sense of crisis surged in her heart. She looked back in panic and saw a pair of feet in flip-flops walking out. The man held a kitchen knife, his whole body emitting a bizarre red glow as he roared, "What a hassle, I have to do this myself." The mini-boss wore a gruesome smile, his tone smug. "I'm going to enjoy torturing you later, but I have to take that kid's life first." Yunqi still lay on the ground motionless, his breathing weak. Lu Xun's eyes were frantic as she shouted, "Don't come near Yunqi or I'll shoot." But the mini-boss only gave her a contemptuous glance and sneered, "That gun is useless against me. Worry about yourself, don't waste your breath worrying about him." Suddenly a robot lunged at Lu Xun. Terrified, she turned, closed her eyes, and pulled the trigger. A powerful burst of blue electricity shot out, accompanied by her scream, "Stay away!" The current surged through the robot, causing it to crash to the ground. The system's cold prompt rang out, "Caution." The device had only 10 energy remaining. Drenched in a cold sweat, Lucian looked at the pulse gun in her hand, her heart racing with anxiety. Crap, it's out of power, I have to get Yun-Chi out of here. But it was too late. The mini-boss approached Yun-Chi, sneering, "Die." Suddenly, Yun-Chi snapped his eyes open, startling the mini-boss. "You were playing dead?" He leapt up, longsword in hand, and threw a sharp dagger in one fluid motion. "Otherwise, did you really think that pile of scrap metal could stop me?" The blade flashed, streaking toward the mini-boss and stopping just millimeters from his eye. Just then, a massive object flew out from inside the house, blocking the attack. Lucian hurriedly ducked to the side, her face full of shock. In the scene before them, a giant robot, several times larger than the standard models, appeared behind the mini-boss. It easily crushed the dagger with 2 fingers, and its shoulders began to shift and transform, revealing dark, cavernous cannon muzzles. A cold electronic voice rang out, "Enemy position detected." Launching energy shells. Instantly, a volley of energy shells poured down from its shoulders, targeting Yun-Chi. He cried out crap and leapt to evade. The energy shells exploded on the ground with a thunderous roar. Fortunately, he managed to retreat to Lucian's side just in time, shouting, "The bike is right behind us, get on." The two of them quickly jumped onto the hoverbike. Yun-Chi ignited the engine and sped off, leaving the deafening explosions in the dust. Lucian clung to him tightly from the back seat, asking worriedly, "That scared me to death, Yun-Chi. Are you okay?" He looked back with a faint smile. "I'm fine." It would have been difficult to lure that old fox out of the control room without intentionally showing a vulnerability. He glanced back at the giant robot pursuing them frantically. Though he hadn't expected the opponent to be hiding such a devastating trump card, he had nearly lost his life. The giant robot roared, reducing everything in its path to rubble. Inside the control cabin, the mini-boss laughed manically. "Kid, don't even think about escaping," he shouted in an arrogant frenzy. "My defense system is the best in the world. You actually thought you could ambush me? Once I catch you, I'll tear your head off and kick it around like a ball." Yun-Chi grit his teeth and twisted the throttle to the limit, weaving through the narrow streets as smoke billowed behind them. Lucian hugged his waist, closing her eyes and screaming, "That has to be a heavy military weapon. How could something like that be in a place like this?" Yun-Chi pulled a hard turn into an alley, responding in a deep voice, "We'll lose it first and talk later." Lucian opened her eyes, overwhelmed with worry. "This won't work. Once we leave the village and reach open ground, it'll be easier for the cannons to lock onto us." A sharp glint flashed in Yun-Chi's eyes. "We don't need to leave the village, we just need to find that spot." As they reached a wider street, he suddenly shouted excitedly, "There, just as I suspected." Ahead, the carcass of a mutated dog lay quietly in the middle of the road. Without hesitation, Yun-Chi reached out and activated his skill, Undead Awakening. A surge of dark green energy flowed from his fingertips into the dog's carcass. He let out a sharp command, "Rise." The carcass jerked upward, its form swelling and mutating violently. Fangs grew to extreme lengths and a sharp horn actually sprouted from its forehead. It roared and charged forward. A system prompt appeared. "Netherhound has been summoned." The roar of the motorcycle engine echoed through the streets as Yun-Chi shot forward like an arrow from a bow. Lucian, her heart pounding violently, clung to him with all her might. Behind them, the massive Dahe the Netherhound was in full pursuit. Seeing they were about to be overtaken, Lucian looked back, a flash of realization crossing her eyes. Yun-Chi wasn't fleeing in a panic, he was specifically looking for a corpse to trigger his skill. Lucian bit her lip, her gaze fixed on the approaching red giant machine, though her heart was still full of doubt. Can a single dog really stop that steel monster? The giant robot roared, each step making the ground tremble as debris flew everywhere under its terrifying power. Inside the control cabin, the zombie cackled, taunting, "Stop running. Kid, weren't you acting all tough just now? Don't run if you've got the guts." Huddled behind Yun-Chi, Lucian closed her eyes and screamed, "Yun-Chi, he's catching up." The motorcycle suddenly braked hard, the tires letting out a piercing screech against the pavement. Terrified, Lucian didn't dare let go of Yun-Chi. Dahe also stopped in its tracks, settling into a combat stance. Yun-Chi commanded decisively, "Good job, Dahe, it's your turn." As soon as the words left his mouth, the beast roared and charged forward, a whirlwind-like torrent erupting from Dahe's belly. The torrent turned into a violent hurricane, striking the giant machine directly. The zombie mini-boss widened his eyes and gripped the controls, cursing, "Damn it." His vision was completely obscured, and what frustrated him even more was the sudden pungent smell of dog urine in the air. Inside the machine, the system alarms blared manically. "Warning, filtration system has detected a large volume of highly acidic liquid." The massive machine began to shake, gradually losing control. The zombie roared in a rage, "You dead dog, get the hell off me!" Taking advantage of the chaos, Yun-Chi lunged forward, his longsword flickering with a surge of green light like an electric current. He delivered a horizontal slash, sending sparks flying off the metallic shell. Inside the control cabin, the zombie was stunned. "What?" Dahe took the opportunity to leap onto the machine's fractured leg. Simultaneously, the system continued its broadcast. "Knee joint damage detected. Intelligent emergency cooling mode activated." The intake for the air circulation system was forced to switch to the damaged knee joint. The zombie roared in a frenzy of rage. Yun-Chi didn't miss the opening, commanding, "Dahe, continue your performance." The beast took the order and leaped down toward the broken leg. It charged toward the machine but suddenly stopped halfway, lifted a hind leg, and relieved itself directly into the engine section. The system alarms rang incessantly. "Large volume of corrosive gas detected. Anti-suffocation protocol initiated." Cockpit will open automatically in 3 seconds. The zombie screamed in a panic. No, don't open the cabin. The hatch hissed open, throwing him directly onto the ground. Dahe immediately lunged, clamping its jaws firmly onto the back of his shirt. The system prompted again. Dangerous factors detected. Activating auto-defense mode. The zombie cried out in despair. Don't fire. Do you want to blow me up, you stupid AI? Don't you understand human speech? Shut down the defense system. The system responded. Command received. Entering sleep mode. The giant robot crashed to the ground with a heavy thud, motionless. The corners of Yunqi's mouth curled slightly into a cold smile. At first I thought I'd have to fight to the death with this pile of scrap metal. He straightened his posture, longsword pointing diagonally at the ground, a chilling green light reflecting in the blade. At his cold eyes he approached the zombie step by step, his voice deep. Since you've already shut down the defense protocol, this makes my job much easier, he continued with an icy gaze. Didn't expect that, did you? The intelligence system you were so proud of was the very key to your final defeat. The zombie trembled, pleading, no please don't. An eye-searing green glow erupted from Yunqi's longsword, instantly piercing through the robot's metallic wreckage. He put every ounce of strength into a thunderous overhead strike. The system flashed frantically. Warning, core components damaged. Warning, machine is about to self-destruct. The zombie let out a final scream. By Mecha, Yunqi stood proudly atop the mechanical wreckage. The game system updated immediately. Formidable enemy defeated. 6,000 points earned. He turned his head and stared coldly at the zombie cowering and trembling on the ground. The killing intent radiating from him made the enemy's blood run cold. The creature could only keep begging, no, don't kill me, I don't want to die. Yunqi remained unmoved, his tone like ice. When you lived here, I'm sure they didn't want to die either, yet you killed everyone anyway. Terrified, the zombie could only let out incoherent, stuttering moans. Yunqi continued indifferently. Rather than using morality to influence someone, it's more effective to use logic to convince them. This is the truth. With a flash of sword light, the blade ran straight through the zombie's body as blood splattered. System prompt. Formidable enemy killed. 10 points earned. 10x multiplier triggered. Current total points 42,860. He sheathed his longsword and let out a long breath. I wanted to keep a low profile, but I accidentally ended up as the #1 boss on the board. The system's cold voice rang out again. Congratulations on reaching the top of the points leaderboard. Current ranking first. The leaderboard displayed Yunqi 42,860, Wu Wenjin 25,870, Fang Qian 24,980. System prompt, please maintain this ranking. At the end of the startup phase you will receive a unique NPC exclusive title. Please continue your efforts. A smug smile crossed Yunqi's lips. This feeling was indeed fantastic. Lu Shen ran over hurriedly, screaming, oh my god Yunqi, look, the world channel has completely exploded. He glanced at the chat interface. Messages were surging like a tide. Wang Zitong, look, that anonymous person ranked 3rd suddenly jumped by over 20,000 points, leaving the speaker and General Fang in the dust. Qi Zhe, I don't care who it is, as long as they're first I hope they can save Planet Blue. Li Zhongqi, how can the fate of humanity be handed to an anonymous person hiding their head and tail? I won't accept it. Liu Chen, only 15 hours left until the startup phase ends. Where's the fate of humanity headed? Will a savior really appear? Yunqi fell into deep thought. Not only the World Channel but the Doomsday Walkers group was also in an uproar. A message popped up in the group. Is the anonymous person who just hit #1 in our group? The atmosphere turned heavy instantly, everyone shocked by the news. Fang Qian spoke in a steady tone. When the startup phase of this Doomsday Game ends, we will face an unknown and massive threat. If you are in this group, I hope you can stand with me to protect humanity and Planet Blue. Every choice you make concerns the rise or fall of the human race on this planet. Yunqi watched everyone silently. Although in this small circle, everyone's identity was confidential. He guessed that numbers 1 and 2 must be Wu Wenjin and Fang Qian, the two most powerful figures in the alliance. They had used their real names on the leaderboard, perhaps to instill confidence in the surviving humans. As long as those two names remained, there was still hope. But now he, an anonymous person, had suddenly surpassed the alliance's two great symbols. It was no wonder Fang Qian was getting restless. A white-haired woman said firmly, we are all saviors certified by Titan. Resisting external enemies and defending Planet Blue should be our common wish. I believe this is also the consensus of all humanity on Planet Blue. Yunqi scanned the room as another man chimed in. Don't make it sound so grand, we're all just ordinary people. Do we really have to shoulder such a heavy burden as saving the world? Everyone has their own fate. I don't want to be some savior, I'm just walking along the edge of a cliff with my life on the line. Yunqi thought to himself. As expected, some people want to play the coward. Wu Wenjin spoke then, his voice full of power. Courage is humanity's most noble anthem. As long as the 10 of us holding divine weapons are united, we can build an invincible army. When the time comes, we won't just counterattack the players. We can even take this Doomsday Game for our own. He looked at these people, laughing inwardly. Some are using the name of the savior while secretly nursing their own agendas. To rush to take sides before even understanding the invaders' rules is a death wish. Let's see how things develop. Returning to reality, he turned to Lu Shen and said, Lu Shen, stop looking at the channel. Get ready, we're continuing the fight. She looked blank. "Huh, we just escaped with our lives, aren't we going to rest?" he responded. His tone was decisive. "There are more important things to do than rest." Night fell, shrouding the entire land. Lu Xun shouted in surprise. "Yun-Chi, hurry and try this, pure natural fruits and vegetables, they're so fragrant." Yun-Chi leaned back comfortably in his chair, sighing. "This is the first proper meal we've had since the game started." Lu Xun rubbed her belly with satisfaction. "It feels so good to be full. I swear I'm never going on a diet again." She looked at him with a bright smile. "Thanks to you today I earned quite a few points too." Lu Xun recalled Yun-Chi's resolute appearance during the battle. His voice still echoed in her ears. "If you want to fight by my side in the future, you must first have the strength to protect yourself. These available points, it'd be a waste not to take them." Back then, she had squeezed her eyes shut and charged into the pack of zombies, replying with a tremble, I understand, I'll work hard." The system immediately prompted, "Level 1 zombie killed, 10 points earned." Then the announcement rang out, "Congratulations on entering the points leaderboard, current ranking 856. She cheered, her eyes shining. "Awesome, I'm on the leaderboard too." But then she looked at Yun-Chi with a bit of embarrassment, thinking, "Actually, he's been protecting me the whole time. I'm probably the person on the global leaderboard who had the easiest time getting there." Lu Xun stood up and stretched. After a day of fleeing, she was covered in dried blood and sweat, exhausted. She grumbled, "Since we have a moment, I'm going to take a hot bath to relax." Yun-Chi looked at her with a helpless smile. Her carefree personality was actually quite interesting. This kind of silly happiness was quite fitting for the apocalypse, but he couldn't help but wonder. She was actually chatting about taking a bath so unguardedly in front of an adult man. At least have some sense of vigilance. Lu Xun gave a mischievous blushing smile. "Vigilant against zombies or vigilant against you? If it's you, I don't need any defenses at all. I'd even welcome it." She placed a hand over her heart, her eyes flickering with a charming light. "The apocalypse is so dangerous, 2 people together really are safer. Want to take a bath with your big sister?" Yun-Chi refused flatly. "Not interested." Lu Xun joked with a laugh. "Come on, don't be shy." He patted Dahei's head beside him, a faint smile on his lips. "Who's shy? I'd rather take a bath with Dahei than with you." He turned to look at the giant beast. "Today Dahei did a great job. I'll give you a full body spa treatment later." Lu Xun gave him an angry glare and slammed the door as she left in a huff. "Suit yourself." Yun-Chi sighed, looking at the closed door. He thought to himself that he wasn't some monk who was averse to women, but at such a critical moment he absolutely could not waste his energy needlessly. He shook his head. Besides, Lu Xun's words were likely mostly a joke. He imagined her soaking in the tub and a sense of heaviness rose in his heart. The apocalypse had arrived and tragedy had struck. She was only forcing a smile to mask the pain of losing both parents. In the bathroom, Lu Xun soaked in the warm water, her heart heavy with worry. She thought to herself that in less than a day her life had undergone a world-shaking transformation. Her parents were gone, she couldn't go back home, and the future was a blur, leaving her unsure of where to go. She pondered for a moment, then a faint smile appeared. Fortunately, Yun-Chi was still by her side. If they could lean on each other and walk side by side through the apocalypse, that would be enough. Recalling the bits and pieces of their time together, she remembered what Yun-Chi had said. The Doomsday prophecy was 10 years ago. What is there to fear? Even primary schoolers don't believe that stuff anymore. At the time, she could only give a bitter smile. Was that really the case? But then the monsters appeared and he rushed over to save her, shielding her as he shouted, "Get back!" Remembering this, Lu Xun's eyes held a trace of sorrow. He always acted so cold. Did he really have no feelings for her at all? Her face flushed crimson as she murmured to herself, "I have curves in all the right places. Surely no one would dislike that. Maybe I'll accidentally let my towel slip later to test his reaction." 10 minutes later the bathroom was filled with steam. Lu Xun walked out feeling refreshed. She called out loudly, "Yun-Chi, I'm finished," but the words stopped abruptly. She watched in silence as Yun-Chi, curled up on the sofa with Dahei, was already fast asleep. She grumbled in frustration, "Hopeless straight man, what a waste of my peerless beauty. You might as well just spend the rest of your life with your dog." The gloomy night gradually shrouded the house, until a faint light hit Lu Xun's face, startling her awake. She sat up blankly, then walked out with a smile. "Yun-Chi, why are you up so early?" "It's only 5, I'm packing the luggage." He replied, "You're awake, just in time, come give me a hand." She looked surprised. Why are you packing?" Yun-Chi tightened the straps of his backpack, his tone decisive. "Get ready, we're heading to the middle capital." Lu Xun retorted in shock. "What? Yun-Chi, aren't we staying at the farm? There are so many food reserves here and it's dangerous outside. Who knows if the middle capital is even safe?" He held up 3 fingers, his gaze sharp. "Everything you're worried about I've already considered. I have 3 reasons for choosing the middle capital." Yun-Chi explained calmly, his tone steady. "First, while the farm is temporarily safe, the supplies here will only last us for a week." He continued his analysis, making Lu Xun feel involuntarily tense. "Second, in 6 hours the game officially begins. When the players arrive, it will inevitably trigger a round of even more brutal slaughter. By then, trying to move bases will be even more dangerous." He raised his hand, his eyes cold. "Third, my home is in the middle capital. Regardless of life or death, I must go there to confirm the safety of my family," he recalled silently. His heart felt heavy. He still hadn't managed to contact his eldest sister and didn't know the situation at home. He had to find out where his sister had gotten this gear and why she had gone to such lengths to get it to him. Lu Xun covered her mouth and gasped. Your home is in the middle capital. Are you some rich young master who came out to experience life? If I go back with you, will I be framed by some jealous fiancé you've been engaged to since childhood? She trembled all over, her tone full of dread. Yanqi looked at her helplessly and shook his head. This girl's imagination was too wild. In just a few minutes she had brainstormed hundreds of episodes of a melodramatic soap opera. But in his heart, he had to admit she was partly right. He did have a fiancé, though they had no feelings for each other. He interrupted coldly. Stop daydreaming. Since you're awake, hurry and help. The earlier we set out, the better. Lu Xun nodded and immediately got to work. Once everything was packed, the two stood before a truck under the bright blue sky. Yanqi breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, the preparations were mostly complete. They looked at the results with excitement, and Dehei barked happily. He did one final check. There was enough water and dry food, and spare fuel and camping sleeping bags were all ready. He glanced at the hoverbike and murmured to himself, "This bike has high mobility and flexibility. It might come in handy. Let's take it along." Everything was set. Yanqi and Lu Xun took their seats in the cab. "Let's go," he shouted. He glanced at his phone, his tone urgent. "Only 61 minutes left, we have to hurry." Suddenly the system screen jumped out. "Congratulations to the NPCs for surviving until now. To increase the game's enjoyment, new rules are now being added." Lu Xun was startled. "Is it the system? What's it up to now?" Yanqi clenched his hands, breaking into a cold sweat. "I have a bad premonition," the system continued its announcement. "There are 60 minutes left until the end of the startup phase. Faction selection begins. You may choose to join the player faction or the hostile human faction," Yanqi exclaimed. "Free faction choice?" The system didn't stop. "At most, only 1/10 of humanity can become allies of the player faction. If the number of applicants exceeds this, selection will be based on the points leaderboard, with high scorers receiving priority. Those who wish to join the player faction, please seize the final moments to increase your points. A friendly tip. Points are earned not only by eliminating monsters and collecting supplies. Killing NPCs will also award 50 of the target's current points." Yanqi stared at the announcement with hatred, his voice deepening. "Damn it, killing NPCs counts for points too? This rule is practically forcing the humans of Planet Blue to slaughter each other in public," he analyzed with a sharp gaze. "In an instant, trust and order between people will collapse. People will absolutely turn on their companions to join the player faction." He turned to Lu Xun, his tone serious. "Lu Xun, did you hear that?" Lu Xun stood like a wooden statue, a strange light flashing in her eyes. Suddenly she found herself in a mysterious dark space. "Where is this?" she shouted in terror. Yanqi, where are you?" A melodious voice rang out in the darkness. "You have finally come." A large hand gently touched the top of her head, making Lu Xun panic. The mysterious woman smiled and said, "I am the Avatar of Light, the most mysterious existence in the Doomsday Game." She explained gently, "Because you possess the purest power of light within you, I have come at your call." Lu Xun was anxious, her heart racing. "Light power, temple of light," she murmured to herself, staring at the mysterious woman before her with hands clasped. The Avatar of Light, brilliant flows of light surrounded her, making Lu Xun extremely nervous. The woman opened her arms, her voice echoing, "Join the player faction. Join the Temple of Light. Only thus can you become the King of Light and guide the light against the darkness." Lu Xun lowered her head and whispered, "Guide the light, fight the darkness. Does that mean I can save Planet Blue? With my abilities, can I really do it?" She was hesitant, her mind a mess. "But if I join the player faction, isn't that the same as betraying Planet Blue?" The Avatar of Light replied, her tone indifferent yet full of authority. "Where there is light, there is shadow. Sowing the seeds of light in the world is the responsibility of the King of Light. Are you willing to take on this heavy burden for the sake of those you care about?" Before Lu Xun could answer, she suddenly snapped awake. Beside her, Yanqi called out worriedly, "Lu Xun, are you okay? Can you hear me?" She turned her head, a trace of confusion still in her eyes, and replied, "It's nothing. I just dazed off for a second." But in her mind, the Avatar of Light's words still echoed. "Once my existence is discovered by any other person, the path to kingship will be completely destroyed by the game. Remember, join the Temple of Light. Your choice concerns the survival of Planet Blue." She suddenly remembered something and said hurriedly, "By the way, the system just said we can join the player faction." Yanqi slammed on the brakes and the truck stopped in the middle of the road. He turned his head, his tone serious. "Lu Xun, do you want to join the player faction?" She immediately retorted, her tone indignant. "How is that possible? They destroyed my family and killed my parents. Even if I die, I will never surrender to the enemy." But deep down she recalled that mysterious figure. That woman didn't seem human. She was more like a god. Were her words true or false? She turned and asked Yanqi, "Would you consider joining the player faction?" She wondered to herself, if it were him, how would he choose? He pondered for a moment, then answered honestly, "No." Lu Xun tried to analyze, "But switching to the player faction might provide some protection in this apocalypse. No one knows what we'll face, or if we can survive among countless monsters." A slight smile touched the corners of Yanqi's mouth. "Who knows, humans always like to beautify the path they've never taken." His voice echoed in the sun-drenched cabin. "Staying in the human faction might be a terrible choice. After all, in the eyes of the players, we are no different from monsters." Lu Xun stared at him blankly. Yanqi looked forward with a determined gaze. "But no matter what, once I choose to be the enemy of the players, I will never regret it, and will walk that path to the very end." she followed up in disbelief. Even if you know the opponent is unbeatable and the end is a dead-end street, he glanced at her, his voice low. There are always some things in this world that must be done despite knowing they are impossible, isn't that so? Lu Xun bit her lip, her mind in turmoil. He continued, that's right, someone has to walk this road. And once the choice is made, there should be no regrets. She frowned and thought that with Yun Qi's strength he would surely shine in the human faction if she weren't holding him back. And as for her, if there was a chance to save Planet Blue no matter how difficult, she wanted to try, she murmured. Yun Qi, I've decided to join the player faction. Yun Qi let out a long sigh, his tone deep. If there were a stable road, who would be willing to wander? It's normal for Lu Xun to choose this way. He stopped the truck, stepped out and told her to take enough water and dry food. This vehicle had enough energy to get her back to the farm to wait for the player's arrival. Lu Xun stared at him blankly, her eyes filling with tears. Yun Qi, he handed over the helmet and gave a faint smile. All right, don't make it look like a final parting. It's not like we won't see each other again. Yun Qi gently helped Lu Xun put on the helmet, a trace of lingering attachment flashing in his eyes. Maybe one day I'll become the final boss of this world. Then it'll be your turn, Saint Light Mage, to lead a group of heroes to hunt me down. Lu Xun suddenly rushed forward and hugged him tightly, leaving him frozen in place. Tears welled in her eyes. Even though I've chosen a different path, remember this, Yun Qi. I will never be your enemy. He smiled and patted her head, teasing. You're nearly 30 and you're still making childish promises like a kid, how naive. But in his heart, he knew very well that Lu Xun was a kind person and would never actively harm him. But as the saying goes, those on different paths cannot make plans together. He hurriedly urged, go quickly, the players will be entering the field soon. He watched her vehicle gradually disappear into the distance, murmuring softly. I didn't expect that in the end the one remaining by my side would still be you. The Netherhound Dahe barked as if in response. He looked up. All that was left was to wait for the game to start. The announcement board flashed with a countdown, 0 hours 39 minutes and 27 seconds. Lu Xun continued to speed along. The countdown kept ticking. 0 hours 23 minutes and 19 seconds, 0 hours 21 minutes and 50 seconds, 0 hours 17 minutes and 12 seconds, 0 hours 12 minutes and 58 seconds. Yun Qi stared at the screen intently. 0 hours 7 minutes and 59 seconds, 0 hours 0 minutes and 48 seconds, 0 hours 0 minutes and 6 seconds, 0 hours 0 minutes and 2 seconds. System announcement 000. The Doomsday Game has officially begun. Players are entering. Yun Qi's truck sped along the road. He turned on the autopilot and muttered softly, so many new rules, no wonder Yan Zhu said it was hard to analyze the data before the game officially started. System announcements rang out one after another. The preheat phase has ended. All NPCs will be categorized and ranked based on their points. He read the announcement carefully. NPCs in the top 1 of the points leaderboard receive the Lord rank suffix. Their levels are adjusted based on the average level of the top 10 of players, plus an additional 2 levels. The top 5 receive the rare rank suffix. Their levels are adjusted based on the average level of players outside the top 30, plus 1 level. Remaining NPCs receive elite rank, common rank, or novice village rank suffixes based on their points. Yun Qi calculated silently. His score should be enough to reach Lord rank. He just didn't know if there was a way to manually level up. The system continued. In the game, only players can gain experience and level up by killing monsters. NPCs do not have this function. He frowned. NPCs don't have experience points. Then level depends entirely on the suffix rank. Only when the overall level of the players increases will the NPCs level up. Truly a tool through and through. The screen displayed classification and ranking complete. Points are automatically converted to Doomsday coins at a 10-to-1 ratio. Yun Qi breathed a sigh of relief, checking personal attributes. Congratulations, you have obtained the Lord rank NPC suffix. All attributes increased by 25. Your level is adjusted based on the average level of the top 10 of players, plus an additional 2 levels. Information appeared. Yun Qi, Lord rank NPC, title Peerless. Class Death Knight, level 12. Strength 52, Agility 67, Spirit 54, Constitution 54. The 10x points multiplier from his personal talent Son of the Plains had been cancelled with no new specific value yet designated. Class Expertise, Death Wither level 1, Unique Skill, Undead Awakening. He grumbled irritably. He held the highest Lord rank suffix, while players just entering the game were only level 1. Already a level 12 boss, killing them would be as easy as crushing ants. The screen showed the world map had opened, with 35,600 novice village maps planned for the first batch. Players could only leave the novice village upon reaching level 10. All NPCs and monsters were strictly forbidden from entering novice village level maps. Any who did would be forcibly down-leveled. He mused that it was a pity players were still in the novice villages. Suddenly, a new announcement rang out. The Origin Power System has been activated. All classes can now perform supernatural skills by controlling Origin Power. Yun Qi looked blank. Origin Power, is that a new energy in the game? The screen continued. Custom Origin Power Armor has been activated. All players and NPCs can now summon their exclusive battle armor. He furrowed his brows. He grumbled, Origin Power Armor. It seemed the game was becoming increasingly complex. He clicked the control panel to check the details, secretly calculating. He had to investigate this thoroughly. Otherwise, even as a Lord rank, it might be hard to maintain a foothold in this world. Yunqi calmly analyzed the new rules and whispered, "The armor's defense and durability are proportional to one's constitution, but without it equipped, physical strength is reduced to only 20. All creations that do not use origin power, from long-range weapons to combat machinery, have had their power nerfed." He frowned. This regulation was clearly weakening existing resources, forcing the humans of Planet Blue to rely on origin power. Players will surely have a deeper understanding of origin power than us and will quickly gain the upper hand. The screen flickered as messages surged through the world channel like a tide. Wang Zitong, "Holy crap, this world is too surreal. The human alliance is completely finished." Liu Chen, "I saw it too. We can only respect personal choices, old man." "Respect my ass, this is a betrayal of all humanity on Planet Blue. I am the first to publicly oppose it." Yunqi frowned, muttering to himself, "Why are there suddenly so many messages? Who betrayed Planet Blue?" He read on intently. "Qizhe, that's right, we ordinary people are resisting, yet the leader of Planet Blue, Alliance Vice Chief Wu Wenjin, has actually chosen to side with the players, and is even leading men in a standoff against war god Fang Qian in the capital. The Alliance Parliament must give us an explanation." Yunqi blurted out in shock. "What? Those two giants are actually fighting in the capital?" He kept clicking the screen, his mind in a mess. Wu Wenjin's actions would surely plunge the capital into further chaos, rather than focusing on the arguments in the world channel. It was better to study the update content and see what trump cards he still held. A new notification popped up on the screen. "Congratulations to the first anonymous NPC for obtaining the unique title Peerless Level 1. Title holders receive a 25 attribute boost, unlock all regular NPC interactions, and gain access to the Divine Armory. A Peerless rank quest can be posted every 2 days. Players who complete the quest receive an additional 25 experience and Doomsday coin rewards. Note: the title increases by 1 level for every 10 character levels, with the attribute bonus increasing by 25 per level, stacking up to level 9. A smug smile crossed Yunqi's lips. There was only one such title in the entire server. With it, even if others reached Lord rank, he would still hold an absolute advantage with this 25 attribute boost. He looked at his hands, secretly excited. The Nether Knight class already focused on 3 main attributes. With every level up, his attribute panel would skyrocket. No wonder everyone wanted to be number 1. This feeling of having overwhelming power was truly intoxicating. But he was suddenly puzzled. What is the Divine Armory? The vehicle suddenly lurched to a halt with a violent jolt. System announcement: autopilot mode has detected an obstacle. Yunqi stared blankly ahead. A group of people was blocking the path and a guy leading them pointed a club at him. "Kid, get out of the car." Yunqi stepped out, silently observing them. Thinking the custom origin power armor looked quite cool, he figured there was no harm in using the system benefits. System announcement: the first generation of battle armor will lock its form. Model construction in progress. Construction complete. A set of skin-tight armor shimmering with a metallic luster was equipped. He stared tensely at the crowd ahead. The thugs began to mock him. "Wearing such heavy armor, this kid probably can't even move. Boss, is there something wrong with his head?" "Ignore him. Grab the car and just throw this guy to the zombies." Yunqi spoke calmly. "Highway robbery, even murder, aren't you afraid of being punished?" The thug wearing a helmet smiled coldly, dragging his club on the ground. "Punishment? You really are a fool. Even the Alliance Vice Chief has defected. Who's left to punish us?" He brandished the club at Yunqi. "Now whoever has the biggest fist has the say." The thug with the club laughed wildly, his tone arrogant. "The weak are destined to be stepped on by the strong." But as soon as the words left his mouth, Yunqi landed a heavy punch on his face, sending him flying and crashing hard onto the ground. The lackey screamed in panic. "Boss, you brat, you actually dared to strike?" Yunqi spared them a disdainful glance, his tone icy. "Didn't you say it? Survival of the fittest. Might makes right. The strong are the ones who execute the punishment." System announcement: defeated level 8 common unit, 1 Divine Armory tech point earned. Yunqi frowned, thinking to himself, what are tech points for? He focused on the screen. Divine Armory, an exclusive vault for the holder of the Peerless title. Talent: weapon durability increased to purple epic rank, capable of nanoscale storage and deployment. Unlock requirement: 130 tech points. He analyzed. Compared to attribute boosts or NPC permissions, the Divine Armory was the greatest benefit of the Peerless title, but it required tech points to unlock. He thought, since the Son of the Plains talent is so strong, I might as well use it to boost tech points first. He activated the skill, and a system announcement rang out: adjustment successful. Divine Armory tech point acquisition speed increased by 10 times. The lackeys roared and charged forward. "Go, kill this kid and avenge the boss." Yunqi gave a cold laugh. "Free tech points, might as well take them." Dahei let out a roar and lunged into the crowd, biting frantically and sending them fleeing in all directions. A yellow-haired man cried out in terror. "Damn it, even the armor was bitten through by it. It's just a dog, how can it be so strong?" The corners of Yunqi's mouth curled up as he praised. "Good job, Dahei," he calculated silently. Units from Undead Awakening sync their level with the Master and receive a 5 boost to all attributes. Dahei was a level 12 elite battle dog, strong enough to dominate even in the wilderness. Another thug tried to run, but Yunqi held a sword to his neck and said coldly, Why the rush to leave? Stay and play for a while. The man's screams pierced the air. System announcement: eliminated 3 level 7 common units. 30 Divine Armory tech points earned, including 10x multiplier. Yan-Chi smiled excitedly. It was a good harvest, almost enough to unlock the vault. Suddenly an unfamiliar voice rang out. For an NPC, you're pretty strong. Yan-Chi was startled and turned to see a white-haired girl sitting casually on his car, a mischievous smile on her face. He was full of wariness. Who are you? He thought to himself. When did she appear? Not even Dahe or I noticed her. The girl jumped off the car and waved. Don't worry, I'm Zhang Xiaoduo, 19 years old, a player. She smiled. You're Yan-Chi, right? She pulled out a strange package. Someone in the player faction issued a quest to deliver this to you, but just then, Zhang Xiaoduo suddenly attacked. A brilliant light exploding before him, Yan-Chi was startled, thinking the light was surely a player skill. He immediately swung his sword and charged. Zhang Xiaoduo was stunned, blocking the attack with her twin blades. What are you doing attacking for no reason? Are NPCs nowadays all this violent? Dahe roared and lunged, but was kicked away cleanly by her. Dahe let out a whimper. Yan-Chi's expression was tense, his gaze icy. She's too fast. I'm clearly level 12 and put all my points into agility, a full 67 points. I still can't keep up. He gripped his longsword. Standing ready, he secretly warned himself, this player is not simple. I must be careful. Yan-Chi furrowed his brows, his gaze sharp as he stared at Zhang Xiaoduo. To be able to block my attack and dodge Dahe, it looks like I'll have to get serious. Zhang Xiaoduo approached, shouting in a panic. Wait, if we're going to fight, at least give me a reason. Why did you suddenly attack? He looked at her in confusion. Didn't you attack first? You were glowing just now. You clearly wanted to use a skill to ambush me. Zhang Xiaoduo retorted with a look of utter confusion. Ambush? Are you delusional? That light was because I completed the quest and received experience points, she shouted crossly. Someone in the player faction sent a bunch of supplies for me to bring to you. If I wanted to ambush you, why would I bring all this stuff? Yan-Chi glanced at the crate she brought and did a quick check. Sure enough, it was full of medicine and food. He thought to himself, a quest from the player faction and they know my exact location. Could it be Lu Xin? It seems she's doing quite well. At least she doesn't have to worry about her life. He turned and asked, what's this quest you're talking about? Zhang Xiaoduo looked surprised. You don't know, this is a special skill specifically for you NPCs. The higher the NPC's suffix, the more experience the quest gives. She blinked and said excitedly. The person who had me deliver the supplies also issued a second quest requiring this lady to escort you safely to the next city. The reward is a full 20 Doomsday coins. I'll definitely protect you well. Yan-Chi turned decisively. Not necessary. Dahe, let's go. Zhang Xiaoduo was stunned. Aren't you taking me along? I'm very strong, 1/ per monster, he answered coldly. Sorry, I'm an NPC. I'm not in the habit of traveling with players. He started the car and sped off, leaving Zhang Xiaoduo shouting behind him. Hey, if you don't take me, how am I supposed to do the quest? Looking in the rearview mirror, she was actually following closely. He thought to himself, this girl is really strong, as expected of a player. To her, I'm just a high-level mob, keeping such a dangerous element around. Who knows when I'll get stabbed in the back. Besides, with her around, I can't peacefully explore the Divine Armory. The screen displayed, Tier 1 of the Divine Armory talent tree can be unlocked. Unlock? He immediately clicked confirm. He had enough tech points now to see what good things were in this vault. System announcement, talent tree activated, 30 tech points consumed. All weapon durability increased to SSS rank, capable of nanoscale storage and deployment. The longsword beside him suddenly erupted with a blinding light. He gripped the sword excitedly. Fantastic max level durability. I never have to worry about damage again. But that was quite a spectacle. Luckily Zhang Xiaoduo didn't see it. He suddenly glanced at the rearview mirror. Zhang Xiaoduo was pedaling a dilapidated bicycle for all she was worth, chasing him and shouting, for the sake of Doomsday coins, this lady is sticking with you to the end today. Yan-Chi, don't even think about shaking me off. Yan-Chi could hardly believe it. She can keep up just by riding a bicycle. He turned his head helplessly. Whatever, I'll just act as if she doesn't exist. She continued to yell from behind. Hey, Yan-Chi, did you hear me? Suddenly, the system pushed a pinned announcement. Li Ting has started a live stream, live footage of players descending upon the novice village. Current viewers 13,579,000. Click the link to enter the live stream room. Yan-Chi frowned. What live stream? How can there be such a terrifying number of viewers? He clicked the link and chaotic images leapt into view as people fled in all directions. A man shouted in despair, run, they're here. Yan-Chi broke into a cold sweat, staring intently at the live stream. He guessed secretly, are they those brutal players? The footage was extremely chaotic, with deafening explosions echoing from within buildings and dust filling the air. Players were brandishing their weapons, hunting down the fleeing weaklings. Screams rang out one after another, run for your lives. A man was cornered in a dead end, raising his hands to beg the leader for mercy. I really can't run anymore, please don't kill me. But the leader's gaze was icy and devoid of pity. He swung his blade straight for the man's chest. Mercy my ass. You monsters were born just to deliver heads to me. The victim let out an agonized wail. Arg! Just before he fell, a man with a buzz cut took advantage of the opening and launched a sneak attack from behind the leader. He grit his teeth and roared, die? The leader had no time to react, letting out a shout "ah," and then collapsed, his body transforming into streams of data and vanishing. The buzz-cut man breathed a sigh of relief, both panicked and ecstatic. "I did it, I killed that demon," but just then a beam of light pierced through his chest, blood splattering. He dropped the sword in his hand in shock. "NGH," a cool-looking girl holding a gun laughed triumphantly. "When we get taken out we respawn at the revival point, losing some experience at most, unlike you one-time consumables." She stood with her hands on her hips, squinting at her chaotic teammates. "I say, are you big shots even capable? You've been killing for ages and still haven't gotten as many heads as me." Another girl replied with a disdainful tone. "That's only because you're a shooter with high agility. You run faster than any of us." A man running ahead shouted, "I won't go easy on you next time." The brutal players continued their slaughter, howling manically as they killed. A victim who had been struck in the head sobbed, "We just want to live, but these demons treat murder like a game." A woman clutched her child tightly in her arms. She sobbed uncontrollably in front of the screen. "Where is the law enforcement team? Where is the army? Who can save us?" She choked out through her accusations. "We just want to live. Why are these demons treating us with such cruelty?" Yunchi grit his teeth, his heart wrenching at the sight. In the live stream, the girl's voice was filled with despair. "Is there no justice left? Is there no heaven? We are human beings, not NPCs. I just want to go back to my old life." Suddenly, a brutal voice rang out. "Hey, looks like we missed two little rats." The girl let out a scream of agony. Save me." The leader, who had previously been killed and resurrected, appeared on the screen. He grabbed the girl by her hair and looked up at the world channel, his tone arrogant. "What, you monsters actually have your own world channel?" The girl clung tightly to her child, wailing loudly. "HMPH." He let out a cold laugh, his gaze ruthless. "Listen up, my name is Huang Tianhao, captain of the Dusk Squad, currently in Novice Village number 2689. He threw the girl aside and announced to all the monsters who could see the video, "Remember this face of mine." Then he swung his greatsword and hacked viciously at the girl's head, laughing manically. "When you see me, tuck your tails and run." Her head covered in blood, the girl ignored the searing pain and crawled desperately toward the wailing child. "Wah," she wailed. "Please, my child, I beg you to spare him." But she was too slow, she couldn't reach him at all. The leader stepped forward, his eyes as sinister as a demon wearing human skin. He swung his blade at the child without a shred of mercy. The child let out a scream of pain, "Wah," leaving only a pool of blood before falling. The mother's face was washed with tears as she watched her child fall in a pool of blood, her voice lost to sobbing. "Dang," the system announced coldly. "The broadcaster has been completely eliminated. The live stream will be interrupted in 10 seconds. Huang Tianhao, the leader, showed no remorse, laughing insidiously. "Whoops, dead as a doornail." The footage continued in chaos as the brutal players frantically hunted down innocent people. Screams echoed incessantly. "Kill, don't let a single monster escape, have mercy on us. I'll leave that brat to me, I love watching kids cry, heh." The figure on this monster isn't half bad. You actually have a taste for that, you must be starving. Kill it to level up first, then talk. On another road, two vehicles were driving side by side. Zhang Xiaoduo was panting on her motorcycle, turning to look at Yunchi. "Kid, stopping so suddenly, you regret it, don't you? You want to beg for this lady's protection, right?" Yunchi remained silent with a grim expression, focused solely on the live stream. Hearing the screams from the broadcast, Xiaoduo asked in confusion, "Are these people from the Dusk Squad? They actually play such sick killing games?" She furrowed her brows, her tone suspicious. "But this has nothing to do with me." Suddenly, she sensed the killing intent radiating from Yunchi. His gaze was bone-chilling, filled with peak fury. Xiaoduo was startled. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Guessing his intent, she hurriedly advised. "I suggest you don't meddle. The Dusk Squad is incredibly arrogant, especially that Huang Tianhao. He relies on his father Lan Can's influence and respects no one. You're just an NPC and the world map hasn't been unlocked yet. You can't even find them, let alone deal with those players." Yunchi's expression didn't change. His voice was low. "Hey, I need you to do me a small favor." Xiaoduo put her hands on her hips and refused decisively. "Are you kidding? I'm a player, how can I help an NPC? I don't play the hero, I only do quests." But just then the system popped up a notification. "NPC Yunchi has sent a Peerless Rank quest request, share world map. Reward 100 experience for the current level X 100 Doomsday coins. Accept." Xiaoduo was stunned, blurting out, "A Peerless Rank quest," she thought excitedly. This is a massive scale quest that usually only appears after level 90. And yet it was just for sharing a map. Only a fool would pass this up. She nodded repeatedly. "I'll take it, of course I'll take it." She opened her map to find the location of Novice Village number 2689. System notification. "Congratulations to the player for completing the Peerless Rank quest. Level increased to 11, obtained 1,100 Doomsday coins, NPC Yunchi's favorability 100, current relationship, cold." Xiaoduo felt the physical power surge within her, her heart filled with joy, gaining a level and 1,100 Doomsday coins just like that. Quests in the Novice Village only gave a few points, they didn't even come close to this fraction. She stroked her chin while looking at Yunchi, secretly calculating that she had to cling to this tycoon's leg and dig out more quests. Yunchi shifted the control lever and turned the handlebars, saying coldly, "Thanks, I've found where I want to go." He glanced at her. "From now on you don't need to follow me anymore." Xiaoduo panicked. "What, you're not taking me?" Zhang Xiaoduo stared at the map and grumbled. Discarded after use, you're a real jerk, aren't you? She sighed. Is there really such a rush? The middle capital isn't going to be reached in a day or two anyway. She tracked Yunqi's route. At the same time, she noticed the red dots on the map of Novice Village number 2689. Suddenly, suspicion arose. Wasn't the next Novice Village on this route exactly where Huang Tianhao and the Dusk Squad were running rampant? She broke into a cold sweat filled with terror. No way, but recalling Yunqi's icy gaze, she silently confirmed it. This guy really intended to go head-to-head with the Dusk Squad. The scene shifted to 4 hours later, with Yunqi stopping in front of Novice Village number 2689. The ground was cracked and the air was thick with the scent of blood. He stepped out of the car, Dahei silently following behind. With an air of arrogance, he muttered to himself, "Finally here. I wonder if Huang Tianhao is still here or if he's already left the Novice Village." Suddenly, he saw Zhang Xiaoduo rushing over on her bicycle, stopping in front of him. Yunqi looked irritated. "Zhang Xiaoduo, what are you following me for?" The girl raised her hands and blinked, putting on a righteous act. "Do you even have to ask? To stop you from doing something stupid, obviously." She put the bike into her spatial storage and stepped forward, her tone serious. "Though you're strong, in a Novice Village, levels are suppressed for both NPCs and players. Not even Dahei is an exception. Check your attribute panel if you don't believe me." The attribute panel appeared. Yunqi, Lord Rank NPC, Title Peerless, Class Nether Knight. Level 9 down leveled from 12, Strength 39, Agility 50, Spirit 40, Constitution 40, Affinity 10, Personal Talent, Son of the Plains 10 X points, Effect cancelled, Divine Armory Tech points X 10, Expertise, Death Wither Level 1, Skill, Undead Awakening. Yunqi furrowed his brows, thinking she was right. Upon entering this place, his level and attributes had clearly dropped. He glanced at Dahei and saw its attribute panel pop up as well. Netherhound level 9 down leveled from 12. The beast had its tongue out, looking like an ordinary pet dog. Xiaoduo was still worried and turned to Dahei. "You've grown weak, stay back and watch the luggage, we'll be back when we're finished." Dahei looked confused but obediently watched Yunqi leave. Seeing him still determined to find Huang Tianhao, Xiaoduo shouted in anger, "Hey, did you not hear me? How is going there now any different from seeking death?" But a system notification suddenly popped up. NPC Yunqi has sent a Lord Rank quest request, protect Dahei the Netherhound. Reward: 75 experience for the current level X 75 Doomsday coins, accept. Xiaoduo was stunned. "Another quest," she complained in a conflicted tone, "tying me down with a quest, how despicable," but her eyes flickered with greed. "The rewards for a Lord Rank quest are so generous, it would be a pity not to take it," she shouted at Yunqi's back. "I really don't understand you. Even if you have the ability to kill the Dusk Squad, so what? They'll just come back after reviving a few times, but you're an NPC, if you're not careful you'll actually die. What's the point of doing this?" Yunqi stopped in his tracks, his gaze sharp. "The point? People like Huang Tianhao treat killing as a game and slaughter their own kind without hesitation. If no one stands up to stop them, Planet Blue will only become a hell." He gripped his longsword, his voice low. "I don't care how many times they can revive, as long as I haven't fallen I will make them pay the price." Yunqi paused. With determined eyes he responded to Xiaoduo in a low voice. "There are some things that you players will never understand." Behind him, cold corpses lay scattered, and blood stained the ground red. He gazed into the distance at the ruined buildings, his heart heavy. If it weren't for the corpses everywhere and the pungent smell of blood, people would think the apocalypse hadn't yet arrived. He murmured that a few hours ago, that group had been on a killing spree here. He furrowed his brows, his anger rising. There were so many players in the video. Where were they all now? Am I too late? Suddenly his pupils contracted sharply. His eyes flashed. He found them. The scene shifted forward where 3 brutal men were torturing a person at their feet. Seeing Yunqi's dark silhouette, they turned their attention toward him. A man with a high ponytail grinned. "Yo, didn't expect to run into a level 9 Lord Rank monster. This aura, this gear, certainly different from those cowards who only know how to run." The short-haired girl next to him stared at Yunqi, her eyes gleaming. "He's actually quite handsome. Didn't expect the Novice Village to have such a good-looking NPC." Yunqi walked over as if nothing was wrong, his tone icy. "Hey, I'm looking for Huang Tianhao. Do any of you know where he is?" The thugs let out contemptuous laughter. The man with the ponytail said in surprise, "Is this NPC an idiot, initiating a conversation with us?" The bald man sneered. "He actually wants to find Brother Huang," they discussed excitedly. "Boss, didn't Brother Huang just show his face on the Monster World channel? This NPC has delivered himself right to our doorstep. We don't even need Brother Huang to step in. The few of us can wipe you out." The short-haired girl sighed with her hands in her pockets. "What a pity. Boss, you're all level 8 and I'm still only level 7. The bald man laughed uproariously. System notification, skill charge activated. Movement speed 200, next attack power 20. He was full of confidence. "Let me take the head of this Lord Rank mob." He surged forward, his hand activating the skill Bloodlust, adding 45 points to his explosive power. He thought Yunqi was surely dead, but unexpectedly, Yunqi suddenly shifted to avoid him. The bald man's punch slammed heavily into the ground, sending dust flying with the force of a grenade explosion. Yunqi looked down at him, secretly assessing, "His explosive power actually exceeds mine. If I took that head on, the armor would likely be shattered." The bald man was shocked, grit his teeth as the attack missed. Before he could react, Yunqi delivered a sudden powerful kick to his face. The bald man spat out a mouthful of blood, his head slamming hard against a wall with a scream of agony. Ah. Yunqi took a step back, preparing his next move, his tone icy. I'm different from you. I put all my points into agility. Seeing his boss in trouble, the ponytail man hurriedly raised his shield to block, but in that instant Yunqi's long sword erupted with cold light, piercing the shield, penetrating the armor and plunging straight into his chest as blood splattered. The ponytail man cried out in pain. NGH, his face covered in blood, he shouted in terror. Damn it, what quality is this divine sword? Luckily the armor absorbed part of it, or I'd be finished. Caught in a dilemma, he roared at the short-haired girl. Why aren't you moving? What are you waiting for? Are you waiting for me to die so you can take my spot as boss? Just then, a flash of fire erupted behind Yunqi as a bullet whistled toward him. He furrowed his brows, tilting his head to dodge, a fire of rage igniting in his eyes. System announcement: warning, you are under heavy attack. Armor durability decreased by 5. He looked back to see the short-haired girl pointing a gun at his face, saying with a grim expression, What a pity. For an NPC as handsome as you, I was planning to keep you around to play with a bit longer. Yunqi remained completely unmoved, his gaze sharp. He swung his sword like lightning, and under the bald man's terrified gaze he sent the ponytail man straight to meet his ancestors. He mocked, Keep me around with just you lot? You're far from qualified. The bald man froze, watching his boss dissolve into a stream of data. He stammered incoherently. Boss. System notifications followed one after another. Eliminated a player, obtained 30 divine armory tech points. Completed first player kill, obtained class skill, Death Coil. Death Coil Level 1. Condense origin power to deal massive damage to a single enemy target, or produce a double recovery effect on undead subordinates. Next skill unlock condition. Eliminate 100 players. Yunqi furrowed his brows, shocked. The key to unlocking skills was actually eliminating players. No wonder he hadn't received any new skills while leveling from 1 to 12. He raised his hand, his gaze icy. Time to test the power of this move. He softly uttered, Death Coil. A ghostly mask appeared out of thin air, rushing straight for the short-haired girl. Boom, she instantly exploded, her body twisting as it dissolved into a stream of data. A flash of electricity crossed Yunqi's upper body. The bald man was stunned, sweat pouring down his face. A one-shot kill. Yunqi held his sword to the man's neck, his voice cold as frost. Where exactly is Huang Tianhao? The bald man fell to his knees with a thud, stammering, I'll talk. Young Master Huang, no, Huang Tianhao should be in the building at coordinates 263-846. He just sent a message calling the Dusk Squad there for backup. Yunqi grit his teeth, his aura murderous. Give me your map and radar or die, he thought to himself. The world map and positioning radar are player privileges. Even knowing the coordinates, I can't confirm the exact location. The bald man trembled all over. I'll share it right now, the system screen popped up. Starting map and radar sharing, remaining sharing time 9:57. Yunqi stared at the radar screen and murmured in a low voice, sharing only lasts for 10 minutes, I'll have to ask Yanzu if there's a way to fix this. Suddenly he heard a strange beeping sound. Turning around, he saw the bald man's head begin to pixelate, his face gradually fading away. A hint of emerald green breath flashed in Yunqi's eyes. He coldly muttered that Huang Tianhao should prepare for his end. He was coming for his head. Glancing at the pitch-black night, he thought to himself, in the urban jungle of skyscrapers, these noble players are about to taste the true terror of death. The scene shifted. In a dark corner, 3 blurred figures emerged under a golden sigil. The man with the yellow ponytail grit his teeth and hissed, that sword strike hurt like hell. When is this stupid game going to disable pain perception? The bald man explained in a panic. Boss, that boss is too strong. The 3 of us couldn't take him even together. He's looking for young Master Huang. Should we go warn him or sell this intel for some extra cash? The ponytail man looked at him with utter disdain. Is that all the ambition you have? Don't you want to level up? I've got my eye on that sword in his hand. He looked up and roared. We were just caught off guard. I don't believe the 3 of us can't take the first kill, the bald man hurriedly chimed in. Exactly, boss is brilliant, but the remaining man. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he stammered. Wait, something's wrong. He stared at the screen and screamed, why did I level? The attribute panel showed that the formerly level 8 shooter had dropped to level 7. The ponytail man and the bald man were struck with horror. The bald man shouted, don't the rules say we only lose experience upon death? How can we lose levels? He yelled in a frenzy. And what the hell is this death mark? System announcement. Death mark lasts for 10 minutes, all attributes reduced by 10, the ponytail man roared. It's just a novice village, how can there be a boss that makes players lose levels? The other responded, how is anyone supposed to enjoy the game like this? The girl with him grumbled indignantly. What a waste, I actually thought he was handsome, yet he's completely heartless. The white-haired man grit his teeth. The equipment I worked so hard to save up for was shattered by a single swing of his sword. The ponytail man clenched his fists. I leveled. I worked so hard to reach level 8, I have to fight him to the end. The other tried to stop him. Don't be reckless, this boss is not to be trifled with. He even asked me for young Master Huang's location. He waved his hand and barked. He's targeting young Master Huang, go tell him immediately, the white-haired man said excitedly. That makes sense, young Master Huang will definitely show him who's boss. The scene shifted. Yunqi tapped the screen and murmured, coordinates 263-846, this is the place. However, Huang Tianhao was not there. He furrowed his brows. He's probably busy dealing with other players. I'm a step too late. In the distance, 3 dark shadows rushed over, shouting, "He's up ahead. Young Master Huang will avenge us." Yun Qi gripped his longsword and leapt down gracefully, vanishing into the shadows. Standing amidst the chaotic crowd, Yun Qi's sharp gaze swept over the panicked players. Shouts rang out one after another. "Where's young Master Huang? There's not a soul here. Huang Shao probably changed coordinates. Who knows, he went over there to hunt." Yun Qi gripped his sword, falling into deep thought. These players look no different from the humans of Planet Blue. It's hard to imagine they are an invading race from another world. He lowered his gaze, calculating in his heart, what kind of technology can crush the civilization of Planet Blue and allow them to be resurrected just like in a game? To my knowledge, no technology can achieve this unless this world isn't real at all. But he shook his head. What did it matter if it was real or fake? The most important thing now was to make these players pay the price. Huang Tianhao was bloodthirsty by nature, and his coordinates were constantly changing. Suddenly, countless golden lights flashed in the distance. Yun Qi stopped in his tracks. The scene shifted to the captain of the Dusk Squad, who smiled insidiously. "Refreshing. I farmed a lot of experience today." Other players ran over in a panic. "Young Master Huang, we finally found you. There's a monster that broke into the novice village. It can make players dull level, and it's been looking for you." The captain froze. "Where is that monster?" another shouted. "I don't know, but it's level 9, incredibly strong, and has an ultimate move. It can one-shot level 8 players." "I died by its hand." Under the moonlight, Yun Qi walked with steady steps. He murmured to himself, "Found you." Before him was a team of about 50 players. His entire body shimmered with an emerald green glow. He looked at them, his voice icy. "Although I don't like meddling in others' business, humans have the right to survive. Their hope should not be stolen by the likes of you." He tapped the screen, and when the system asked, "Enable live streaming," he clicked confirm. The world announcement on the anonymous channel immediately flooded the screen. "Our justice has not yet perished. Da bang, holy crap, which hero is so gutsy to break into Novice Village number 2689 alone? Li Tianyu, too strong, big bro. If you come back alive, I'll call you father. Jiao or go. Strong my ass, can he take on hundreds of players alone?" Shen Jin, exactly. "We can't handle these immortal invaders at all." Yun Qi lightly touched his face, his gaze resolute. "To me, the terrifying thing isn't the players, but when humanity flinches for too long and loses the courage to stand up." He whispered softly, "Then let me, this son of the plains, be reckless for once and play the lone hero." A message popped up in the world channel. "Fang Qian, I am Fang Qian. Group channel position 2. I am Fang Qian." The scene shifted to a blindfolded man sitting in a chair, his voice deep and powerful. "I believe justice will never die. If you see this message, I solemnly request as the Commander-in-Chief of the Human Defense Force, no matter what happens, please come back alive." Yun Qi looked at the brutal players before him, a grim smile curling on his lips. "Since the opponents are so-called immortals, I'll see just how immortal you really are." His eyes flashed with emerald light, his killing intent skyrocketing. Nearby players laughed contemptuously. "You dare deliver yourself to our doorstep? This monster is quite gutsy." Huang Tianhao stood in the crowd and started a live stream on the world channel, his tone arrogant. "Perfect. Let everyone watch how I, Huang Tianhao, slaughter this boss." Yun Qi responded calmly. "Maybe the one who dies today will be you." Huang Tianhao flew into a rage. "Are you kidding me? I'm a player." Yun Qi didn't let him continue his shouting, lunging forward with startling speed. Huang Tianhao was stunned. How is this monster so fast? He had heard that being killed by it caused a level drop. If that was true, he didn't want to start over from scratch. He roared, "What are those useless shooters doing? Open fire!" But the shooter's bullets couldn't touch Yun Qi at all. One cried out in shock, "Young Master Huang, he's too fast, we can't aim." Yun Qi swept in like a gale, refusing to back down. Huang Tianhao roared, "Useless beastmasters, block him whoever succeeds. I will reward them handsomely." The players who summoned their strongest pets shouted, "Don't worry, young Master Huang. Killing this monster will only take a few minutes." The pets lunged forward, barking frantically. But in an instant, Yun Qi swung his longsword. A flash of emerald light erupted, and within seconds the pets dissolved into data. The remaining pets retreated in terror, leaving the players dumbfounded. "What, he took them all out with one swing? Damn it, why are you just standing there? Resummon them?" Huang Tianhao bellowed. There were no powerful beasts in the novice village, only large hunting hounds. A war of attrition will eventually wear it down, however. A system announcement rang out. "Your pet has entered a weakened state due to death. Must wait 10 minutes to resummon." Huang Tianhao was speechless. "Can't summon? Is it a bug?" The corners of Yun Qi's mouth curled up. He thought that while Deathmark didn't kill all the pets, it had forced them into a weakened state. Time to end this quickly. He charged into the enemy formation, his green glowing sword sweeping across the battlefield. Players fell one after another. None could survive his blade. System prompts rang out incessantly. "Player eliminated. 30 divine armory tech points earned." 10x multiplier triggered. The players fell into despair, crying out in terror. "In less than a minute, our pets have been completely wiped out. This speed is like a top-tier assassin, and his strength is no less than a warrior. Who can stop this boss?" Huang Tianhao grit his teeth. He had lost all face. If he was killed, he'd only lose some experience, but the humiliation would be unbearable. He couldn't let it happen today. He adjusted the formation. "Dusk Squad, charge with me. Kill this boss." A female sniper stepped forward confidently. Beyond 10 paces the gun is fast, within 10 paces the gun is fast and accurate. I don't believe you can dodge from this close. She raised her gun, aimed at Yun-Chi and pulled the trigger. Yun-Chi's eyes were cold as his figure flashed like a ghost. Yun-Chi stood proudly in the center of the battlefield, his stern gaze sweeping over the panicked players. Someone shouted, "Damn it, so many shooters and we can't hit a single NPC, he's too fast," another marveled. "I feel like we're being led by the nose by this boss. Is this the power of a level 9 NPC? His movement speed and that face, he's incredibly cool." Yun-Chi thought to himself, dodging bullets doesn't require absolute speed, you just need to be faster than the shooter's prediction. These people's reactions were much slower than Zhang Xiaoduo's. It was lucky he used a quest to keep her by the car. If she had followed and joined the enemy, that would have been real trouble. He glanced at the panicked players. This group of small fry couldn't stop him. Players cried out, "He's charging, crap, I'm out of ammo." Another group drew their swords and surged forward. "I don't believe you can cut us all down with one swing, brothers, charge." However, Yun-Chi, with an icy gaze, activated Death Coil. An eerie aura bound the enemies, forcing even the burly men to drop to their knees and beg for mercy. One screamed in terror, "What the hell is this thing?" Yun-Chi leapt into the air, stepping on one person's head to propel himself straight toward Huang Tianhao. Players shouted, "He's going for young Master Huang, watch out." Huang Tianhao raised his shield with arrogance. "Come on, monster, this shield cost me 3 million Doomsday coins, you won't break my defense even if you use all your strength." Yun-Chi sneered, 3 million Doomsday coins? It's actually quite valuable, the feedback when cutting it feels great. The longsword flashed with cold light, cleaving through the shield and piercing the heavy armor to stab straight into Huang Tianhao's neck. His eyes widened as blood splattered, his body dissolving into data. System prompt. Player eliminated, 50 Divine Armory Tech points earned. 10x multiplier triggered, the player's jaws dropped. Young Master Huang was actually killed in public. Yun-Chi looked up at the Chaotic World channel. "Anonymous God, well done, Zhao or Go, you actually killed a player, badass, da bang. This is the beginning of the human counterattack." "Old man, counter kill, Shen Jin, don't celebrate too early. There are still dozens of enemies on the other side and those players are immortal." Suddenly 2 female assassins swept in like whirlwinds, their daggers piercing toward Yun-Chi with the sound of whistling air. However, another blade flashed, sweeping directly across one assassin's throat. She let out a muffled groan and dissolved into data. Before the remaining female assassin could react, a longsword was already held at her neck. Yun-Chi turned his head and frowned. An ambush? How insidious. He delivered a flying kick, sending her flying. Her body slammed heavily onto the ground. Yun-Chi thought to himself, these 2 assassins were fast, but someone just now was even faster, blocking the first wave of attacks. Who was it? The Netherhound suddenly barked. A girl made a gesture. "Shush, don't bark, little ancestor." Yun-Chi looked back and recognized Zhang Xiaoduo. She stared at his back, her eyes shining as she thought a quest could trap me. "Thanks to my brilliance, I brought Dehei along." "Yun-Chi, let's see what other surprises you have," the players clamored. Hearing the news that young Master Huang had just respawned at the revival point, their eyes turned fanatical. "Whoever stops this monster gets a reward of 1,000 Doomsday coins." Everyone was ecstatic. "Work together, don't let this boss escape." For the sake of Doomsday coins, they swarmed forward, wanting to keep this mysterious boss here. Yun-Chi's brow furrowed, his heart heavy. Too many enemies, equipment durability is limited. I must decide the victory with one move. The system issued a warning. 2 warriors on the left, one leapt high to strike, saying with full confidence, "The 1,000 Doomsday coins are mine." But Yun-Chi swung his sword and Death Coil exploded, sending him flying. He was secretly shocked. To be able to predict the enemy's moves based on the livestream, Marshal Fang, as the peak of the Empire's combat power, truly lives up to his reputation. Marshal Fang's voice came through the livestream. "Anonymous one, I will help you identify priority targets through the stream. As the last spark of humanity's resistance against the players, don't let it be extinguished so easily." Another stubborn fool drew his sword and charged, only to be cut on the leg by Yun-Chi. Blood splattered as the man screamed. Marshal Fang continued to direct. "The warrior on the right is retreating, preparing for a surprise attack. Dodge." Yun-Chi leaped into the air, making the man cry out, "What? Dodged again?" Before he could react, he took a heavy kick to the face, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Marshal Fang clenched his fists and shouted excitedly, "Good, eliminated the target in less than 3 seconds after receiving the command. This reaction speed is comparable to top-tier special forces." The girl next to him snorted. "Quick reflexes, but unfortunately his strength is too weak," Marshal Fang countered. "Weak? You call taking on dozens of players alone weak?" The girl folded her arms with a look of disdain. "Haven't you seen that after fighting for so long he hasn't killed a single one? Instead of posing, he should just take them out already." Marshal Fang grit his teeth. "No, he's not weak, he's incredibly strong. In just a few minutes he has completely adapted to this mode of combat. He didn't kill them immediately to prevent the players from respawning and returning with new tactics. He even made predictions before I issued my instructions. His learning ability is simply astounding." Back on the battlefield, the players were locked down tightly by Death Coil. He struggled and shouted, "What on earth is this? I can't break free." Yun-Chi's eyes were cold as he spat out 2 words, "Be gone." Just as his voice fell, Huang Tianhao reappeared, clad in shimmering gold battle armor and holding a shield and longsword. He grinned savagely and laughed. Thanks for buying me some time, everyone, he smirked insidiously. HMPH, you damn monster, your time is up, a female player cheered. Young Master Huang has resurrected, Huang Tianhao thought to himself confidently. This set of armor cost a fortune in Doomsday coins. I'm going to make this kid suffer. The system displayed Constitution 5. Agility 3, all attributes 5, Strength 4. He roared, see for yourself the gap between you and a player. A faint smirk touched the corners of Yunqi's mouth, his eyes filled with a chilling light. Before the words even settled, the monster Huang Tianhao swung his sharp longsword and charged at Yunqi with startling speed. Yunqi showed no fear, his brow furrowed slightly as a mocking smile played on his lips. Standing his ground, he lightly raised his longsword and effortlessly blocked his opponent's fierce assault. Young Master Huang's eyes widened in horror, his mouth falling open. He blurted out in a daze, how can this be? I have equipment buffs, my attributes should be higher than yours. Yunqi didn't answer. Instead, he straightened his arm and delivered a heavy strike that sent the young master flying far away. NGH, Yunqi spoke coldly, his tone encouraging yet laced with irony. Don't be discouraged, young Master Huang. You really have grown quite a bit stronger. Suddenly, a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. Giving his opponent no room to breathe, Yunqi took the initiative. Thrusting his sword straight toward the young master's chest, he observed coldly, thinking, if you've grown stronger, the sensation of pain when you're killed should increase accordingly, right? Young Master Huang let out a wretched wail. Arg, before his body completely dissipated. He still grit his teeth and threatened, don't get cocky. When I respawn next time, I'll buy even stronger gear and bring more people. I don't believe I can't kill you. Witnessing this, the other players bound by the invisible coils couldn't help but feel terrified. One of them said tremblingly, young Master Huang, can even young Master Huang not beat this boss? The person next to them remained arrogant, shouting back, what are you talking about? Young Master Huang's gear is top tier. Once we catch this kid's weakness, we'll definitely defeat him next time. Another player named Yang silently watched Yunqi's retreating figure, whispering his suspicions. But this boss is too strong, he just took out young Master Huang. We must be next. Suddenly, Yunqi lunged forward and leapt away, catching everyone by surprise. The girl in the group asked blankly, wait, did the boss run away? He's just slipping away after beating all these people? Another guy muttered, dumbfounded. Did he really come to the novice village just to give young Master Huang a lesson? Suddenly, one person cut in with a firm tone. He's definitely scared. Young Master Huang just called for backup and brought premium gear. How would a wild mob like him dare to go head to head? The girl nodded in agreement, though she was still a bit conflicted. That makes sense, but I still feel like something is off. I'll check young Master Huang's livestream first. In the squad's private chat, Zhao Ergo hurriedly warned, hero run, don't get surrounded, but Shen Jin disagreed, leaving behind an angry curse. Damn it, with such a good opportunity, why didn't he kill a few more players? Dabang stood up to defend Yunqi. The person above is a literal lunatic. With so many enemies, it's good enough just to escape. Wang Zitong also nodded, saying, yeah, he's already done enough. Where there is life, there is hope. Meanwhile, Yunqi was sprinting at gale force speed, his sharp gaze fixed dead on his target ahead. Elsewhere, the girl staring at the livestream suddenly cried out in surprise, wait, no, why is this boss appearing in young Master Huang's livestream? Is the place he's going? At the respawn point, young Master Huang had just regenerated, roaring in a fury, damn it, I dropped another 2 levels. When I bring my people over, I'm going to capture this kid alive and crush every bone in his body. In an instant, Yunqi appeared, gripping his longsword and charging straight for young Master Huang. He delivered a sharp horizontal slash across the other's abdomen, blood splattering everywhere. Young Master Huang spat out a mouthful of blood and wailed in agony. Ah! In the distance, the girl's mouth hung open in shock. What? Elsewhere, Marshal Fang's face darkened as he froze in place, and even the girl beside him wore an expression of disbelief. Yunqi stood proudly on the edge of life and death, facing the entire battlefield alone. He raised his hand and a hurricane-like blast of energy erupted from his palm with an earth-shattering roar. He unleashed the power of death. The terrifying force slammed into young Master Huang, making him let out a wretched scream. NGH, NGH, NGH? Before his body dissipated from the game world, young Master Huang asked tremblingly and stutteringly, how did you know? Yunqi's gaze was as sharp as a blade as he answered calmly, you players are just too flashy, it's hard not to notice you here. He stood heroically amidst the smoke and dust as young Master Huang suddenly respawned behind him once more. A blood-red warning popped up in front of young Master Huang. Level -1, current level LV5. Panic-stricken and in a mess, young Master Huang muttered, which damn designer created this bug? His mind raced. No, this boss is too strong. I absolutely cannot win. I have to protect my remaining levels. Young Master Huang hurriedly ordered a forced logout, but a red warning flashed on the screen, unable to complete logout operation. His eyes widened as he froze. Can't log out? How is that possible? Just then, Yunqi struck from behind, his movements as fast as lightning. An absolutely precise heavy strike instantly sent young Master Huang flying. Yunqi looked coldly toward the respawn point. Seeing young Master Huang reappear, he immediately gripped his longsword and swept in like a whirlwind. A brilliant flash of sword light tore through space as he slashed. He asked mockingly, does it hurt? The system immediately sounded a warning. Level -1, current level LV4. Yunqi did not stop, continuing to deliver lethal blows. While striking, he asked coldly, is it humiliating? The system repeatedly flashed warnings. Level -1, current level LV3. Warning, level -1, current level LV2. Young Master Huang wailed in agony. Ah, he mocked, have you ever felt the fear of facing death before? Yanqi held his longsword high, his icy gaze seemingly piercing through the soul, but evidently it's you players. The blade fell, blood splattered, and the entire screen was submerged in a sea of crimson. It was like a cruel verdict for the defeated. The girl was stunned as she watched this scene. Young Master Huang was being completely suppressed. Huang Tianhao collapsed in agony, and the prompt followed. Alert, level -1, current level LV1. At this moment the people watching the livestream cheered even more excitedly. He can actually make players lose levels, brilliant. I take back what I said. This anonymous big shot is truly both brave and strategic with formidable strength. It seems he wants to use this opportunity to intimidate all players, making them never dare to mindlessly slaughter humans on Planet Blue again. Unfortunately, restricted by the game rules, an NPC could never truly kill a player. He walked coldly up to Huang Tianhao. Young Master Huang still answered stubbornly, you've killed me so many times, shouldn't you be satisfied, you monster? One more death and my level will be back to 0. Seeing that he had no intention of stopping, young Master Huang's eyes were bloodshot as he screamed hysterically, thinking players wouldn't actually die anyway. At worst, I'll just restart from level 0. When I level back up, I'll break all your limbs and make you wish you were dead. Hearing this, he swung his sword without hesitation and took the guy's head off, leaving him collapsed permanently. Player Huang Tianhao is confirmed dead. Seeing this notification, everyone froze in place from shock. What? Zhang Xiaoduo said to Dahei with both surprise and excitement. Yanqi, you've really given me a massive surprise. The people watching the livestream stopped smiling. Just like when a person from Planet Blue dies, Huang Tianhao did not enter a resurrection state again. An NPC had actually broken the game rules and completely killed a player. He stood proudly over Huang Tianhao's corpse. The livestream was cut off, causing viewers to complain one after another. Did the anonymous boss turn off the stream? Don't, I was just getting to the good part. Suddenly, a new notification popped up. Due to the broadcaster's permanent death, the current livestream has been terminated. Seeing this information fully confirmed, everyone began to feel shock and panic. Young Master Huang is dead, impossible, were players. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out, making everyone hold their breath. So what if you're players? Players should recognize their own strength too. Yanqi coldly closed in on those players, scaring them into screams of panic. How did he get back so fast? No, I don't want to die. His gaze was icy as he brandished his longsword. It's too late. Go to the underworld and serve your young Master Huang. With one swing of his sword, screams echoed one after another. Have mercy, I won't kill monsters anymore. Ah, monster arg. A minute later, his longsword was drenched in blood. After cleaning up this group of people, he removed his battle armor. After all that effort, he had finally dealt with these players. Then he looked at the wall behind him and reminded coldly, you should show yourself now, Zhang Xiaoduo. At this, she was startled and ran out. How did you know I was following you? She then immediately turned to glare at Dahei. Did you snitch to your master again? But the dog was wrongly accused and only let out a low, aggrieved growl. He closed his eyes coldly and said, do I even need Dahei? You exposed yourself. The one who helped me block those 2 assassins earlier was you, wasn't it? Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoduo felt a bit aggrieved. She wouldn't have helped him if she'd known. Hey, you really are strong, but you should still hurry and run. Don't say I didn't warn you. Huang Tianhao's old man Huang Long is nearby and he's not one to be trifled with. He only asked coldly in return, since you're a player, why help me? For you players, isn't killing monsters the fastest and best way to level up? Hearing this, she confirmed righteously, not at all. Not all players kill monsters. This lady is a professional taskmaster, specializing in running errands and delivering goods. I can't be bothered with dangerous things like killing monsters, but there are some perverts like Huang Tianhao and his father Huang Long who just love torture and slaughter. This father and son are loaded. As soon as they entered the game, they formed the Dusk Legion to protect them while they kill. You killed Huang Tianhao. His father Huang Long will definitely not let you go. Suddenly, a notification popped up and she jumped in fright. The World Channel is saying the Dusk Legion has already charged into Novice Village number 2689. Yanqi, escape while you can, it'll be too late soon. But he only turned and walked away coldly, saying as he passed her, just in time, it saves me the trouble of finding them. Seeing this, she was shocked and quickly caught up. You want to go find them? Are you crazy? You just finished a battle. Your armor's durability has dropped significantly. Do you really think you're invincible? He still looked back at her with those icy eyes. I'm certainly not invincible, but if they dare to come, I dare to fight. Since I could kill Huang Tianhao with one sword, I can kill Huang Long the same way. Hearing this, she froze, unsure how to respond, and she suddenly lunged at him, activating her Spirit Cat talent. Agility increased by 35, night vision obtained, and constitution increased by 1000 when in a near-death state. She kicked him, sending him back several steps. Even faster than our first meeting. Was this girl's ditzy act before all affront, and she actually wants to kill me for experience? Suddenly she pulled out a rope and let out a wicked laugh. The scene left Yanqi stunned, beginning to doubt human intelligence. Then a smoke bomb exploded, and when the smoke cleared, he had been completely bound by her. Mission accomplished. At this moment Yanqi's face was ashen, clearly very angry. I was careless. I actually fell for her trick. Suddenly she wore a wicked smile. Stop moving, from now on you'll just have to be my captive. Watching her approach step by step, Yunqi couldn't help but wonder what exactly she was trying to do. 3 minutes later he was tied to the vehicle moving along with Dahei. She was happily humming a tune while Yunqi listened with increasing doubt about human intelligence. You went to all this trouble to catch me just to take me away? She answered as if it were a matter of course. Of course, don't forget my mission is to escort you safely to the next city. But her heart was also full of anticipation. Besides, the reward for a peerless rank quest is worth hundreds of ordinary ones. The experience and Doomsday coins are massive. I have to keep a tight grip on this man. Once we leave the novice village we'll be safe, but just then a bullet flew from afar and hit a tire, the car skidding with a long screech. She cried out in a panic, "Oh no, a flat tire, I don't think I hit anything." He immediately sensed it and warned. No, this was no accident. At the same time, Dahei also sensed something was wrong and let out a roar. Hearing Dahei's continuous barking, the two immediately looked back. It was Huang Long's group. "Boss, we've caught up, they're right ahead." The leader, Lin Zi, let out a burst of arrogant laughter. "Crap, it's the Dusk Legion. How did they catch up so fast? This is a disaster, not just you. I'm going down with you now. I wonder if it's too late to beg for mercy?" Yunqi suddenly let out a sigh and turned to look at her. "Now you know fear. Where did all that heroic energy go? Just stay there and watch." He effortlessly unraveled the ropes and stepped out of the vehicle, leaving Zhang Xiaoduo even more stunned. "Wait, when did you untie those?" The moment Yunqi stepped down, the group immediately swarmed him. "The monster that killed young Master Huang has shown itself. Everyone together, kill this brat!" Lin Zi let out a frantic laugh and drove the vehicle straight at him. Faced with Lin Zi's arrogance, Yunqi grew even more excited, a smirk curling on his lips. "I have a parting word for you." He immediately swung his sword in a horizontal slash, instantly severing the other's neck. The nail that sticks out gets hammered down. Before Lin Zi could even let out a second wail, his body rapidly transformed into data fragments and vanished completely into the void. Yunqi flicked his longsword and approached step by step. "Didn't you notice that all your accomplices have already been slowed?" By then, all the vehicles had stopped, the crowd's faces filled with shock. "Lin Zi had the strongest defense among us, yet he couldn't even block one hit. Is this guy really just a level 9 mob?" That was under-level suppression in the novice village. Outside the village, this monster is level 12. What? A level 12 Lord rank boss? Inside the car, Zhang Xiaoduo felt like she had been played several times in a row. Wait, not only has his level been restored, but has his strength returned to its peak as well? Yunqi smiled proudly to himself. Thanks to the pill Zhang Xiaoduo had given him, his full strength had been restored instantly. However, the combat capabilities of these Dusk Legion members were clearly a tier higher than the previous Dusk Squad. The crowd immediately drew their weapons with seasoned movements. Dealing with this group would likely take some effort. Suddenly a voice rang out from the crowd. "So you're the one who killed my son?" Yunqi's sharp gaze shot forward, landing on a burly man with thick blue hair, a dense beard, and a red mark on his forehead who stepped out. "I don't care what kind of boss you are, Huang Long will see you buried for daring to kill my son." He wildly swung a massive axe using the charge skill to rush straight at Yunqi, but Yunqi met him head-on with absolute composure. "Nice momentum, and you don't talk too much. If you were playing a villain in a show, you probably wouldn't last 2 episodes. Pity you ran into me." As soon as the words left his mouth, Yunqi delivered a heavy strike aimed straight at the other's lower body, blasting him 8 meters away and slamming him hard into a vehicle. The crowd rushed over in a panic to check on him. Boss, are you okay? Hang in there, boss. Everyone, don't let your guard down. We have the numbers. As long as we surround him, we'll eventually wear down this monster's stamina." Yunqi looked at them coldly, having already seen through their intent. "On the surface it looks like you've surrounded me, but in reality, I have surrounded you." The group froze, but before they could react, a surge of emerald green energy lunged into the crowd. Before anyone could see clearly, Dahei had already bitten through one person's neck, causing them to dissipate completely. Dahei was also a level 12 elite rank monster. It was as steady as its master, charging into the enemy group with cold precision. The crowd spun around in terror, launching frantic attacks. "My god, this dog is actually a level 12 elite monster. Quick, stop it or we're all finished." Under a flurry of attacks, Dahei's body shook violently, and Yunqi suddenly raised his hand to activate Death Coil. A powerful force erupted, instantly making the surrounding people dissipate, while Dahei's injuries were easily healed. Death Coil condensed energy to deal massive magic damage to a single target or produce a double healing effect on undead subordinates. This time, the crowd was utterly terrified. 7 people had been lost in the blink of an eye. Against this kind of boss, they didn't stand a chance unless they had a 100-man raid team. The assistant was hurriedly looking for alternatives and reported, "Boss, the respawn point isn't far. Dalin and the others are heading back after being killed." Hearing this, Huang Long was startled and immediately barked, "Don't let them come back. Tian Hao was already killed at the respawn point by the guy guarding it. If this monster finds the exact location of the respawn point too, our lives are truly over. I've already sent a message for help. Nearby members of the Dusk Legion will be here to support us soon." But Yunqi's cold voice rang out ruthlessly once more, "I'm afraid you won't live to see those reinforcements." By now everyone sensed something was wrong. It's the middle of summer. Why did it suddenly get so cold? Why is there frost on the ground? Inside the car, Zhang Xiaoduo realized this was no ordinary frost. Could it be Yun Qi's new skill? Yun Qi's gaze was as cold as ice, and as he swung his longsword, even his breath carried the chilling lethality of a winter wind. That was the power capable of erasing players. After reaching 101 kills, he had obtained the class skill Frost Nova Level 1. This skill could condense energy to deal massive frost damage to a primary target and trigger a frost explosion within a 2-meter radius. It dealt 50 damage to secondary targets accompanied by a freezing effect. Note: Frost Nova has no projectile trajectory, ignores obstacles, and has a 60-second cooldown. The condition to unlock the next skill is eliminating 200 players. Yun Qi let out a self-deprecating laugh. He hadn't expected to reach the condition for a new skill so quickly. He really had to thank young Master Huang for his massive contribution. After all, he alone had contributed 8 times. Yun Qi's icy gaze returned to a calm state. By now the crowd was in a panic, desperately trying to protect their boss. He's about to use an ultimate, protect the boss, quick. But Yun Qi simply spat out 2 words, drop dead. With a wave of his hand, a cold light flashed. It was Frost Nova. Zhang Xiaoduo stood frozen, sensing a terrifying power. Meanwhile, the enemies on the other side were still dazed. Wait, where's the monster's skill? Did it fail because he's out of energy? However, before they could react, the ice from behind had already completely frozen Huang Long and sent him suspended high into the air. A subordinate's voice trembled. Boss. At that moment, Huang Long wailed in agony with his mouth wide open before the ice shattered, and his body was torn apart. His nearby subordinates were also completely eliminated in this devastating blow. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaoduo felt truly afraid. What? He one-shotted Huang Long and so many of his elites with a single move? This is insanely overpowered. Yun Qi remained cold and grim as a gust of wind blew past him, and he walked toward Zhang Xiaoduo in the car. Suddenly Zhang Xiaoduo noticed that his complexion seemed abnormal. Yun Qi approached her coldly, scaring her into a panic. Wait, this guy hasn't gone into a killing frenzy and wants to settle scores with me too, or maybe he has designs on me? She backed away in terror. Don't come any closer. One more step and I'm really going to fight back. I don't want to be taken advantage of by an NPC. But Yun Qi continued to close in with a cold face, his expression dark and unreadable. She drew her sword and threatened, "You're forcing my hand. I'm really going to put my life on the line." But before she could move, Yun Qi completely lost consciousness and collapsed onto her lap. The surroundings became eerily quiet, leaving Zhang Xiaoduo stunned. This guy just wiped out the entire Dusk Legion, and now he's just asleep? You've got to be kidding me. The next morning, the vehicle moved into another area on autopilot. Yun Qi slowly opened his eyes and woke up, only to find himself sleeping with his head on Zhang Xiaoduo's lap. Startled and embarrassed, he sat up abruptly. What happened last night? He felt like he had blacked out from drinking, having no memory of what happened after the battle ended. It seemed to be a side effect of the new skill, Frost Nova. The load on his body was too great. Fortunately, the power was staggering. It could deal massive area damage to instantly kill enemies and apply a deathmark to targets. He wondered if players hit with a deathmark would also lose levels if they were killed by other NPCs. If that hypothesis held true, he could apply marks to players on a large scale and then use the power of NPCs to eliminate players on Planet Blue. He might even have a chance to launch a desperate counterattack. Just then, a beam of light appeared beside Yun Qi. It was Yan Zhu. "Your host, Little Dragon, has come to visit. Let me see if you've grown stronger." "Oh, you've already unlocked 2 skills? Such rapid progress." Yun Qi looked up at Yan Zhu in surprise, then let out a cold laugh. "I didn't see you yesterday when I was going head-to-head with those players, but now you jump out to show off? You were probably hiding in some corner waiting for the danger to pass before you dared to show your face, weren't you?" Having his sore spot poked, Yan Zhu immediately put on a pitiful expression. "How is that possible? I am not the type to fear death. I didn't step in yesterday because I was conserving energy. To crack the game rules in that case?" Yun Qi asked back. "Tell me what you've cracked, let's hear it." Yan Zhu was speechless again, so he immediately changed the subject and looked at Zhang Xiaoduo nearby. "Oh, this girl," Yun Qi just then remembered and turned to look. She was sleeping peacefully. Suddenly, Yan Zhu's face changed drastically as he warned, "Host, I have a premonition. This girl is very strong, absurdly so." Hearing this, Yun Qi asked in confusion, "You mean Zhang Xiaoduo?" Her speed was indeed quite fast, but to say she was so strong that even the Titan system had to issue a warning, he didn't see it. He stared at her for a while and offered an assessment. She was indeed quite pretty, but he immediately shook his head, feeling that his thoughts were wandering. What time was it now? Why was he thinking about such trivial things? It was better to see what kind of cheats Yan Zhu could provide. He turned to Yan Zhu and asked, "Continue. What did you crack? Can you crack the game's world map?" Yan Zhu immediately shook his head in denial. "The map and radar are core secrets the game uses against players. It's very difficult to break through, but I have the original detailed continental map of Planet Blue in my database. That's the foundation of the entire game world map. I can detect and analyze everything within a 1-kilometer radius around us. As long as it's a place we've traveled through, I can reconstruct a new map." Yun Qi was overjoyed to hear this. "Fine, nothing else matters. Prioritize analyzing the respawn points in each area. The more the better, the more accurate the better." Yan Zhu nodded quickly in agreement. "Leave it to me. By the way, the tech points in your treasury are enough to light up the second tier of the talent tree." Yun Qi hurriedly checked the system. Really? He could currently unlock the Tier 2 Divine Armory talent. He hesitated for a moment. Each tier consumed 1,000 tech points to unlock. Fortunately, the points from the players he killed last night were enough to max it out in one go. Wondering what the effect of the second tier was, he immediately clicked confirm. This time, 2,000 tech points were consumed, simultaneously unlocking the equipment factory and the equipment depot. The equipment factory automatically generates a piece of gear with a level equal to yours every 7 days, with a minimum quality of fine grade blue. There is a 10 chance for the equipment quality to be epic grade purple, and a 0.1 chance for it to be legendary grade orange, with the level matching the character's current level. The equipment depot is the original equipment space for NPCs, currently at Lord rank. Its maximum capacity is 20 pieces of weapons or equipment. Increasing attributes will expand the capacity limit. If you are killed in action, 20 of the items in the equipment depot will be dropped. Yun-Chi was very satisfied with this. Currently, the levels of players and NPCs are generally not high. If he could get a piece of legendary orange gear, wouldn't he be unstoppable? However, a 0.1 probability was indeed too low. He had an idea. Yun-Chi had Yan Zhu use the 10x multiplier from the Son of the Plains talent to increase the optimization probability of the equipment factory tenfold. Yan Zhu immediately nodded in agreement. After the adjustment was successful, the probability of the equipment factory producing purple gear increased to 100, and the probability of producing orange gear increased to 1. Yun-Chi grew even more excited. As long as he could continuously produce top-tier equipment, he could not only improve his own strength but also sell them for money if necessary, or even use them as quest rewards to hire players to work for him. Yan Zhu added, "Host, the equipment factory has already manufactured the first piece of gear." Yun-Chi hurriedly checked. So fast, a level 12 legendary rank short sword appeared in his hand. Durability. S. Stability. A. Attribute bonus. Strength 3, Agility 6, Constitution 1. When using assassin and related hidden class skills, consumption is reduced by 3 and power is increased by 3. Looking at the short sword before him, Yun-Chi grew increasingly excited. The very first piece of equipment was actually a level 12 orange weapon. He hit the jackpot this time. Although it looked good, he felt this weapon wasn't quite suited for him. Instead, it was better for someone else. He hadn't noticed that Zhang Xiaoduo was already awake, her eyes glowing as she stared at the short sword in his hand. "Wow, isn't that the legendary orange weapon? It's exactly the divine sword I've been dreaming of. Quick, let me touch it." Yun-Chi immediately pulled it back. "Touch what? Keep your hands to yourself." Zhang Xiaoduo began to act coy to get it. "Ah, Yun-Chi, great Yun, give me this sword. Consider it a labor fee for keeping you company while you slept last night." Hearing her deliberately misleading phrasing, Yun-Chi frowned. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Seeing this, he took several steps back in a hurry. "What sleep? Stop talking nonsense here." She immediately put on a pained, aggrieved look. "Who's talking nonsense? You clearly held me by the waist and slept through the whole night. For an NPC, you really are quite handsome." She began to cast herself as the victim. "You've taken so much advantage of me. All I'm asking for is this one dagger as compensation. That's already more than generous." But in reality, she was beyond excited. The average level of players was currently around level 10. Having even a single piece of blue equipment would allow one to dominate among 100 people. Now that a level 12 orange weapon was right in front of her, how could she not be tempted? She was ready to risk it all for an orange weapon. She leaned in to flatter him. "They say comrades in arms who sleep together become stronger. So you have a responsibility and an obligation to help me get stronger, right? I think this orange weapon and I are a perfect match." But Yun-Chi only looked away coldly. He was clearly more concerned with the sky than the girl beside him. Why did it feel like the sky had suddenly darkened? Seeing this, she reminded him with some displeasure. "Yun-Chi, even if you want to ignore me, don't use such a lame excuse." But suddenly his expression grew serious, and he warned in a low voice, "It's not an excuse. Look at our surroundings." She snapped back irritably. "Look at what? Everything is clearly normal." But when she cast her gaze around, she had to admit, It does seem like something's wrong." Suddenly a deafening roar echoed through the clouds and a monster charged at them from the distance, startling him into immediately standing up and looking back. "What is that thing?" Without hesitation, he drew his longsword, instantly cleaving the monster's body in two. Blood splattered everywhere, prompting a complaint from Zhang Xiaoduo. "Ah, how disgusting." But immediately after, another monster lunged out from the right, scaring her into ducking and reminding him, "Watch out, did you get bitten?" He tilted his body to dodge. Suddenly, Dahei lunged forward, snapping the monster's neck in one bite as blood splattered once more. After tearing off a piece of meat, Dahei let out a calm, low bark. Looking at the blood-soaked Dahei, Zhang Xiaoduo sighed with concern. "Oh no, Dahei is hurt." Seeing this, Yun-Chi reached out and activated Death Coil, and Dahei's wounds healed rapidly. He stepped forward and rubbed the little guy's head, his brow furrowed and his expression grim. Dahei was heavily injured just from the first exchange. It seemed these monsters were even more formidable than yesterday's players. Just then, she seemed to discover something and shouted urgently, "Yun-Chi, look over there." He turned his head and saw a horde of identical monsters charging toward them like an army. The system immediately issued a warning: "You have entered Dungeon No 00398, City of the Undead. Dungeon difficulty rank 1. Seeing the monster horde closing in, the two immediately stood up and entered a combat stance. Before we figure out the situation, it's best to deal with them first. Otherwise, if we cause such a commotion, more and more monsters will be drawn here. He flicked his longsword, jumped off the vehicle and led Dahe into the enemy formation. Meanwhile, the vehicle came to a steady stop and popped up a prompt. Owner departure detected. Emergency parking initiated. Seeing this, she shouted anxiously, "Big boss, don't be so stubborn, you might not want to run but I do." But he ignored her completely, charging straight ahead to slaughter the monsters. 10 minutes later, the battle ended. He stood calmly amidst the heap of monster corpses. Dealt with. These guys are indeed quite difficult to handle. Then he narrowed his eyes slightly and turned to look at her. "I say, aren't you a player? Encountering these kinds of monsters and you didn't kill a single one, you don't look like a player at all." Hearing this, she shrunk her neck and muttered, "Is it wrong to cherish my life? I hate the feeling of waking up at a respawn point." He curled his lips speechlessly. Fine, your highness, the noble player." He picked up a monster corpse and tossed it onto the car for her to inspect. "What kind of monster is this exactly?" She covered her nose in disgust. Level 11 enhanced ghoul, similar to a zombie. But because of the dungeon aura buff, its actual combat power probably isn't much weaker than your dog's, especially its constitution. My god, it's been increased by 50. Monsters in dungeons are definitely harder to fight than those in the wild. The data before them displayed. Enhanced ghoul level 11. Strength 32, agility 19, spirit 20, constitution 30. Yun-Chi stepped forward, staring at the corpse with a grave expression. If even the trash mobs are level 11, the dungeon boss's level must be higher and even more dangerous. But the greater the risk, the higher the reward. He turned to her. "Do you have a map? In which direction is the dungeon boss?" She jumped off the car, her tone still tinged with complaint. "I have a map, but maps have to be unlocked bit by players. Where would I get such high-level maps and dungeon info? Besides, you're an NPC and can't grind dungeons like a player, so why ask?" Then she teased him with a smirk. "What, afraid of running into the boss? Why don't you give me that orange weapon, and I'll guarantee your safe exit. How about it?" She then began to make exaggerated gestures as if showing off. "Though I rarely strike, I'm actually very strong. Getting you out is absolutely no problem." He asked back with a face full of doubt. "Very strong?" This girl's agility was indeed high, but unfortunately she froze up whenever danger appeared, unable to utilize her combat power at all. He smiled slightly, secretly musing. However, through her player perspective, it might be easier to gather dungeon information. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and handed the dagger to her. "Fine, the orange weapon is yours." Her eyes lit up and she lunged forward excitedly. "You're really giving it to me, for real? Yun-Chi, you're such a great person." But just then the system popped up a notification. "NPC Yun-Chi has issued a Lord rank quest to you. Accompany NPC Yun-Chi on an exploration area, City of the Undead. Task requirement: ensure the other party survives. Reward: legendary orange weapon shadow collection. Except..." She froze, realizing she had been played, and shouted in a rage, "Explore the dungeon? You're not thinking of going head-to-head with the boss, are you?" "I'm not taking such a perverted quest." But having accepted his gift, she was obliged to follow through, and in the end the two had to step into the City of the Undead. Once inside, he looked at her and couldn't help but tease, "Weren't you just refusing the quest for your life? Why did you follow me after all?" She looked away awkwardly. "I am just curious about this dungeon and came to take a look. Who can resist the temptation of an orange weapon? Despicable, using this to bait me." Seeing this, he just laughed softly, thinking it was a good thing he used the weapon to lure Zhang Xiaoduo into joining. Otherwise, pushing forward here would indeed be a lot of effort. This girl's class was likely an assassin. Attacking from stealth would be perfect for dealing with those zombies or ghouls. He recalled the scene where she easily dealt with a pack of mobs while he only had to watch from the side. Suddenly he heard some movement. Not far away, a man was grinning savagely while killing someone who lay on the ground covered in blood. "Daughter, Dad has finally killed this beast who caused your death. The apocalypse is truly great. Now his money, his influence, his status. None of it can save him now. Ha ha ha." He turned his head and pretended not to care. But his mind was calculating. In this dungeon there are only zombies and ghouls. How could there be a normal person alive? This guy is most likely one of the dungeon bosses. Usually a dungeon boss's level is fixed, but far higher than that of an ordinary NPC. Unsure of the guy's strength, he turned and nudged her, signaling her to go test him out. Zhang Xiaoduo was startled. "For what? Why are you making me go when it's so dangerous?" He revealed a mocking smile. "You're the best candidate to trigger a side quest. At worst, you can just stealth and retreat. If I go and accidentally die, your orange weapon will be gone." Hearing this, she grit her teeth and gave him a glaring look, ultimately forced to accept her bad luck. "Fine, but let's agree first. If something goes wrong, you have to save me immediately." She then walked off tentatively while he still wore a smile. "Don't worry, I'll be watching." She slowly approached the old man, who was still muttering, "You killed my daughter. You killed my daughter, you beast." She tentatively spoke. Uncle, are you okay?" The old man, still with a gruesome smile, continued to stab the corpse on the ground and began to vent. "My poor daughter, just because she had a few arguments with her boyfriend, he beat her to death and threw her into the river. Afterward he even framed her, saying she jumped in herself. Tell me, does such a beast deserve to die?" He swung his knife again, making her retreat repeatedly. "Yes, he deserves to die, he definitely does. Then uncle, you carry on, I'm just passing through and leaving now. But before she could take a few steps, a low voice that sounded like it came from hell called her back. Stop. She immediately froze in place, terrified. The old man behind her slowly stood up with a sinister smile. But even though I killed him, my daughter won't come back to life. My daughter is dead. How can you still live so peacefully? Everyone might as well just die and accompany my daughter. The old man then transformed into a monster and lunged straight at her, making her scream in terror. He also reacted immediately. Crap. Terrified, she immediately gave the old man a flying kick, using the momentum to dodge the attack and forcing the old man back step by step. Then she wailed while running toward Yunchi. Where are you? Quickly stop him or I'm a goner. Seeing this, he rushed forward to protect her. Need me to save you? 2 more kicks and this monster would be dead. Quickly share the boss's information with me. She reached her hand out toward him with an aggrieved look and shared the data. Name Zhang Fan, rank boss rank. No title. Class warrior. Level 15, strength 64, agility 20, spirit 12, constitution 84. Personal talent, vengeance for daughter. Due to complete loss of reason, strength and constitution are increased by 10 and magic damage taken is increased by 15. He continued to roar. Die. He met the attack, his gaze cold and alert. A rank 1 dungeon boss had actually reached level 15 and its strength and constitution attributes were actually higher than mine, a son of the plains. He then activated Frost Nova again. The cold light overflowed, the chill biting. He had to decide the victory in one move. The monster was instantly frozen, and he took the opportunity to charge forward with a heavy slash, severing the opponent's arm. But then he froze, realizing the attack didn't seem to have the expected effect. The class skill Bloodlust has been activated. Strength increased by 5, attack speed increased by 15. As cracks began to appear in the ice, he was horrified. This boss could actually withstand an attack from the Blade of Extinction. The moment the ice shattered, he immediately retreated. The boss roared. Die. It then charged straight at him. Yunchi reacted with godlike speed, blocking the strike with his sword, but he was still knocked back a considerable distance. Such terrifying strength, he steadied himself and turned to remind Zhang Xiaoduo, why are you still standing there? Get over here and help. But seeing this, she was even more terrified. I can't kill people, I can't kill people. Suddenly, she had a splitting headache as a dark memory surged into her mind. In the vision, she stood coldly atop a pile of corpses, looking down at another version of herself without emotion. Suddenly, the man lunged again, making him stumble back. He grit his teeth and struggled, shouting, can a normal person take on 2 enemies at once in this dead city with a broken knife? Zhang Xiaoduo, look closely, he's already a monster, he's no longer human. Strike quickly while I have him pinned. Hearing this, she seemed to wake up from a dream and instantly activated her skill. Got it, she shouted while turning invisible. Yunchi, hang in there. He then nimbly retreated to avoid the attack. This boss had great strength, but his moves were completely chaotic. As long as Zhang Xiaoduo coordinates with me, winning is just a matter of time. But suddenly, the guy let out a roar, drawing a pack of monsters. He instantly froze. Crap, the sounds of fighting drew the ghouls over. Luckily, Dahei rushed forward at that moment, killing one with a bite and then dealing with another, but there was still one that slipped through and charged straight at him, trapping him in a pincer movement. Without hesitation, he kicked the man away. Damn it, he then spun around and slashed at the monster. But just as he finished his move, the man launched a sneak attack from behind, catching him off guard. At this critical moment, Zhang Xiaoduo struck from behind the man, waving her blade and cursing, you ugly freak, he's the person this lady is protecting. No one touches him. She then stabbed her blade into the monster's neck and quickly retreated. The monster roared in agony. She furrowed her brows and complained, so filthy. He just let out a light laugh. Beautifully done, perfect timing. He then raised his hand and activated Frost Nova to freeze the target, ordering it to detonate. As the ice began to shatter and explode, the monster shed a final tear and murmured, daughter, why are you so foolish? Then with a bang, a shattering sound rang out, and his body was completely torn apart and pulverized. System announcement: successfully defeated rank 1 dungeon boss, obtained 300 treasure vault tech points. Seeing this, he was beyond excited. 300 tech points. Killing 1 boss gave more points than killing 10 players. At this moment, she ran over with a face full of indignation. This is too much, I helped fight the boss too. As it turned out, she didn't get any experience, nor did any equipment or Doomsday coins drop. But he just turned and walked away coldly, completely ignoring her aggrieved expression. It was her own fault for not getting the last hit. Since she didn't land the killing blow, she naturally wouldn't get the rewards. At that moment, Dahei walked over after finishing off the pack of monsters. Suddenly, she squatted by the corpse and began rummaging frantically. I'm not convinced, a boss this strong must have some extra rewards, right? Meanwhile, he chuckled softly in the distance. Zhang Xiaoduo was just a bit greedy, but she had no other bad habits. She was much better than those players who slaughtered the humans of Planet Blue for entertainment. Moreover, the player perspective could automatically read many data points invisible to NPCs. If he could keep her by his side, many things would become simple. Just then, she suddenly pulled out a piece of paper and said happily, "Ha, found it." He looked over in confusion, and she explained that even though the boss was blown to bits, this paper in his pocket was actually undamaged. It seemed to be an important clue. Seeing this, he was also curious and watched as she opened the note to see what was written on it. It was a letter. Alliance Year 1111, October 13th. Zhang Ling showed up again with her creditors. She still looked the same, bruised and battered. I really can't figure out how much money she owes outside or where she spent it all. Anyway, we've broken up. She said she's at the end of her rope. If I don't give her the money today, she'll have to jump into the river and kill herself. I won't believe such nonsense anymore. If this continues, she'll drag my entire family down with her. Looking at this paper, Zhang Xiaoduo asked in confusion. From the tone, the owner of this paper doesn't seem to be Zhang Fan. Hearing this, he looked at the corpse that had just been killed by the monster. It seemed the owner of this paper was the male corpse on the ground. Suddenly, she noticed there was more. Let me see what's written below. But I didn't expect her to really jump into the river. Her father actually thought I was the one who caused her death. It seems her family knew nothing about her being heavily in debt. Well, out of respect for the dead, I'll just bear the burden for her. Surveillance footage proved my innocence, and the law enforcement team didn't give me any trouble. Let her father stay there wallowing in self-pity and obsession. Anyway, we won't have anything to do with each other anymore. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaoduo frowned, feeling a bit sentimental. So Zhang Fan's daughter, Zhang Ling, committed suicide because of debt, and it actually had nothing to do with her boyfriend. But he remained indifferent with no interest at all. Unfortunately, such a mundane reason hadn't convinced Zhang Fan, so he killed the man to vent his rage on the body. This paper being left behind surely wasn't just to flesh out the plot. Were there other clues on it? Seeing this, she searched back and forth. Let me look. Suddenly, the system notification rang out again. You have triggered an elite rank dungeon quest. Deliver the diary to Auntie Lin at number 66, Unit 2, Building 4 of Blue Bay Community and inform her of her son's death. Both were startled by the news. They raised their eyebrows and looked at each other in shock. Yanqi thought to himself that this dungeon was indeed not simple. The tasks were definitely interlinked. Thinking of the generous rewards for an elite rank quest, Xiaoduo's eyes lit up and she hurried forward. Let's go get the quest rewards. Yanqi quickly reached out to stop her, warning seriously. Wait. Seeing her look bewildered, he explained slowly, I just fought so many players yesterday. I need to spend some time repairing my battle armor and resting. After hearing this, Xiaoduo rolled her eyes, seemingly having an idea. That takes too long. I have a repair kit here. She hesitated for a moment, her face full of reluctance, but ultimately made a decision. Take this. Who told this lady to be so kind-hearted? Take it and use it. We still have to find the next boss. It was a battle armor repair kit. Yanqi took it and looked, unable to help but marvel in his heart that this was good stuff. But Xiaoduo's conflicted look just now made him suspicious. He narrowed his eyes and asked, Why didn't you give it to me earlier? Xiaoduo guiltily avoided his gaze, dodging his eyes. An intermediate battle armor repair kit costs 100 Doomsday coins. A free basic one is enough for you. Using two together would be too wasteful. Knowing she was greedy, Yanqi used his charms, his tone full of persuasion. You shouldn't say that. As long as you follow me sincerely, I'll take you on peerless rank quests. Why worry about this small change? Sure enough, at the mention of peerless rank quests, Xiaoduo immediately wavered and nodded, thinking it made sense. Yanqi struck while the iron was hot. So what you need to do now is follow me and share resources with me. Xiaoduo nodded repeatedly, grinning as if she had found gold. Fine, and remember you have to take me on a peerless rank quest next time. Yanqi gave a smug smile and replied readily, No problem. The system notification rang out. You have used a basic battle armor repair kit. Armor durability increased by 15, followed by another prompt for a 30 increase. Looking at the recovery indicators, Yanqi secretly calculated that in just a short time, 45 of the durability had been restored. Players really had a lot of good stuff. He began to wonder if there was a way to have Yan Zhu hack into the player shops or make their system bags drop items so he could help himself to some loot. Just then, Xiaoduo pointed to the apartment building standing ahead. Now that the armor is fixed, you should accompany me on the quest. According to the guidance, the next quest location was in that direction. He nodded in agreement. Let's go. I also want to see how this dungeon progresses next. Not long after, the two appeared at Blue Bay Community. Standing in front of the target building, Yanqi didn't take any shortcuts, instead taking Xiaoduo on a detour, which caused her to complain incessantly. Yanqi, why aren't we taking the elevator? He explained calmly, his eyes scanning the surroundings alertly. The risk of taking the elevator is too high. Once attacked, it's very difficult to escape. A narrow place like an elevator isn't suitable for combat. As he spoke, he turned his head and intentionally made a threatening face to scare her. However, for Xiaoduo, who could respawn, this trick seemed useless. She shrunk her neck and curled her lip. Even if I can respawn, I don't exactly like the feeling of being killed, okay? Walking through a dim corridor, Yanqi suddenly stopped, finding the door to room 606 wide open. In the post-apocalyptic era, ordinary people would lock their doors to guard against monsters. An open door only had two possibilities. Either it was an empty house, or what lived inside wasn't human. He tilted his chin toward Xiaoduo. Zhang Xiaoduo, you go first. She immediately backed away, retorting angrily, Stop it, I'm not being the vanguard this time. Go pull the monsters yourself. It seemed the last incident had left her with quite a psychological scar. Xiaoduo pointed at Dahei, who was following silently. How about letting him go? How could Yanqi bear to let his hard work walk into a trap? He narrowed his eyes and hatched a plan, waving her over. Fine, I'll pull the monsters. Come closer, I'll tell you the tactics. Xiaoduo naively believed him and leaned in to listen. Yan Qi was waiting for this exact moment. With quick hands he grabbed her collar, startling her so much she could only let out an "A." Without a shred of chivalry, Yan Qi threw her into the room. Xiaoduo crashed to the floor crying out in pain. He immediately slammed the door shut, letting her scream inside. "Yan Qi, are you even human? If I'm killed by a monster and turn into a ghost, the first person I kill will be you." Even so, she didn't forget to declare her status. "Did you forget I'm a player? I won't turn into a ghost." Just then, a kind but eerie voice came from behind her. "Is that my son? You're back?" Xiaoduo reacted instantly, activating her invisibility talent. Standing before her was a seemingly ordinary middle-aged woman. She looked toward the door and chided. "Why aren't you coming in, child?" Yan Qi observed through the crack in the door from outside, secretly marveling. Zhang Xiaoduo's stealth skill was truly not simple. Even a master like him found it difficult to detect with the naked eye. Suddenly the door opened, and the woman poked her head out, her eyes teary as she looked at him like a pathetic puppy. "Son, you're finally willing to come back. You're finally not mad at Mom anymore, right?" Before he could react, she pulled him into the room with practiced ease, her movements so fluid it was as if nothing had happened. "Quickly, come in. You're finally home." Yan Qi panicked, a series of questions flashing through his mind. Who is this woman? Where is Zhang Xiaoduo? The woman went over to turn on the light, then leaned in to touch his face, sobbing. "Mom hasn't seen you for several days." Yan Qi was skeptical. Was she really just an ordinary person? But intuition told him things weren't that simple. When he received the data sent by Zhang Xiaoduo, his pupils suddenly contracted. A brief information box popped up in stark contrast to her kind face. It turned out Xiaoduo was gathering intelligence while invisible, pressed tightly against the wall. Yan Qi was on high alert. "Don't be fooled." Lin Shu suddenly opened her arms, her tone becoming unusually urgent. "Son, Mom has finally waited for you." In Yan Qi's eyes, that smile hid a lethal danger. In reality, this woman was a dungeon boss with terrifying power. Her spirit attribute was as high as 74, and she possessed a 20-second burst talent. Her danger level was no less than Zhang Fan's. Seeing Yan Qi standing there like a wooden post, Lin Shu raised her hand and chided. "Son, why do you keep looking at Mom like that? Are you still mad at Mom? Mom drove Zhang Ling away for your own good. She wasn't good enough for you. You two wouldn't have worked out anyway." These words gave Yan Qi a shock. So this boss knew Zhang Ling too. She began to recount through tears. "Mom found someone to lend her money from loan sharks because I wanted you to see her greedy nature. But Mom really didn't expect her to be so greedy to dare borrow so much money. And finally it even led to a death." The doubts in Yan Qi's heart gradually cleared. The tragedy of Zhang Ling's brutal death was actually entirely orchestrated by Lin Shu. Hiding in the corner, Xiaoduo was also stunned upon hearing the truth. This plot is actually real? Not even a scriptwriter could have come up with this. Lin Shu lightly touched Yan Qi's hand and said calmly, "Just treat it as a minor thing, it's all in the past. Let's not think about it and just live well from now on. Son, don't leave, put down your bag, Mom will keep it for you." Yan Qi's face was ashen, his eyes filled with rage. He took a step back and refused coldly. "No need." This refusal was like a spark falling into a powder keg hitting her rawest nerve. Lin Shu's face changed instantly and her fury exploded. "Why? Can you still not forget her? Mom told you. I'm doing this for your own good." Veins began to bulge on her face, her mouth twitching to reveal sharp fangs, extremely threatening. "You've grown up, haven't you? Your wings are strong now and you dare talk back to Mom for another woman?" She began to transform, her limbs curling as she roared in rage. "You don't understand at all. The only person in this world who truly treats you well will always be your mother." Yan Qi panicked for a moment. This boss changed faces faster than turning the pages of a book. He explained hurriedly, trying to put some distance between them. "Auntie, I have no problem with what you said, but you've got the wrong person. I'm not your son." Knowing Xiaoduo was nearby, he called out her name loudly. Xiaoduo appeared, looking puzzled. "Why are you calling me? I don't want to fight her." The situation was urgent. Yan Qi signaled with his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Don't want to do the quest anymore. Quick, give me the paper or it'll be too late." Realizing what was happening, Xiaoduo quickly tossed the item to him, having obtained the evidence. Yan Qi spread out the paper before the boss. "Auntie, look closely. Your son was murdered long ago. The killer was Zhang Ling's father, Zhang Fan." The truth failed to calm Lin Shu. Instead, it drove her into a total frenzy. She trembled, refusing to accept reality. "My son is dead?" Responding to her was only Yan Qi's cold, ruthless voice. "That's right." Lin Shu's pale face began to crack with terrifying fissures. She began to laugh manically, a piercing sound filled with resentment as her entire body ignited in red flames, stirring up a violent hurricane in her rage. She howled as if venting. "It's good that he's dead. It's better this way. I told him long ago that none of those people were any good. He wouldn't listen when I told him to cut ties completely. Oh son, why don't you understand? The whole world is full of bad people. Only your mother is your safe harbor." Facing the terrifying power that was destroying the room, Yan Qi was wary, but fear could not stop him. He crouched and shot forward like an arrow, determined to suppress her. Zhang Xiaoduo and Dehei provided harassment from the rear, trying their best to survive this 20-second burst period. "Whatever happens, don't let her enter all-out bombardment mode." Xiaoduo quickly dropped her invisibility and rushed forward to join the fight. The brave Dehei also took his position immediately. Yan Qi charged straight at the boss, his hand tightly gripping the sword hidden behind his back. but the moment he swung it, a sharp gust of wind blocked the attack. He frowned, realizing the situation was unfavorable. Crap, this barrier formed by the wind can actually block the blade of extinction? Taking this opportunity, Lin Shu waved her hand, controlling the hurricane to thrust directly at him. Yun Qi refused to be outdone, pulling off a beautiful sidestep to dodge. He leaped to the other side, but before he could steady himself, a new complication arose. A surge of air currents tightly bound his feet, constricting tighter and tighter. Yun Qi gritted his teeth in thought. This monster controlled the wind, possessing both offensive and defensive capabilities. Its strength was bolstered by both spirit and constitution, making it extremely difficult to kill with a single blow. Just then, Zhang Xiaoduo appeared, shouting with great momentum, "Yun Qi, we've come to save you." He issued a stern warning, "Don't be careless. Look out!" A bolt of cyan air shot toward her. Beside them, Dehei was not spared either. The air current bound the dog's body tightly. A flash of white light streaked through the void as Yun Qi broke free from his restraints and rushed over. "Don't be afraid, I'm here to save you." His top priority was to rescue his little companion. Without hesitation, he lunged forward to free Dahei, clutching the dog so tightly in his arms that the poor hound's tongue lolled out. This scene left Zhang Xiaoduo frozen in place, completely petrified. Before she could regain her composure, she had to clumsily dodge the boss's moves, leaping up to counterattack while muttering grievances under her breath. Zhang Xiaoduo could hardly believe her eyes, thinking to herself, "Isn't the script supposed to be the hero saving the damsel in distress? Dehei is actually more important than me." Yun Qi replied matter-of-factly, "Yeah, ignore Lin Shu's rampaging. Dehei needs my protection, you don't. You can dodge anyway." During that recent barrage, she indeed hadn't lost a single hair. Lin Shu was driven to a frenzy, raising both hands to gather energy. The wind was so powerful it seemed as if it would sweep Yun Qi directly into the air. He shielded his face against the frantic air pressure. "It's over." Looking at this stance, the monster is about to unleash its ultimate move. Yun Qi decisively activated Frost Nova to strike the boss directly, but she generated a powerful rebounding force through an echo. The furniture in the room was shattered by the sound waves, the chandelier exploded and shards flew everywhere, nearly wounding him. The system blared frantic warnings, "You are under attack. Battle armor durability has dropped by 2. The space was too narrow, even subtle tremors were enough to cause serious damage to the armor. Yun Qi was startled by the enemy's ironclad defense. He couldn't delay any longer, shouting sideways, "Zhang Xiaoduo, let's team up." His only response was dead silence. That quirky girl had used stealth to hide herself again. She had left him alone to deal with the boss. Yun Qi thought helplessly, how did she vanish so quickly? That girl couldn't have bailed, could she? No, impossible. She's so greedy for money, she must be hiding in some corner waiting to steal the kill. While struggling to defend himself, he shouted loudly to lure her out, "Zhang Xiaoduo, this boss isn't easy to handle. Dehei and I will draw her attention with a feint. On the count of 3, rush out and deliver the fatal blow." After speaking, he kicked Lin Shu away and began the countdown. 1, 2. Dehei also provided brave cover from the rear. Yun Qi poured all his strength into suppressing his opponent, waiting for the perfect timing when the boss's attention was fully diverted. Now's the chance, but before Yun Qi could even count to 3, Zhang Xiaoduo appeared like a ghost, holding her short blade and crouching low. She approached from behind and plunged the blade deep into Lin Shu's chest, then quickly withdrew to a safe distance. The corners of her mouth curled slightly. "Never leave your back to an assassin." Lin Shu collapsed to the ground, her body gradually returning to its human form, her eyes filled with sorrow. She murmured to herself, "Was I really wrong?" Her hand tightly gripped her phone. After a violent tremor, it went limp and she drew her final breath. Yun Qi praised his teammate's execution. "A slit throat, not bad, but didn't I say count to 3? Why did you just pop out?" Zhang Xiaoduo replied with a calm, triumphant air. "What's the point of counting at a time like this? I was already hiding behind her anyway. It doesn't matter what number you reached, I'll take an opening when I see one. I've never cared much for fair play or martial honor." After speaking, she excitedly squatted down to rummage through the loot. Move aside, this lady loves looting gear the most." Yun Qi was amused by her personality and teased, "Lazy in a fight, first in the loot. Careful now, this boss might not be fully dead. Wait a bit before pouncing." Zhang Xiaoduo curled her lip in disdain. "Who are you trying to scare? My experience points went up. How could she still be alive? You're just being careless." She then pulled several armor enhancement items and a mana stone from Lin Shu's body. She clutched the loot tightly in her arms like precious treasures. "Fantastic, she actually dropped so many good things. If I trade these, they'll definitely fetch a fortune." However, after hesitating for a moment, she sighed and reluctantly picked one out to hand to him. "Don't call me stingy, you put in work too. This one's for you." Yun Qi took the item, his brow furrowing in clear dissatisfaction. If he hadn't tanked from start to finish and drawn the vast majority of the boss's fire, how would she have had the chance to land the killing blow? Now that the boss had dropped 3 pieces of blue-grade equipment and 1 green-grade item, did she really think she could brush him off with a low-level piece? Zhang Xiaoduo felt a bit guilty, but continued to argue, "You're an NPC. Wearing gear only adds a bit of defense at most. It's not like players who get 4-dimensional attribute bonuses. Giving you this equipment is just a waste of natural resources." Yun Qi didn't want to waste words and directly snatched another piece of equipment from her hand. "Isn't there one more?" His sudden move caught her off guard. She hurriedly reached out to grab it back, yelling, "Hey, that's the most valuable reward, you're so cruel." However, after glancing at the stone's attributes, his desire to possess it grew even stronger. He looked her straight in the eye and said firmly, "Zhang Xiaoduo, I want this mana stone. In exchange, the rest of the loot from this dungeon belongs to you." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoduo nodded like a woodpecker and agreed immediately. "You're not allowed to fight me for the rest of the rewards." With the agreement reached, Yun Qi immediately used the mana stone. In an instant, the stone erupted with a dazzling light, resonating with his body. System prompt: mana stone used successfully. You have obtained an epic grade purple enchanted helmet which can absorb origin power and grant numerous bonuses. He was full of praise for this top-tier gear. This enchanted equipment could be activated by installing it on the head of the battle armor, essentially providing double the backup energy. It was truly excellent. Yun Qi suddenly remembered Zhang Xiaoduo mentioning that this energy was like the qi in cultivation worlds, omnipresent and governing all things. She was a player and must have a deep understanding of origin power regarding the energy source. She once answered, "Of course, this is common knowledge in the Doomsday Game. Whether it's attacking, support, healing, or even a beastmaster opening a pet space, it all consumes this energy." Yun Qi looked at his palm, which was filled with magical power. Although this energy could be called upon at will, it clearly placed a massive burden on the body. Heavy moves like Frost Nova were extremely energy intensive. This enchanted equipment was equivalent to helping him double his mana bar early in the game. It was a massive enhancement. However, his ambition did not stop there. Son of the Plains could simultaneously increase 3 non-combat values. He had already boosted tech points and equipment optimization rates by 10 times. For the third item, he simply used it to enhance the effect of the mana stone. With a thought, he immediately reinforced the Titan energy to its full extent, utilizing the reserve energy as he pleased. Your spirit recovery speed has increased by 25. Yan Zhu suddenly emerged from the system, greeting him with a mysterious tone. "Long time no see, host. I've prepared a special benefit for you this time." Seeing Yan Zhu, Yun Qi immediately asked, "Did you upgrade my purple epic enchantment to the highest red mythic grade?" Not only did the effect jump from 10x to 15x, but it also added a spirit recovery effect. As expected of Titan's handiwork, generous enough, Yan Zhu laughed triumphantly. "Of course, I am the highest level AI of humanity after all, but why are you only showing your face now? Weren't you afraid of that little girl and hiding on purpose?" Yun Qi was a bit embarrassed and flatly denied it. "What nonsense! Why would I be afraid of a little girl?" Yan Zhu was relentless, countering. "Then why did you vanish the moment she woke up in the car last time?" Yan Zhu flew a circle around him and explained slickly, "I call that my hibernation strategy. Titan's energy needs to be spent sparingly, understand?" Zhang Xiaoduo suddenly screamed, interrupting his internal dialogue. "Yun Qi, look, what did I find?" Hearing her voice, Yan Zhu hurried to say goodbye. "I'm relieved to know the host is still alive. I'm going back to sleep then." Yun Qi watched him and sighed helplessly, completely unable to understand the AI's attitude. Zhang Xiaoduo ran over excitedly, showing her major discovery. "Let me see." She handed over Lin Shu's phone. A text message was on the screen. 39 Xinhuai Road, Old Town. I'll be waiting. When we meet, I will tell you the whole truth. The quest panel immediately lit up. You have triggered an elite rank dungeon quest. Please proceed to the location described in the information and personally end the tragedy of this cycle. Yun Qi's expression was grim as he murmured, "End it. It seems this is the final task." 3 hours later, in a remote small village, Zhang Xiaoduo shivered at the desolate sight. "This quest location is way too far. There's actually such a dilapidated place in this city," Yun Qi explained calmly. "Remoteness has its perks. We didn't run into a single ghoul on the way. You should be happy." Zhang Xiaoduo analyzed with a thoughtful face. "Seriously, the first 2 dungeon bosses, one was a father who lost his daughter, the other was a mother who hadn't heard the news of her son's death. So who will the final boss be? That person who's been closely linked but never shown their face? Could it be the deceased Zhang Ling?" Yun Qi gave her head a sharp knock. "You're overthinking. That girl died long ago." Zhang Xiaoduo rubbed her head. She replied aggrievedly, "I was just guessing. Are we almost there?" He pointed to the dilapidated house looming ahead. Right there, the place was deserted, exuding an eerie vibe under the purple sunlight. Yun Qi and Zhang Xiaoduo exchanged a glance and pushed the door open. The moment the door opened, Zhang Xiaoduo froze. The interior of the factory was completely different from its desolate exterior. All the walls were reinforced with heavy steel plates and the door was locked tight, so sturdy that even the fiercest zombies couldn't bite through. Yun Qi narrowed his eyes to observe and quickly discovered other anomalies. Generators, water purification systems, and advanced air filtration devices lined the walls. The stockpiled supplies were enough for a family of 3 to live in isolation for at least 2 months. He wondered to himself, who had such foresight? Preparing so thoroughly was almost as if they had foretold the coming of the apocalypse. After walking deeper for a bit, a figure appeared before them. Zhang Xiaoduo cried out, "Yun Qi, look!" It was a fair-skinned woman in a blue dress. She was wandering like a ghost, muttering resentful words. "Why didn't you come find me? Why? Zhang Xiaoduo squinted, trying to see the other's information, then suddenly shivered. Why can't I read her attribute panel? She turned to Yun Qi in terror, her voice trembling. It must be Zhang Ling turned into a ghost. I'm most afraid of ghosts. My blade can't cut spirit bodies at all, however. Yun Qi remained calm, insisting on a direct confrontation. Then what? This is the final boss. Do you not want the rewards anymore? As soon as she heard fight the boss, Zhang Xiaoduo shook her head like a rattle, clutching his arm tightly. I don't want them anymore. I don't want them. I can't beat it anyway. However, before they could come up with a sneak attack plan, Lady Luck abandoned Zhang Xiaoduo. While backing up, she accidentally stepped on an empty soda can on the ground, making a piercing noise in the silent space. Clang! Zhang Xiaoduo froze, unable to believe that such a cliché third-rate TV drama trope was happening to her. Hearing the noise, the boss suddenly spun around and rushed over at an alarming speed. She repeated Zhang Xiaoduo's words in an eerie tone. Can't believe such a cliché trope. Discovering the two intruders, her voice was low and murderous. Who are you? How do you know about this place? Zhang Xiaoduo's face turned pale with fright, thinking, no way, can't hide now, just my luck. Unlike his panicked companion, Yun Qi was unusually calm. Since we stumbled into it, we might as well settle this account. He decisively stepped forward to block Zhang Xiaoduo, forcing her to follow behind and wait for an opening. He said loudly, Ms. Lin Shu sent us. May I ask what your relationship with Lin Shu is? Are you Zhang Ling, her son's girlfriend? The name Lin Shu acted like a trigger for madness. The boss's lips trembled incessantly as she glared at them, her voice filled with overwhelming hatred. So she received that text message, but why didn't she come herself? If she had been willing to come take a look, those loan sharks wouldn't have forced me to jump into the river, and I wouldn't have to hide here like a rat. Yun Qi seized the opponent's psychological state and interjected coldly, intentionally provoking the boss. Because she didn't like you at all and never cared about you. In her eyes, you were just a stranger's number in her contacts, a stranger whose life or death she didn't give a damn about. Zhang Xiaoduo broke into a cold sweat, completely speechless. She complained in a low, exasperated voice in his ear. Hey, couldn't you be a bit more tactful? You're quite handsome. Pity about the mouth. Yun Qi shrugged his shoulders. Yun Qi replied nonchalantly. There's no helping it. I have zero interest in her romantic entanglements. His words, sharp as a blade, struck the most hidden wound deep within Zhang Ling's heart. A tidal wave of hatred surged within the boss as she hissed. To that old woman, I'm just a stranger. I was clearly her son's girlfriend. I was her future daughter-in-law. Seeing the situation grow increasingly tense, Xiaoduo hurriedly waved her hands to play peacemaker. Don't listen to his nonsense. He's a certified, dense, straight man. How could he possibly understand a woman's heart? She tried her best to change the subject. How about we talk about something else? For instance, didn't you jump into a river? How did you end up here? And what's the deal with this shelter? However, rage had completely demolished Zhang Ling's rationality. She glared with bloodshot eyes and roared, I only jumped into that river because they forced me to. In her frenzy, she began to wail her grievances. 3 months ago, I had a powerful intuition that the apocalypse would descend this year. I took out a massive loan that I could never repay in a lifetime to build this shelter. Also, I could survive with my loved ones when the end came. And the result? My premonition was perfectly correct. After the apocalypse arrived, everyone else died, and only I survived by relying on this shelter. She began to laugh hysterically, the hideous sound echoing throughout the factory. Those who were unprepared all deserved to die, Yun Qi thought to himself. A woman's intuition truly is terrifying, but he doubted whether this woman could still be considered a living person. The boss grew more out of control, muttering to herself, Lin Shu's family is clearly so rich, they only needed to lend me a little bit. Once the apocalypse arrived, no one would be around to collect the debt anyway. But they actually stood by and watched as I was forced into a dead end. If I hadn't drifted with the current after jumping into the river, I never would have lived to see the apocalypse. Why did they leave me to die? Xiaoduo's face showed sorrow as she explained with a sympathetic tone. The people who lent you the money were actually hired by Lin Shu. She wanted to prove you were a greedy woman so her son would leave you, but she didn't realize that doing so would end up killing her own son. Yun Qi added another cold splash of water. Humanity is full of malice, even if the apocalypse hadn't arrived. I'm afraid you two wouldn't have lasted long together. In an instant, 2 streaks of dark red blood tears rolled down the boss's cheeks. Her eyes were crimson, and her entire body trembled violently. We couldn't be together, but I truly loved him. Why? Why does the whole world want to stand in our way? She threw her head back and shrieked, letting out a poisonous curse. Lin Shu deserves to die, and all of you deserve to die too. In a flash, she transformed into her true boss form and roared frantically. Everyone in this world deserves to die, Xiaoduo screamed in terror. Crap, she's completely lost it. I'm sending you the boss's data. Yun Qi quickly scanned the received information panel. She possessed 15 armor penetration, plus a 15 assassin specialization, totaling 30 armor penetration. Before the fight even started, he had already gained insight into the opponent's formidable strength. He let out a cold laugh and mocked, calling this talent Vengeful Soul is a total waste. You might as well call it Empathetic Soul instead. Xiaoduo grumbled as she retreated. I told you not to provoke her. Yun Qi signaled, you hold her off, I'm out of here. I'm going to scout the perimeter to see if there are any other dangers. Xiaoduo nodded, her face full of worry. Fine, this boss is a higher level than me. Don't get careless and lose your life. As soon as she finished speaking, Yunqi entered a combat stance. He felt a trace of surprise that he would actually worry about another player, thinking that instead of worrying about others he should focus on keeping his own life. Facing this boss was indeed a great deal of pressure. By now the boss had completed her mutation, her limbs becoming sharp and jagged like a killing machine. She lunged forward frantically, instantly flashing behind Yunqi and roaring, "Die!" Yunqi's heart tightened. He spun around suddenly and unleashed Death Coil on her. The skill hit its mark accurately, causing her to let out a scream of agonizing pain as she spat out a mouthful of blood. Realizing she couldn't win in a head-on clash, she immediately activated her stealth skill and retreated into the shadows. Yunqi clicked his tongue in regret. This assassin-type boss was indeed quite tricky. It was a pity he hadn't been able to end her directly with Frost Nova just now. Why did this boss feel less terrifying than the previous two? However, he was wrong. Suddenly, in the dim corners of the factory, hundreds of eyes as crimson as fresh blood lit up simultaneously, staring fixatedly at them. Xiaoduo, being sharp-eyed, screamed urgently, "Yunqi, get out of the way, there are armed robots in the shelter," Yunqi said in shock. "What?" As the words left his mouth, hundreds of massive pitch-black robots appeared, sealing off all paths of retreat. They opened fire simultaneously without hesitation, pouring out a dense net of laser beams. The two were forced to roll and dodge, searching for cover amidst the lethal fire. Because the terrain was narrow, Yunqi was unfortunately hit, taking massive damage. Unable to fully dodge, the system warned battle armor durability decreased by 20. He thought to himself that it was lucky the game had nerfed the power of thermal weapons, otherwise this armor would have been shredded long ago. He had initially thought this boss was a lone assassin, but she turned out to be a high-tech summoner. It seemed that to deal with her, he needed a precise tactic. He commanded, "Dahei, go draw the fire." Receiving the order, Dahei bravely charged toward the robot horde, letting the dense fire blast its limbs apart. Fortunately, Yunqi provided continuous support from the rear, repeatedly casting Death Coil to heal it. Dahei's body healed rapidly as it continued to act as a meat shield. Yunqi took the opportunity to leap up, his figure moving nimbly to draw the enemy's attention before soaring high and plummeting down like a meteorite. "Sorry, you guys are too slow." His long sword danced frantically, and everywhere the blade light passed, robots were decommissioned and fell. However, one stubborn robot was still resisting. Suddenly he heard a scream from Zhang Xiaoduo and spun his head around. He saw with horror that the boss had materialized behind Xiaoduo, a lethal strike piercing through her chest. "This boss is too strong. Yunqi, run." As soon as the words left Xiaoduo's mouth, she dissolved into countless motes of light. She was either forced to activate an escape skill or had temporarily died and returned to the revival point. Yunqi roared in a primal rage. "Zhang Xiaoduo," he grit his teeth in self-reproach. He had been too careless. Although this boss had low defense, her damage was incredibly high. He decided to give his all alongside Dahei to kill her immediately. Dahei charged, matching its master's fury. Seeing Yunqi closing in, the boss's face turned pale, and she retreated repeatedly to dodge, attempting to have the remaining robots launch a sneak attack from the rear. Detecting the danger, Yunqi could only leap to dodge, missing the chance to attack. Just then, the boss flashed into another sneak attack, swinging her blade at him. "Die!" At the critical moment, Dahei shot out like a bolt of black lightning, biting down firmly on the boss's arm and pinning her in place. The boss roared in pain. "Damn dog!" Seeing the rare opportunity, he shouted, "Dahei, get out of the way!" and immediately unleashed his strongest skill, Frost Nova. Receiving the command, Dahei let go and retreated, clearing the path for Yunqi to gather power. However, the boss's speed was incredible. She activated her stealth skill once more and vanished into the void. Yunqi was forced to cancel the move, cursing under his breath. "Playing hide-and-seek, are we?" Having lost the target, Frost Nova could not be released. He signaled to Dahei, "Retreat for now." The boss remained lurking in the shadows, launching occasional sneak attacks before quickly vanishing again. If they continued to wear themselves out like this, their stamina would eventually be depleted. He had to find Zhang Xiaoduo first. With her coordination, they could at least interfere with Zhang Ling. However, the boss seemed to have seen through his thoughts, her voice echoing through the space. "You discovered my secret. No one leaves here alive." Before Yunqi could react, Dahei ignored his roar of restraint and charged straight at the boss. "Dahei, don't go!" To protect its master, Dahei died a tragic death at the boss's hands, blood splattering the ground. System prompt: your undead teammate has been killed in action. The next unit can be summoned in 3 minutes. 10 minutes later, Xiaoduo ran back, panting for breath. I'm here. Is the boss still there? The final blow has to be mine." When she saw an exhausted Yunqi leaning against a pile of rubble, looking dejected with swollen, pus-filled wounds, she froze. "Yunqi, what happened to you? Your hand is still bleeding. Why haven't you bandaged it?" She knelt down, her tone anxious. "Retract your armor quickly. Let me treat your wounds or you'll die. Drink the medicine quickly while I bandage you up." Looking around, she didn't see the familiar figure. Only then did Zhang Xiaoduo think to ask, "Where's Dahei? Wasn't he always following you?" Yunqi was silent for a long time before saying in a raspy voice, "Dahei died in battle to block a blade for me." Xiaoduo was stunned for a moment, then sat gently beside him to comfort him. "Actually, he had already died once, hadn't he?" she continued. "Even though Dahei always barked at me and wouldn't listen to anyone, I know he was the most loyal friend. He didn't eat anything good when he was alive, and he didn't cry out in pain when he was hurt. He spent his whole life taking orders. Is that really living?" to meet a master like you before he died and fight for you. In this apocalypse perhaps that isn't the worst ending." Hearing these heartfelt words, Yunqi's mood lightened considerably. Not a bad thing. Looking at the clumsy bandaging on his hand, he couldn't help but chuckle, trying to lighten the somber atmosphere. "It's so ugly, is it even useful?" He thought to himself that Zhang Xiaoduo usually looked silly, but she was actually quite good at comforting people in critical moments. After being criticized, Xiaoduo immediately barked back like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "Of course it's useful, this is good stuff I traded for at the player shop. Do you think this is a regular bandage? One roll costs 10 Doomsday coins. Don't go getting yourself hurt randomly again, or don't blame me for being stingy and not treating you." Yunqi stopped smiling and looked at her sincerely. "Thanks, I'll be careful." He moved his limbs and felt that his stamina had mostly recovered. "I feel much better," Xiaoduo asked worriedly. "Are we still going to fight the boss? Aren't you going to rest?" Yunqi shook his head firmly, thinking that he had to put in even more effort. His overwhelming victories against other players over the past few days had made him underestimate the dungeon bosses. He could not repeat that mistake next time. Standing in front of the factory door, he analyzed. Since the boss didn't pursue them out, it seemed her activity range and the robot's control range were limited. Outside the door was a safe zone. As long as they tracked the boss's movements, the battle would be much easier. Xiaoduo was puzzled. "What are you planning to do?" Just then, a giant sewer rat was tossed out from a dark corner, charging at him with red eyes. Yunqi seized the opportunity, casting Undead Awakening to take it as a pet, then let it run back into the factory. This time he had to go for a one-shot kill to avenge Dahei. In fact, the Awakening skill could not only control undead subordinates but also share their senses. In other words, he could observe the entire battlefield through the servant's eyes. The rat quickly sneaked into the depths and found the target. But before it could act, a pair of calloused bare feet blocked its path. The thick killing intent radiating from the boss made Yunqi, standing outside the door, break into a cold sweat. Discovered so soon? She stared down at the rat. It was his scout. Yunqi glared back through the mental connection, swallowing hard as he prepared for the rat to be crushed. Unexpectedly, the boss turned her head and murmured to herself in disappointment. Why isn't it him yet?" Yunqi breathed a massive sigh of relief. Fortunately, this undead rat was too weak to trigger the boss's suspicion. Beside him, Xiaoduo questioned, "This rat is so small it can't fight at all, and it certainly can't deal with the armed robots, can it?" He revealed a mysterious smile. "Maybe it really can be of use, just watch." Yunqi explained that for a standard shelter, defense was just as vital as survival needs. Therefore, Zhang Ling certainly had more than just those 4 robots. He controlled the rat to scurry over a pile of junk. After traveling a distance, he smiled triumphantly. Just as he suspected, he had found them. It turned out the other robots were stored in a deeper area of the shelter. Roughly estimated, there were about 12 large robots in a state of hibernation. The news left Xiaoduo dumbfounded. 12, if they all attack together, will be turned into sieves in an instant. She looked at the little rat on the shared screen with concern. "With just this little guy, I'm afraid you won't be much help." He only replied with a smile. "That's not necessarily true. Do you want to see fireworks?" Yunqi controlled the rat to scurry over to a control box filled with wires and ordered it to bite through all the circuits. The leaking electricity immediately affected the nearby sleeping robots, sending sparks flying everywhere. The boss roared in rage. "Who's there?" She approached the rat's location step by step, making Yunqi increasingly tense. "Just a bit more, this has to end quickly." With that thought, Yunqi poured power into the rat to accelerate the destruction. Instantly, the power system in that area exploded, blocking the boss's advance and triggering a chain reaction that detonated the nearby robots. In a flash, that pile of silent scrap metal blew into fragments that went flying across the factory. Seeing this from outside, Xiaoduo couldn't help but cheer excitedly. "Listen, that is the sound of fireworks." She swiftly drew her weapon, shouting excitedly, "Plan successful. Charge." The boss, seeing her hard work destroyed, was furious to the extreme, roaring, "You did this." It lunged madly at Yunqi. Seeing this, Xiaoduo rushed forward to block a lethal blow for him, yelling, "Watch out." Meanwhile, a nearby surviving large robot was also stirring, preparing to attack the two. Sensing danger, Yunqi immediately unleashed Frost Nova on the robot, catching it off guard and knocking it backward. So the two split up. Zhang Xiaoduo dealt with the madwoman while Yunqi took on the large robot. As he fought, he observed her performance and couldn't help but marvel secretly. Zhang Xiaoduo was a dark horse. When she fought seriously, she could actually solo the boss, but the power gap between a human and a boss was obvious. Xiaoduo took a direct hit and was forced back to catch her breath. "I can't do it, I can't beat her." "Yunqi, your turn." With that, she quickly activated her stealth skill and vanished into the void, leaving Yunqi standing alone in the center of the battlefield. He looked helpless. "Both playing disappearing acts? Does that mean I'm the only live target left?" He had no choice but to move to an open area. This was too passive. He had to find a way to break the boss's stealth. Suddenly, his gaze landed on a perfect tool on the wall. Yunqi rushed over, smashed the glass of the fire hose cabinet, and grabbed a fire extinguisher. Without hesitation, he opened the valve and sprayed the empty space ahead. As expected, stealth was just a visual effect. It would reveal itself when hit by the extinguisher's powder. However, Yunqi encountered a new problem. In the cloud of white powder, he couldn't tell who was the boss and who was Zhang Xiaoduo. He stood between the two targets, hesitating. It would be embarrassing to accidentally injure his teammate, but if he stood still, he would likely be stabbed by the boss. After a moment's thought, Yun-Chi devised a plan. Exploiting the girl's greedy nature, he threw out bait, shouting, "Zhang Xiaoduo, you dropped your weapon?" Out of instinct, a figure suddenly turned its head. "What, my precious weapon?" Thus only one murderous dark shadow remained, charging straight at him. The corners of Yun-Chi's mouth curled slightly. Locking onto the target without hesitation, he swung his sword in a heavy slash, forcing Zhang Ling to reveal her true form. She murmured despairingly to herself, "Why does everyone want to hurt me? You all deserve to die, every single one of you." Yun-Chi showed no mercy, attacking her with all his might. "I sympathize with your plight, but that is no excuse for your wanton evil." Yun-Chi closed in on the boss, locking her throat and throwing her into the distance while shouting, "Zhang Xiaoduo, she's all yours." Hearing the command, Xiaoduo charged out from the powder. "Got it?" She swung her blade, carving a deep cross-shaped wound on the boss, sending it falling painfully into a pool of blood, ending its tragic life. The system immediately popped up a server-wide announcement: "Congratulations to Zhang Xiaoduo for becoming the first player to clear the Undead dungeon. Reward: permanent unique title, Warlord's Edge. All attributes increased by 20, level increased to 12. Xiaoduo's face flushed red with excitement, her words incoherent. This happiness came too suddenly. The system continued to pop up screen-filling mission reward notifications. This little lady, while stroking the legendary orange rank weapon that shimmered with light, was beyond excited. Newcomers who just left the novice village usually struggled to level up, yet her leveling speed was as fast as a rocket, her name even climbing into the top 3 of the server-wide leaderboard, second only to the big shots Mu Qingshang and Long Haoying. "Awesome," she cheered inwardly, then excitedly squatted down to scavenge the boss's corpse. "Let me see what good treasures the final boss dropped." Watching that string of rich rewards and the unique title fall into Xiaoduo's hands, Yun-Chi, standing nearby, couldn't help but feel a bit envious. Good heavens, the clear reward was actually a title that increased all attributes by 20. Had I known, I wouldn't have let Zhang Xiaoduo take the final hit. But on second thought, he recalled a harsh reality. NPCs like him were not recognized as clearing players. If he had personally ended Zhang Ling, the system might not have given such generous rewards, or perhaps nothing at all. He'd just treat it as charity. After scavenging the loot, Xiaoduo left with a satisfied look. Truly a final boss. The harvest was indeed staggering. Their next destination was where Dahei had been sacrificed. Standing before the simple small grave, a trace of complex emotion flashed in Xiaoduo's eyes. She bent down and gently placed a bouquet before the grave. After all, they had walked a long road together. She whispered softly, "Dahei, rest assured, I will protect your master for you." Instantly, a system announcement jumped out. "Congratulations to the player for completing a rare rank quest, cleaning the small grave and offering flowers, gained experience points, 900 Doomsday coins, and NPC favorability increased by 120 points, current relationship, cold." Xiaoduo's eyes widened in surprise. She hadn't expected a casual gesture to bring so many rewards, but catching a glimpse of Yun-Chi's favorability bar, which was still at a low point, she couldn't help but feel a bit wronged and complained, "Yun-Chi, is your heart made of stone?" Yun-Chi stood aside, gazing deeply at the grave, his tone filled with reminiscence. "After all, Dahei was my only comrade during this time," but in his mind he was thinking of something else. With the 15 extra bonus from the Peerless title, players chasing rewards would probably flock here in the future to tend to this loyal dog's grave. Hearing the words, "only comrade," Xiaoduo immediately reacted as if her tail had been stepped on, a surge of jealousy rising in her heart. "Only comrade, then what am I?" He turned his head and replied coldly, "A passing quest tool." Xiaoduo was instantly speechless. Seeing the atmosphere grow awkward, Yun-Chi took the initiative to change the subject. "I remember you said your mission was to escort me to the next city. Is the mission complete?" Hearing this, the little lady turned her face away sheepishly, dodging his gaze. That's right, she felt the mission was almost over, but how could she bear to let go of this big thigh, after following him these past few days? Leveling was practically easier than sleeping. Suddenly remembering something important, she turned and asked, "You're going to the middle capital?" "Yeah. It's a hotspot for player competition now. Everyone is busy teaming up, joining forces with major guilds to prepare for an attack on the final dungeon." Xiaoduo's eyes sparkled as she suggested with a calculating heart, "How about this? You issue another Peerless rank quest, and I'll risk my life to get you to the middle capital." Yun-Chi frowned and interrupted, "Wait, how did the middle capital become the final dungeon?" Xiaoduo, acting like a veteran, explained in detail, "It always was, although the game hasn't officially announced it. Many quests in the novice village have hinted at it. The core task of this major version is to clear the final dungeon watchtower in the middle capital and kill the dungeon leader, Marshal Fang Qian, the commander of the Night Watch Army." This news left Yun-Chi greatly shocked. Kill Marshal Fang? He knew the cruel rules of this game well. Boss rank NPCs had the right to designate territory and transform it into a dungeon to gain terrifying power. But the price was losing their freedom forever. They would be imprisoned in their own territory, like souls locked within a sanctuary. Once the dungeon is breached by players, their consciousness will be erased, and they will become walking corpses for players to repeatedly farm for experience. The off-road vehicle sped through the desolate desert, kicking up clouds of yellow sand. Yun-Chi in the driver's seat looked solemn. Over the past 2 days he had been so preoccupied with clearing players that he had overlooked such a major development. The system chat channel was flashing frantically. Former Central Army Commander Fang Kun has broken with former Alliance Chairman Wu Wenjin. He has split the middle capital in two, transforming the eastern region into a massive dungeon called the Watchtower and personally guarding it as the final boss to protect the loyalists following him. Yun Qi sighed inwardly. In this game, what dungeon is truly impregnable? When Marshal Fang decided to use the Watchtower as a prison to protect humanity, his tragic end was likely already sealed. Glancing at Xiaoduo, who was dozing in the passenger seat, he fell into deep thought. In the eyes of the players, humanity's last refuge was nothing more than a city waiting to be slaughtered. Recalling her proposal, he made a decision. Then it's settled. I'm going to the Watchtower. As for me, once I reach the middle capital, I'll go find Wu Wenjin, that NPC leader of the player faction. Maybe I'll be the first in the whole server to help him defeat Fang Kun. Thinking of that scene, her blood boiled with excitement, but logic immediately brought her to her senses. Although Zhang Xiaoduo had never killed anyone, the essence of a player remained a threat. Sooner or later, she would betray him just as Lu Xin had. Logically, he should eliminate her now. However, keeping her meant he could utilize many player privileges, which was an advantage that could not be ignored. While he was pondering, Xiaoduo stirred beside him. She let out a long stretch, her physical curves fully revealed, causing Yun Qi to lose his focus for a moment. He had to admit her figure was indeed eye-catching. Sensing Yun Qi's strange gaze, Xiaoduo asked blankly, "Why are you staring at me?" she thought to herself. Boys really are all perverts. Yun Qi was startled and quickly waved his hands to hide his embarrassment. Ahem, nothing. I just think since we're both going to the middle capital we should officially become comrades and get to know each other. He quickly turned the topic back to business. From a player perspective, Xiaoduo could see through his attributes, but he knew nothing of her class and talents. Xiaoduo muttered inwardly, "I'm not that divine. Even though I'm a player, I can't see your full attribute panel either, like skills and such." This sudden proposal made her suspicious. "Why look at my attributes? Is there a need for that?" To dispel her doubts, Yun Qi explained in a deep tone, "Of course, the road ahead is full of danger. If I haven't even mastered my comrade's combat abilities, how can I formulate tactics at critical moments? Like yesterday against Zhang Ling. If I'd known your details earlier, our coordination would have been much better." This sharp reasoning softened Xiaoduo's heart. She nodded. "Fine then." She thought it was no big deal, just some info, but she didn't forget to set a condition, muttering, "Agreed then, but after looking, you're not allowed to think I'm bad." Yun Qi, still driving, replied casually, "Sure, but it wasn't over." Xiaoduo held up a finger to emphasize, "Also, you can't order me to do all the heavy and tiring work just because I'm too powerful." He remained cold, signaling no problem. But inwardly he wondered, what is this girl obsessing over? Is she bad or powerful? Xiaoduo threw out the final and most important condition with a serious expression. And the most crucial point, this lady only kills monsters, not people. No matter the situation, I will not coordinate with you to kill others. Hearing this firm promise, a playful smile touched the corners of Yun Qi's mouth, both satisfied and laced with a hint of danger. Understood, he was secretly pleased. This was precisely the core factor in his decision to keep her around. This girl seemed to have held onto her moral bottom line in this chaotic world. Following that, the system screen flashed, presenting her information panel. Xiaoduo puffed out her chest and bragged proudly, "These are my attributes. My class is Shadow Ranger, a combination of assassin and shooter traits, capable of both melee combat and long-range sniping. Pretty awesome, right?" But she still cautiously kept a card up her sleeve, as trump cards weren't that easy to reveal. "As for skills, I'm not showing them to you. Anyway, I can't see yours either." Glancing at the panel, Yun Qi was completely stunned, his eyes full of shock. Although he knew she was strong, he hadn't expected her to be this absurdly powerful. Not only did she have a hidden class, but her attributes were incredibly high, especially agility, which was actually over 30 points higher than his as a peerless boss. Struck by surprise, he blurted out, asking if she had put all her attribute points into speed. Having her thoughts seen through, Xiaoduo pouted and replied, "Is that not allowed? Even if I can't win, at least I can run fast." Before she could finish, the sky suddenly turned dark and a swarm of pitch-black birds swept over. Before the two could react, a dark shadow dove down like an arrow. A sharp beak instantly pierced through the windshield, glass shards scattering everywhere. Xiaoduo screamed, "What's going on?" Yun Qi was also caught in massive shock. What on earth were these things? A swarm of monster birds crashed frantically. Yun Qi quickly recognized them as ferocious zombie crows appearing in huge numbers, and all were level 12 monsters. He grit his teeth, turning the steering wheel sharply in an attempt to shake them off. Inside the car, Xiaoduo urged anxiously, "Yun Qi, drive faster, those crows are about to catch up." Amidst the ear-piercing shrieks, a red-eyed zombie crow lunged forward. Yun Qi immediately activated his skill, Frost Nova. A burst of cold blue light exploded, temporarily forcing back the crow swarm, but the result was less than ideal. Xiaoduo cried out, "These monsters react too fast. Only one actually died. What do we do now?" Yun Qi's face was grim as he explained the predicament. "Frost Nova has a 1-minute cooldown, and can't be used again for now. My normal attack range is limited. It won't be very effective against these flying zombie crows. He turned to Xiaoduo, placing his hopes on her. Aren't you half a shooter? Shoot them down, Xiaoduo stammered in response. Easy for you to say. I don't know how to use a gun and I don't have a decent bow in my hand. Hearing this, Yunqi was practically driven to madness. A shooter without a bow? Xiaoduo retorted, refusing to be outdone. As a knight, don't you also lack a horse? After a round of meaningless bickering, the two fell into a brief silence. Yunqi suddenly had an idea and shouted, "The player shop should sell weapons, right?" Xiaoduo nodded. "There are, but basic gear isn't durable and I don't have enough money." In this critical moment, Yunqi had no time to haggle. "Buy a basic set right now, hurry!" Xiaoduo scrambled to navigate the system interface. Moments later, the items appeared in her hands. "Bought it." "Yunqi, what exactly are you planning?" Yunqi snatched the longbow, and the system immediately prompted talent tree in effect. "Your weapon durability has been increased to SSS rank." He tossed the bow back to her and issued a decisive command. How did you? The situation is urgent, take it, don't tell me you don't know how to shoot an arrow." Xiaoduo stomped one foot onto the roof of the car, regaining her usual confidence. I'm a Shadow Ranger, how could I not know basic archery?" She struck an incredibly cool pose, drawing the bowstring to full extension, and announced loudly, "Today this lady is going to show you what true power looks like." Leaping onto the roof of the speeding car, she pulled the bow taut, condensing emerald green lightning energy onto the arrowhead. A terrifying power radiated outward, drawing a silent whistle of admiration from Yunqi inside the car. He thought to himself that even with his armor at full durability, he wouldn't dare take this arrow head-on. The arrow streaked through the air like a bolt of devastating lightning. However, while expectations were high, reality proved harsh. The cunning crows scattered instantly, skillfully dodging the powerful strike by a hair's breadth. Zhang Xiaoduo froze, her face flushing crimson, while Yunqi's jaw dropped in surprise. She missed, her fury exploded instantly. Xiaoduo's hands radiated a chilling frost as she roared in frustration, "It's just a bunch of winged freaks, I'm going to butcher them one by one with my daggers." Yunqi could only shake his head helplessly. "Is she still brooding over losing face?" He sighed and slammed on the brakes. "Since there's no way to retreat, we fight." Both jumped out of the car. Zhang Xiaoduo lunged into the air like a whirlwind, unleashing a frost storm that swept through the murder of crows. 10 minutes later, the battle was over on the golden sands. Black feathers drifted down like snow as the last crow froze solid and shattered upon hitting the ground. Standing amidst the piles of crow corpses, Yunqi used his death coil skill to finish off the stragglers. Xiaoduo slumped onto the hood of the car, panting heavily, yet her expression was one of relief. Few finally dealt with him. Thinking back, the zombies and vampires in the city are practically cute compared to these zombie crows. She turned to ask Yunqi, "When will we reach the next city?" Yunqi opened the 3D map, gazing toward the distant horizon. "This girl, sharing the map really is becoming more and more convenient. If we keep heading this way, we'll hit a major city, Nanzhong City." However, his eyes suddenly darkened. The zombie crows had also flown in from that direction. Crows naturally feed on carrion. For them to congregate in such massive numbers was clearly an ill omen. Tragedy had undoubtedly struck ahead. Leaning against the jeep, he secretly speculated if even more terrifying monsters were waiting for them. Sitting on the hood, Xiaoduo suggested, "I'm not sure. Why don't you go check it out? Maybe you'll find some quest clues." After some deliberation, they decided to continue their journey. The jeep once again tore through the wind across the vast desert. After driving for a while, Xiaoduo asked in confusion, "I've driven 2 or 3 kilometers and haven't seen a single monster." Yunqi sniffed the air, his expression becoming solemn. "I don't know if it's my imagination, but the scent of rust in the air is getting stronger." "Rust?" Xiaoduo asked back in surprise. Suddenly, she pointed ahead, her face turning pale with fright. "Yunqi, look!" Yunqi followed her finger, his pupils shrinking from the shock. What lay before them was a gruesome battlefield. Military vehicles were torn and twisted like toys, and countless mangled corpses in military uniforms were scattered across the sand. He murmured, "Uniforms?" It seemed this army had run out of luck. They had encountered a pack of mutant wolves and been completely wiped out. He approached to inspect a body, analyzing the direction of the corpses and vehicles. They must have been attacked while evacuating from Nanzhong City. The two stepped out of the car, a somber atmosphere hanging over them. Xiaoduo blurted out sadly, "This is too tragic." Yunqi frowned and thought, these people were well equipped, so why risk entering this wilderness? Suddenly, Xiaoduo discovered something. She hurried toward a flipped yellow jeep. Inside, she found the body of an elderly officer, his hands still tightly clutching a notebook as if it were a treasure. Would he have left a message? The moment her fingertips touched the notebook, a quest window popped up. "You have activated an elite quest, the officer's mission. Please go to camp number 7 to find General Shi Gang and tell him that Luo Zhen, the law enforcement captain of Nanzhong City, has defected to the player faction. Request that he immediately lead his troops back to the city." Xiaoduo cheered. "I actually triggered a quest." Yunqi skimmed the content, his expression turning grim. "Defection, joining the player faction. It seems Nanzhong City is no longer safe. Let's go do the quest." Suddenly, the roar of engines tore through the silent space coming from the distance. Where is that engine noise coming from? On the horizon, 3 high-displacement motorcycles were speeding toward them at an incredible pace, kicking up clouds of dust. Xiaoduo noted with concern that these people were coming from the direction of Nanzhong City. The three bikes closed in rapidly, coming to a stylish screeching halt that surrounded the two. Yun-Chi reacted instantly, pulling Xiaoduo behind him. His hand rested on his weapon as he shouted alertly, "Watch out!" The leader stepped off his bike, radiating an overwhelming aura of authority. He slowly removed his helmet, revealing a mane of blonde hair and a face as handsome as a sculpture. Xiaoduo stared at the newcomer, stammering in shock. You're that guy," he said with a confident smile. Xiaoduo couldn't believe her eyes. She screamed in excitement. Long Haoying, the girl, instantly transformed into a loyal fangirl, her eyes sparkling. "I never thought I'd have the honor of meeting a living god player." Yun-Chi turned to her, his eyes full of confusion. "You know him?" "Yes," Xiaoduo nodded frantically, the heroic image of Long Haoying riding on a dragon's back flashing through her mind. Long Haoying was recognized by the entire server as a chosen one. Right at the start of the game he had awakened the two core attributes of the top-tier hidden class Dragon Knight. Xiaoduo remained immersed in her fantasy. Admiration glittered in her eyes. In her view, Long Haoying didn't just possess powerful character abilities. He was also a renowned tycoon. Early on he had founded the massive and awe-inspiring Yellow Dragon Group. He was absolutely the dream man of every female player on the server. In contrast to his companion's obsession, Yun-Chi scrutinized the man with a sharp, guarded gaze. He secretly assessed, "A chosen one, huh? No wonder I felt a sense of danger the moment I saw him. I wonder who is stronger between him and me, the son of the plains." At that moment a subordinate leaned in and whispered in Long Haoying's ear, "Boss, this player seems to be your fan. She's quite pretty. Are you interested?" Long Haoying ignored the flattery, his cold gaze fixed on the two as he announced loudly, "Our mission is to find and eliminate this breakout squad to ensure they cannot send a distress signal to camp number 7. This task is vital, everything else can wait." Suddenly he narrowed his eyes, seemingly noticing something unusual in Xiaoduo's hands. "HMPH," he said bluntly. Long Haoying reached out and commanded, "Give me that quest clue in your hand." Zhang Xiaoduo clutched the notebook tightly to her chest like a bristling little hedgehog and retorted, "On what grounds? I worked hard to find this." The atmosphere turned tense instantly. At that exact moment, Yun-Chi suddenly moved. He reached out with one hand to cover Zhang Xiaoduo's mouth to prevent her from protesting, while his other hand calmly snatched the notebook. The corners of his mouth curled slightly with a hint of contempt. "Are you referring to this? My companion has a habit of picking up trash on the battlefield every day. She loves bringing back junk. If you want it, I'll give it to you." Without waiting for an answer, Yun-Chi tossed the notebook toward Long Haoying like a piece of garbage. He pulled Zhang Xiaoduo around, preparing to leave, and said calmly, "I've given you the item. Can we go now?" Xiaoduo was dragged along, still muttering aggrievedly, "Hey, that was my quest." However, Long Haoying had no intention of letting them leave so easily. He lunged forward with startling speed, blocking Yun-Chi's path with his weapon and shouting, "Wait." Zhang Xiaoduo cried out in terror, worried for Yun-Chi's safety. Yun-Chi, in contrast to her panic, Yun-Chi remained exceptionally calm. He revealed a confident smile and said slowly, "You are all great players. Surely you wouldn't be so shameless as to insist on detaining a woman?" Long Haoying curled his lip into a meaningful smile, his sharp gaze staring at Yun-Chi like a blade. "Who said I wanted the woman? Let her go. You stay." Even Long Haoying's companions were confused by this sudden decision. Yun-Chi frowned, not immediately understanding the other's intent. Long Haoying donned a set of shimmering battle armor, the crushing pressure of a powerhouse erupting from him. Despite their confusion, his companions remained absolutely obedient to orders. One of them said, "I don't know why the captain wants to keep this kid, but in the Yellow Dragon Group the captain's choice is our direction." Sensing the unfavorable situation, Yun-Chi secretly calculated, "This is trouble." He turned his head and whispered to the girl beside him, "Zhang Xiaoduo, you escape first." Xiaoduo looked blank, but when he looked back her figure was already blurring before melting into the air. Yun-Chi sighed helplessly. "She vanished. That girl really has zero loyalty." However, he quickly focused his mind. A set of pitch-black battle armor emerged, enveloping his body and radiating a spine-chilling authority. "Actually, this is for the best. I won't have any concerns once the fight breaks out. Besides, an invisible assassin can at least put some pressure on the enemy." Just then, a member of the Yellow Dragon team suddenly recognized Yun-Chi. She gasped in shock. This monster's appearance was identical to the leader who had just been seen on the livestream killing Huang Tianhao and camping his corpse. Could the captain have already recognized him? Is that why he stopped him? Long Haoying showed immense interest and turned to his companions. "You lot watch from the sidelines. I want to see just how strong this monster really is." With that, he charged forward like a whirlwind, a spear in his hand igniting with roaring flames. He let out a great shout. "Fire thrust!" Yun-Chi was startled by the ferocity of the attack. He hurriedly swung his sword to parry. His arm went numb from the impact, and he was secretly alarmed. His strength is actually comparable to a melee heavy strike. He really lives up to his reputation as a top-tier player. The collision of the two weapons generated a powerful shockwave. Yun-Chi grumbled to himself, "Still, facing a powerful enemy alone isn't wise." The members of the Yellow Dragon Group couldn't help but admire him. Not many people could tank the captain's attack head-on, but immediately after another person cried out in surprise at the monster's counterattack. It didn't just know how to hit back. Its speed was even faster than a charging warrior. Seeing the critical situation, the sub-commander, an older male, hurriedly shouted a warning, "Captain, get out of the way." The repelled Long Haoing roared in fury, "Damn it!" At the same time, Yun Qi only revealed a mysterious smile. His toes lightly tapped the ground as he soared into the air, his longsword instantly condensed chilling air, making the surrounding space feel as if it were being frozen solid. Frost Nova. A massive ice pillar instantly shot toward Long Haoing and his companions, leaving everyone aghast. One member was unfortunately hit head-on, letting out a groan of pain as a system prompt popped up. Warning, battle armor durability has dropped by 90. The team's female mage, Guan Jin, reacted immediately, shouting the name of her injured comrade. Simultaneously, another person wearing medical gear quickly chanted a healing spell. A soft green energy instantly enveloped the wounded man, pulling his health bar back from the brink at the last possible second. Yun Qi observed and analyzed coldly. Aside from Long Haoing, that shooter was the greatest threat on the field. Unfortunately, their level and equipment strength far exceed the players I've met before. Otherwise, that one move would have been enough to finish him. Long Haoing quickly regrouped and issued decisive orders. Pan Shuangsuo, cover. Guan Jin Hu Yi, support from the rear. Everyone engage. Upon receiving the command, a burly man with short silver hair named Pan Shuangsuo let out a wild roar. "Aha, let's see me tear you to pieces." Facing the tidal wave-like assault, Yun Qi remained completely unruffled. He reached out his hand and a surge of green death energy began to swirl, gradually condensing into the shape of a terrifying skull, death coil. The pitch-black energy crashed straight into Pan Shuangsuo. He only had time to let out a groan of pain. Exploiting the moment his opponent was distracted, Long Haoing shouted loudly, "Beautifully done, old Pan." He lunged from the flank, his flaming spear aiming straight for Yun Qi's vitals. Yun Qi was startled. Was that soldier just a bait to draw fire? The spear arrived with devastating force. Yun Qi let out a sharp cry, "Not good." He hurriedly raised his sword to block but was still sent flying by a massive force. System warning, you are under attack. Battle armor durability decreased by 5. He grit his teeth, enduring the intense pain racking his body. The power of this strike was staggering. Although it failed to pierce the battle armor, the concussive force was all too real. In the distance, the sniper had already entered his shooting position, his crosshairs locked dead on Yun Qi. He muttered threateningly, "If you dare attack me, I'll put a bullet right through your armor and see how you resist then." Suddenly, he felt a bone-chilling shiver down his spine. Before he could even react, Zhang Xiaoduo appeared behind him like a ghost. He screamed in terror. "Assassin!" Xiaoduo struck decisively, her voice ringing in his ear. "I didn't want to fight, but I can't just sit by and watch you lot slaughter my companion." The sniper let out a groan of agony. Xiaoduo added coldly, "Sorry, but you should probably take a nap first." She eliminated the long-range threat with a clean finishing move. Letting out a sigh of relief, she patted her chest proudly. "Phew, handled, as expected of me." Seeing his teammate in danger, Hu Yi immediately activated Holy War Rescue. The skill panel popped up. Movement speed increased by 200, dealing a powerful impact to the enemy target. He lunged forward like a bullet, sending Zhang Xiaoduo flying. She only had time to let out a sharp "ah." Watching her get knocked away, Hu Yi sneered arrogantly. "Did you think you could turn the tide?" He then turned toward his fallen teammate. "Monkey, get up quickly." However, Monkey failed to rise. His corpse began to emit a strange green glow before dissolving into data fragments. Hu Yi screamed in horror. "Monkey!" Right where the body had vanished, a massive undead wolf burst from the ground, its eyes burning with nether fire. The attribute panel appeared, Undead Giant Wolf level 12. The members of the Yellow Dragon group were utterly shocked. Where did this mutant wolf come from? Hadn't all the wolves in this area been wiped out? Yun Qi stood there, emerald flames flickering in his palm, a wicked smile on his face. Resurrection of the dead. Surprised to me, dead creatures are actually easier to control. He secretly felt lucky he had made preparations before the Yellow Dragon group rushed over. Long Haoing and the others were struck by the truth. "It was you killed our teammate." Long Haoing grit his teeth, realizing his fatal mistake. Aside from the Frost Nova from earlier, this Lord-rank boss actually possessed two powerful skills that had never been revealed in the live streams. This time they had truly kicked a steel beam. The female mage, Guan Jin, suddenly screamed in the squad channel, "I've deleveled. Everyone be careful, the respawn point is too far. I estimate it'll take me 20 minutes to get back. Captain, watch out." It's confirmed that the enemy is a Lord-rank NPC with deleveling abilities. Hearing this, Long Haoing didn't retreat. Instead, an unprecedented fighting spirit ignited within him. His eyes shimmered with the light of ambition. "Good. If I can slaughter you here today, the reputation of the Yellow Dragon group will surpass the Flowing Wind Legion and become the true #1 guild." "Kill!" The two clashed, their weapons weaving a web of dazzling sparks. Pan Shuangsuo roared as he tried to join the fray. "Captain, let me help you." But Yun Qi was a step ahead, unleashing his signature skill, Death Coil. Once more after being hit, Pan Shuangsuo cursed. "Damn it!" he hurriedly shouted to his shield-bearing teammate. "Dapan, cover me." The player named Dapan immediately raised his shield to block, but he couldn't leave his position at all because Zhang Xiaoduo was riding on the back of the undead wolf, launching a frantic assault on him. He roared, "I'm busy here, I have to deal with this assassin first." Xiaoduo giggled, taunting him. Come on, even if you grew 4 more legs you still couldn't catch me." Dapan was so furious he bellowed, running again, "Do you dare to have a fair duel?" The mischievous girl looked back and made a face. "Only an idiot would go head-to-head with you. I'm just not going to fight you frontally. With my unparalleled speed and kiting tactics I'll wear you lot down sooner or later." Pan could only grit his teeth and curse. Meanwhile, Pan Shuangsuo had fallen into a dire predicament. He shouted to the newly returned mage, Guanjin, give me a shield quick." Guanjin responded immediately. On it, she chanted an incantation, and a brilliant guardian aura enveloped Pan Shuangsuo. This aura could reduce incoming damage by 50 with this armor. Pan Shuangsuo roared with confident provocation, "Monster, come and fight me to the death." Yan Qi narrowed his eyes to analyze. With the double buff of battle armor and the shield, a man could tank at least 3 single target attacks from a Lord-rank mob. A spark of hope flashed in Pan Shuangsuo's eyes. "As long as I'm fast enough, I can land a fatal blow on this boss." But he didn't expect that just as the thought formed, a tidal wave of frost energy would pour down. He screamed in terror. When did he? Yan Qi had unleashed Frost Nova again with incredible speed. Pan Shuangsuo was swallowed by the ice, letting out a wretched scream. "Ah!" Long Hoang and Guanjin shouted their teammate's name in horror. Yan Qi stood his ground, watching Pan Shuangsuo's corpse gradually dissolve into the void, a cold smile touching the corners of his mouth. "Good, another one down." Long Hoang roared in fury, the long spear in his hand erupting with a torrential fire that matched his state of mind. "Damn it, you dare kill my teammate. If I, Long Hoang, don't butcher you today, how can I ever show my face again?" Yan Qi responded with a mocking smile. "Don't worry, I'll send you to join them very soon." The female mage, Guanjin, quickly analyzed the battle and shouted a warning. "Captain, there's a 3 to 5 minute gap between the 2 uses of that skill. I bet the cooldown is within 2 to 3 minutes. For such a powerful skill to have such a short cooldown, this boss will definitely save it for emergencies." On the other side, Pan noticed Zhang Xiaoduo had vanished and hurriedly warned, "Watch out for stealth, keep an eye on that invisible assassin, she'll definitely attack again." But it was already too late. Long Hoang and Yan Qi were locked in fierce combat once again. A strange blue light radiated from Yan Qi's palm. He whispered softly, "Time's up." Then he shouted, "Xiao Wei, over here." Another giant wolf lunged out of the void, pouncing straight at Long Hoang and biting his shoulder viciously. He roared in pain, "Bastard, get off me!" He swung his spear to shake off the wolf, but Yan Qi had already closed in with his sword and the battle fell into total chaos. In the heat of the fight, Long Hoang suddenly sensed something was wrong. Could it be? That guy had clearly shown a vulnerability just now. If he had gripped the sword with both hands, he could have completely shattered my spear, yet he insisted on holding it with one hand. That's too unusual. Is the battle over by Pan still at a stalemate? Zhang Xiaoduo and the giant wolf were exhausting him. Long Hoang shouted, "Get out of the way!" But Pan was turning around in a panic, looking for the enemy. Yan Qi stood firm, declaring confidently, "Evasion is futile because my skills can ignore all obstacles." Just as the words fell, he unleashed Frost Nova once more. This time, the targets were Long Hoang's remaining teammates. Facing the sudden area of effect attack, they could only scream in despair. In an instant, the last 2 also turned into pixelated data. Just then, Zhang Xiaoduo appeared, panting and complaining, The cooldown for Frost Nova is clearly only 60 seconds, yet you intentionally misled them. And you didn't even give a heads up before using your finisher. I almost got turned into a hedgehog." Yan Qi scratched his head awkwardly. Sorry, but if I told you beforehand, wouldn't the enemy have been on guard too?" Zhang Xiaoduo was still indignant. "Even so, can you give me a secret signal next time so I don't charge in too fast and hurt myself?" Yan Qi laughed and nodded in agreement. Then he turned his sharp gaze toward his final opponent. "Next, as long as I deal with you, it'll all be over." At this moment, Long Hoang was the only one left on the battlefield. The leader of the Yellow Dragon group was isolated and without help. Yan Qi stood before him like a god of death in his pitch-black armor. Long Hoang narrowed his eyes, seemingly seeing through the truth. "So, the cooldown for your Frost Nova really is only 1 minute? Yan Qi curled his lip in a provocative smirk. "If I said it was only 30 seconds, would you believe me?" Unexpectedly, Long Hoang actually burst into an excited laugh. "How interesting. Since I started playing this game, I've never been this suppressed." He immediately opened his communication channel, issuing an order to his teammates rushing back from the respawn point. "Everyone stop, don't come over." Voices of protest immediately came through the squad channel. "What, Captain, do you plan to face that boss alone?" He ignored the advice, his attitude firm. The others had no choice but to obey. Long Hoang took his stance, gathering power at full speed, his fighting spirit skyrocketing and his eyes burning with an obsession for battle. "Come on, let's have a satisfying fight." With that, he charged out again, his spear igniting with flames as he executed flame thrust. Yan Qi remained calm and collected, summoning Death Coil to counter. But Long Hoang was prepared this time. He nimbly spun his spear, shattering the death energy. When he blocked one of Yan Qi's frontal attacks, a massive amount of energy exploded at the point of impact, kicking up clouds of sand. Yan Qi thought to himself, "This strength truly is incredible." Luckily, he had taken out the teammates first. Otherwise, being surrounded by this group, he would have had no chance of winning. Noticing the opponent showed a slight opening after the impact, Yan Qi was about to launch an attack. At that moment, his pupils contracted in shock. "Ha!" Long Hoang roared, activating his ultimate skill, Dragon's Guard. A dazzling golden light enveloped his entire body, and the roar of a dragon echoed through the desert. A system announcement appeared. "Long Hoang is covered in shimmering dragon scales. Defense increased by 100, immune to all magic damage." Dragon's Guard lasts for 5 seconds. In the distance, Zhang Xiaoduo screamed in terror, Yunqi, fall back. Rumor had it on the forums that Dragon's Guard was Long Haoying's invincible god-tier skill. During these 5 seconds he was a true hero. Yunqi quickly retreated to create distance, calculating in his heart, is this Long Haoying's trump card? If he had used Frost Nova just now, it would have not only wasted the skill but also left him vulnerable to being pierced during the casting delay. Long Haoying pursued relentlessly, his spear dancing like a soaring dragon. Yunqi dodged and defended simultaneously, needing to stall until the skill's effect ended. The two clashed again, their weapons producing ear-piercing friction and sparks. Unexpectedly, Yunqi landed a counterattack precise to the millimeter, severing a section of the opponent's flaming spear. Long Haoying looked at the weapon in his hand in disbelief. What? My spear is epic grade, Yunqi revealed a confident smile, and taking advantage of the other's distraction, he delivered a heavy flying kick that sent him tumbling away. He roared in rage. Damn it, the golden armor on his body had already begun to show fine cracks. Seeing the 5 seconds of invincibility had passed, Yunqi would not miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He immediately gathered his strength and shouted, Frost Nova. A massive ice pillar crashed down from the sky, completely swallowing Long Haoying. He only had time to let out a scream before collapsing, utterly defeated. Long Haoying lay on the scorching sand, his heart filled with doubt as he murmured, I actually lost to an NPC. Yunqi appeared above him, holding his longsword high to end the battle, his voice as cold as a god of death. You didn't just lose to me, you will die by my hand. You players probably never thought death would one day come for you. Ah! Long Haoying screamed in agony under the impact of the final blow. Despite kneeling with heavy injuries, his gaze remained stubborn and unyielding. I admit you're strong, but no matter how strong, you're just an NPC, destined to die at the hands of players. I'm afraid you won't be so lucky the next time we meet. Yunqi let out a mocking laugh, replying briefly, Lucky? He looked down at the dying general, threatening in a low voice, You're the ones who are lucky. This time I haven't found the respawn point yet. But if I run into you again, you all know exactly what will happen to Huang Tianhao. Long Haoying roared in fury, You! But before he could finish his words, his body began to dissolve into data fragments. In an instant, the player hailed as the strongest in the entire server had vanished without a trace, leaving only Yunqi standing alone in the vast desert. He let out a sigh of relief, and his pitch-black armor receded into the void. Phew, quiet at last. This guy truly was a top-tier expert, if he hadn't managed to break his weapon just now. There was no telling how long this fight would have lasted. Zhang Xiaoduo ran over from the distance, cheering excitedly. Boss Yun, you're magnificent. You actually took out the 5 core members of the world-renowned Yellow Dragon group all by yourself. Once news of this gets out, no one will dare trouble you again, Yunqi replied modestly. Thanks to your help, if the 5 of them had attacked together, I definitely wouldn't have held up. Hearing the praise, Xiaoduo lifted her chin proudly, her face radiating with satisfaction. Hee, now that you mention it, I just realized it turns out I'm actually quite amazing myself. Yunqi could only shake his head helplessly. This girl really didn't know the meaning of the word modesty. On the sandy ground lay the lonely mission notebook. Zhang Xiaoduo picked it up and asked, Big Yun, are we still going? Yunqi nodded. Don't be in a rush, our supplies are nearly exhausted. While the people from the Yellow Dragon group aren't looking for trouble yet, I might as well finish this quest. Perhaps we can get some supplies from camp number 7. With that, the two set off once again. The jeep sped along the desolate highway, kicking up clouds of dust behind them. Sitting in the car, Zhang Xiaoduo stared intently at the holographic screen to calibrate their direction. Yunqi remarked, Fortunately, the Titan system still has the complete map of the old world. Finding camp number 7 isn't much of a challenge. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaoduo let out a startled cry and turned to look at him, her expression as if she had seen a ghost. My god, Big Yun, you're famous. The 5 strongest core members of the Yellow Dragon group have actually de-leveled collectively. This has caused a massive stir in the player community. The forums are practically paralyzed today. She pointed to a bright red headline on the screen, By Shaosheng leak. Mysterious boss re-emerges. Yellow Dragon group main force suffers collective de-leveling. Yunqi quickly skimmed through the post, his face darkening. The entire process of the confrontation with Long Haoying's squad was described in exquisite detail, almost as if someone had been live-streaming it on the spot. He narrowed his eyes and asked suspiciously, Zhang Xiaoduo, you didn't post this, did you? She immediately reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, fiercely retorting, How is that possible? Am I the kind of person who would sell out a teammate? Yunqi chuckled and teased, All right, I believe it wasn't you. Xiaoduo was still fuming, muttering crossly, HMPH, do you have to tick me off before you'll admit you're wrong? He shook his head and explained, No, I just feel that while you might not be the brightest, you aren't stupid enough to invite hatred by posting a photo of yourself in the same frame as the boss. Just then, another post with a sensational headline popped up. By Shaosheng exclusive, secret photos leaked. Come see what the mysterious boss and the female player beside him look like, Zhang Xiaoduo shrieked. What? Even my photo is up there, however. Contrary to her fears of being cyberbullied, the comments section was surprisingly harmonious. I originally came in here to curse the female player for aiding and abetting a monster, but after seeing the photos, I suddenly can't bring myself to do it. I thought it was an evil great demon king bringing along some weird female player, but they're actually a match made in heaven. Isn't this boss too handsome? He's practically my ideal type. It really proves the saying, my morals go out the window when the face is this good. Zhang Xiaoduo clutched her head in a frenzy. I'm doomed. Now the whole server knows I helped you take down the Yellow Dragon group. Will I be treated like a cancer of the game? Yanqi gently placed his hand on her head, comforting her in a low, gentle voice. It's fine. If they dare to look for trouble with you, I will protect you. No matter who it is, I will settle it for you. His sincere words left her stunned. She looked up at him, her heart secretly conflicted. No matter who the opponent is, can I really trust him? Seeing her silence, Yanqi called out, well? She quickly returned to her usual playful self, blinked and said, alright then, let's pinky swear. You must protect me, Boss Yun. He smiled and replied, okay. But in his heart, he thought to himself, am I overthinking? That look in her eyes just now was a bit strange. He continued his reasoning while driving. The poster was clearly from the Yellow Dragon group, and they had intentionally leaked Zhang Xiaoduo's information. Long Hoing was indeed an insidious fellow. He would have to minimize direct confrontations in the future. However, the most urgent matter now was to help Zhang Xiaoduo level up as quickly as possible so she would have the ability to protect herself when facing danger. An hour later, the jeep stopped at the main gate of Camp Number 7. This was a heavily guarded military base surrounded by barbed wire and high watchtowers. As the car approached, a sentry on a watchtower shouted, "Halt, who goes there?" Other soldiers quickly entered combat positions, their black muzzles all pointing in unison at them. "Stop the vehicle immediately, or we will open fire." Yanqi slammed on the brakes and the two raised their hands and stepped out of the car to show their sincerity. He shouted loudly, "Brothers, don't misunderstand, we came from Nanjong City, it has been occupied by rebels." A commander led his troops to break out but was unfortunately attacked by mutant beasts. Before he died, he left a message for us to find General Shi Gang. Zhang Xiaoduo whispered in his ear, "Why are you being so detailed? Can't we just say we're here for a quest?" Yanqi whispered back through gritted teeth, "My dear lady, you are a player, but I am not. If someone misunderstands and thinks I'm storming the camp and shoots me, who am I supposed to cry to?" A nearby soldier heard the conversation. He blurted out in surprise, "This girl is actually a player." He lowered his gun and ordered, "You two wait here. I'm going to report to my superiors." 15 minutes later, they were led into a modest reception room. A soldier pushed open the door and said, "Go in. General Shi is inside." A middle-aged man in a crisp military uniform and wearing nearsighted glasses was facing away from them, inspecting a map. He was the supreme commander of Camp Number 7, Shi Gang. Without turning his head, he asked, "Are you the ones who came from Nanjong City to deliver the news?" Yanqi stepped forward and respectfully handed over the notebook. "Yes, we found this on the body of a fallen officer." He secretly assessed that this officer's image was indeed very different from what he had imagined. Shi Gang took the notebook and flipped through a few pages, sighing, "I have to admit, there aren't many wars to fight in times of peace. Only someone like War God Fang Qian could be promoted to general based on sheer combat achievements." With a snap, he closed the notebook, turned around and scrutinized the two with a sharp gaze. "I have grasped the general situation in Nanjong City. Unfortunately, after the disaster occurred, more than half of my soldiers died for various reasons. My current strength is simply not enough to launch a counterattack on the city." He paused, announcing in an icy tone, "Furthermore, regardless of what your mission is, as a member of the human faction, I do not welcome players at all." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoduo could no longer restrain her anger. She stepped forward and questioned, "Hey, we risked our lives to bring back the distress message. Is this how you treat heroes? Besides, we came here to help you save your compatriots. Fundamentally, we are on the human side, do you understand?" General Shi Gang let out a cold laugh, mocking, "Well said, but how do I know you didn't fabricate this information to lure me into a trap?" Zhang Xiaoduo was about to retort further when Yanqi stopped her just in time. His tone was unusually calm. "Zhang Xiaoduo, say no more. Is your quest complete?" Zhang Xiaoduo looked down in confusion and the quest panel just happened to pop up. The experience and Doomsday coins had arrived. "Oh, it's done," Yanqi said decisively. "Then there's no need to waste any more words. The message has been delivered, believe it or not. It's up to you." After saying that, he took Zhang Xiaoduo's hand and turned to leave, not forgetting to add sarcastically, "The general is busy, so we won't disturb you further." Zhang Xiaoduo followed him indignantly, muttering curses under her breath. Just as the two reached the door, Shi Gang's majestic voice suddenly rang out, "Halt." Yanqi stopped and looked back in confusion. Shi Gang said in an unquestionable commanding tone, "You can leave, but the camp is currently short on supplies as the commander. I am invoking the Wartime Act to requisition your vehicle and all your supplies. You two have no objections, I presume?" Zhang Xiaoduo's eyes widened, and she shrieked, "What the hell? It's one thing if you don't want to save people in Nanjong City, but not only are you failing your duty, you want to use your authority to rob us? How can you say something so shameless?" Yanqi took a deep look at Shi Gang, secretly comparing this fellow to Captain Han Linjie, and seemed to understand something. "I see." Shi Gang approached step by step. The surrounding soldiers pulled their bolts in a synchronized movement, aiming at the two. He threatened, "You are now on the territory of Camp Number 7. You'd better weigh the consequences before you refuse." Zhang Xiaoduo thought worriedly, "My God, I just came to do a quest. How did I get into trouble again?" Contrary to her anxiety, Yanqi actually smiled. He looked Shi Gang straight in the eye, and although his tone was light, it carried an astounding pressure. "You can have the supplies, of course, but I'm only afraid that you and the entire camp number 7 won't live to enjoy them." Shi Gang furrowed his brows and barked. "Kid, what do you mean?" Yunqi began to analyze logically. "From the moment we received the distress message, there were players intercepting us along the way. Someone in Nanjing City definitely issued a quest to them, and that person absolutely does not want you to go back." Shi Gang arrogantly stroked his chin. "Camp number 7 has 3,000 elite troops and ample ammunition. Even if we don't return to the city, we are enough to dominate a region." Yunqi pulled over a chair and sat down, leisurely crossing his legs. "Are you sure? If 3,000 soldiers have no supplies, the grain reserves will be eaten up very quickly. You are currently extremely lacking in supplies, aren't you? Otherwise, why would you be eyeing the junk on my car?" Shi Gang was choked up, unable to refute. Yunqi continued his psychological offensive. "Furthermore, mutant beasts are everywhere. Your camp looks well equipped, but under the rules of the Doomsday Game, it has no advantage. In a situation of supply shortages and damaged combat power, whether camp number 7 can survive the next wave of beast-tide attacks is still a massive question mark." He stood up and looked straight at the general, who was starting to break out in a cold sweat. "General, how much longer do you think you can hold on to this power? If you want to live, the only way is to immediately counterattack the city and lead the survivors to resume production. Otherwise, once Luo Zhen completely controls Nanjing City, you will never have another chance." Zhang Xiaoduo clapped her hands in excitement. "Wow, beautifully said." Shi Gang fell into a long silence, his brows tightly locked. Finally, he let out a long sigh, seemingly convinced. "You are right. I must reclaim Nanjing City." Zhang Xiaoduo thought happily. "This is what they call being silver-tongued, right? I really didn't see it coming. Yunqi can not only fight, but he's also a smooth talker. We're finally out of danger." To her surprise, Shi Gang suddenly turned hostile, revealing a cunning smile. "But I am still going to counterattack Nanjing to prepare sufficient supplies. Your car must stay. As for the two of you, not killing you is already this general's greatest mercy. Now piss off, don't force us to use bullets to see you out." Anger made Zhang Xiaoduo tremble all over. She grit her teeth, thinking that these people were dead set on being bandits without any warning. Yunqi suddenly struck, letting out a great shout as he unleashed a devastating frost nova. A terrifying icy hurricane instantly took shape within the small meeting room. Shi Gang only had time to widen his eyes in horror as he watched that death energy rush toward his face. Boom! With a loud explosion, the frost blast swept through the entire room. The soldiers outside heard the commotion and rushed in, shouting, "General, General!" But seeing the room full of wreckage and the bone-chilling frost, everyone froze in place as the icy mist dissipated. Zhang Xiaoduo asked Yunqi in a trembling voice, Why did you do that? By killing their leader, aren't we going to war with the whole camp?" However, Shi Gang was lucky enough not to die. Although covered in blood and frost, he shakily stood up. A soldier said in surprise. "The general isn't dead," Yunqi remarked coldly. "Not bad, not bad." He turned to the general, who hadn't yet come to his senses, and clapped his hands as if he had just finished a trivial task. "I didn't want to needlessly spill the blood of my compatriots. I just saw a bug on the ground and cleaned it up in passing. By the way, General, what were you saying just now?" Shi Gang was scared into a cold sweat, and his attitude immediately did a 180-degree turn. He stammered. "My intent was that I will immediately assemble the troops to counterattack Nanjing, but preparations are needed before the campaign, so I plan to first send a few elite warriors into the city to scout, to look into the enemy's deployment. The two of you possess great strength. I wonder if you are interested in joining them." Yunqi thought to himself, things have come to this, and he wasn't a god who could change the situation. To his surprise, Zhang Xiaoduo was already excitedly pulling on his arm, cheering, "Let's go, let's go." Yunqi looked surprised. "So proactive, it seems you've received another player quest." Sure enough, a quest panel appeared before Zhang Xiaoduo. "You have triggered the rare quest, the General's Commission. Please infiltrate Nanjing City. Scout the troop distribution of the law enforcement team and report back to General Shi. Hidden task. Clear 7 or more ambush points within the city to crush the enemy's strategic deployment. Quest reward has been upgraded to Lord rank. If you can assist General Shi in successfully reclaiming the city, you will receive an epic-grade purple piece of equipment." Zhang Xiaoduo thought gleefully, if I passed up epic gear it would truly be a sin. She turned to Shi Gang and promised, patting her chest, "Rest assured, General Shi, I will definitely help with this to the very end." An hour later, Zhang Xiaoduo's motorcycle roared across the wasteland and into the urban area. The two stopped in front of a dilapidated street. Zhang Xiaoduo looked around and sighed helplessly. "This is so desolate. Does this even qualify as a city?" Spread out before them was the outskirts of Nanjing City, a scene of extreme desolation and decay. Tottering buildings and piles of charred vehicles were everywhere. Gazing at the ruins, Yunqi spoke in a heavy tone filled with regret. "Nanjing City, the administrative capital of District 105 of the Human Alliance. This place was once a bustling metropolis with a population of over 10 million. It was once the radiant pearl of the South. How could such a thriving place fall into such a miserable state?" Suddenly, Zhang Xiaoduo grabbed her head and screamed in terror. Her memories surged like a flood. Amidst the ruins, a familiar shadow flashed through her mind. Her voice trembled as she subconsciously muttered to herself, "It wasn't supposed to be like this. None of this is right." Noticing her abnormality, Yan Qi called out with concern, "Zhang Xiaoduo." She snapped back to reality, responding with a dazed look. "Huh?" Yan Qi patted her shoulder to comfort her. "Don't zone out here. Let's look for survivors first." She nodded reluctantly. "I'm all right." Just as the two were moving cautiously through the ruins, fierce shouting came from ahead. "Move, don't stop." They saw two civilians desperately trying to escape pursuit. Yan Qi immediately pulled Zhang Xiaoduo into a dark corner behind some crumbling walls. "Someone's coming. Hide." He cautiously poked his head out to observe. A group of fully armed men was escorting a line of civilians to search for supplies. A guard barked sternly, "Listen up, everyone must hand over 10 liters of water and 10 kilograms of food before dark. Anyone who doesn't meet the quota gets no dinner. General Luo has ordered that anyone who dares to escape will be shot on sight." Yan Qi thought to himself, "Is this a scavenging team organized by Luo Zhen?" He assessed the situation, noting, "Forcing unarmed civilians to do this kind of work, it seems Luo Zhen isn't any good either." He turned to ask Zhang Xiaoduo, "Zhang Xiaoduo, from a player's perspective, can you tell which are ordinary NPCs and which are NPCs from the player faction?" She replied confidently, "Of course. Human faction NPCs like you are high-risk targets in our eyes. Your names are red. NPCs who have joined the player faction have yellow names and are relatively safe, while players' names are green." She pointed to the group ahead and said, "Like those over there, the ones with guns are all yellow named, clearly NPCs from the player faction. The civilians captured for forced labor all have red names. And these red-named NPCs aren't high level. They're mostly under level 5 at that moment." A soldier was openly beating a civilian. She continued her analysis. "The strongest in that bunch is the guy who looks like the captain. He's level 10. The captain was yawning and muttering, "This is so damn boring." Yan Qi warned seriously, "The current situation in Nanjiang City is unclear. No matter what happens, we must stay quiet and avoid exposure." Suddenly, a soldier grabbed a young girl and smirked wickedly. "You'll do. Play with me for a bit and I'll share some food with you. How about it?" The girl cried out in terror, "I don't want to." "Let go of me. Let go." In the ruins, a desperate hand reached toward the sky, accompanied by a tragic plea, "Help me." A man was advising her with a trembling voice, "Honey, don't struggle. It's not like Captain Wong is doing this for nothing." However, a female soldier nearby only let out a disdainful snort. "HMPH, what a coward." This humiliation made the victimized woman roar through her tears, her face distorted by anger and grievance. "What did you say, you bastard?" She used all her strength to push the soldier away, gritting her teeth in extreme disgust. "Don't touch me, get away." Her resistance only enraged the soldier. He roared, "Fine, you asked for it." As soon as the words left his mouth, he delivered a stinging slap to the girl's face, making her scream in pain. "Ha!" He grabbed her with a malicious smile. "Since you won't listen, I'll deal with you right here." In despair, the girl could only weep uncontrollably. Just as he was about to make his move, a sharp green light struck suddenly. Before the soldier could react, an arm was cleanly severed. He let out an earth-shattering scream from the agonizing pain. "Arg!" The victimized woman collapsed to the ground in terror. Another soldier shouted in panic, "Captain!" Yan Qi and Zhang Xiaoduo stepped out from the shadows. He looked at the girl and spoke coldly, "Didn't I just say to endure no matter what happens?" He turned his head, his gaze becoming ice cold. "Unless you encounter scum." The other soldiers quickly realized the threat and shouted, "Who dares attack the law enforcement team?" They opened fire simultaneously, sending dense yellow lasers toward Yan Qi and Zhang Xiaoduo. Yan Qi was not flustered at all. He raised his hand to summon a surge of green death energy, unleashing the skill Death Coil. The energy stream roared out, instantly blowing the soldiers and their guns away. They screamed in terror. "What?" Under the stunned gazes of the civilians, all the guns were knocked away, falling haphazardly to the ground. The civilians whispered, the guns hit the ground." "What does this mean?" Yan Qi turned to the oppressed civilians and barked with authority, "If you don't want to die, stand up and fight. This world does not belong to cowards." His words ignited the sparks of hope. A man responded, "That's right, with weapons we can do it too," but fear still lingered. Another person chimed in worriedly, "But can we really kill them? What if they retaliate later?" Someone else countered, "Stop talking nonsense. How do you use a gun if you're not an archer class?" "Easy for you to say, but how are we supposed to fight back?" The woman who had just been humiliated grit her teeth, her heart full of rage. "With knives, with fists, with our own strength." She stood up. Though her eyes were filled with tears, her gaze was resolute. "Resistance is the only way to live. Do nothing and your end will be just like before." Stepped on by others after speaking, she picked up a sharp stone from the ground. With a roar of anger, she charged straight at the soldiers. "Die, you demons, arg!" When she plunged the stone into a soldier's body, blood splattered everywhere. Her heroic act stunned the other civilians. The soldiers' blood stained the ground. Inspired, the remaining civilians also rose in revolt. An old man shouted, "This girl is right, we can't let them bully us like this anymore." Another woman echoed, "They're unarmed now. Kill these devils while we have the chance." The old man quickly picked up a rifle. The remaining soldiers were instantly swallowed by the angry crowd. The brave woman continued her fierce assault. She hissed, "Bastards, all of you deserve to die." Another girl with pink energy shimmering in her hands joined the fray. "None of you are getting away." A tall soldier tried to resist, roaring, "You level 8 trash dare block my path, I'll kill you." but he was quickly suppressed by the mob. Yunqi watched coldly from a distance, swinging his sword to unleash a blade aura that dealt with the soldiers trying to flee. A man who had just been rescued thanked him with a stutter. Thank you, thank you. With the help of weapons, these civilians had now become a real army. They charged in unison, shouting, I'll help kill these demons. Standing beside Yunqi, Zhang Xiaoduo finally understood his plan. So that's why you didn't kill all those bad guys at the beginning. You wanted to teach everyone to resist for themselves. Only then did Yunqi ask, what about you? Why didn't you help just now? Xiaoduo immediately put on a playful look and replied, I knew you could handle it. These citizens have already found their groove, and I'm just a player. I don't want to step out and draw their aggro. Yunqi looked at her with a reproachful tone. Not only did you not help, you even went into stealth. The entire city was shrouded in smoke and chaos. 20 minutes later, the battle ended. Though exhausted, the civilians had won. Someone panted heavily. Phew. Phew, they're finally all dead, another cheered excitedly. Great, I'm never going to be bullied again. The woman who started the revolt and a companion stepped forward to thank Yunqi. It's all thanks to you, her companion added. Hero, if you hadn't intervened, we don't know how much longer we would have suffered humiliation at the hands of these beasts. Yes, thank you. Yunqi looked at the people who had just regained their freedom. His tone was calm but powerful. It was the choice to resist that got you out of this predicament. He turned to ask the brave woman, how did Nanzhong City become like this? Where are the other survivors in the city? The girl burst into tears. Pain and bereavement were etched onto the faces of these survivors. Where, aside from us, everyone in the city was slaughtered by Luo Zhen and his players. The cruel truth shocked Yunqi. What, everyone in the city is dead? The woman's voice was full of desolation. Against the backdrop of the battle-scarred ruins, she continued her story. When the apocalypse arrived, most areas here were leveled by artillery fire. Only the central district remained somewhat intact, but it had been occupied by players and the traitor Luo Zhen. The entire area has been sealed off. It's now called Central City. She continued, the scene shifting to the people in Central City being forced into slavery. In Central City, countless people like us are forced into hard labor. But that's not even one of Nanzhong City's original population. Terrifying memories flooded her mind. She recalled the scene of Luo Zhen standing proudly amidst a sea of corpses. When the demons descended from the sky, they began a frantic massacre. To appease the demons' wrath, Luo Zhen also personally murdered countless compatriots, treating them like animals. She clutched her head, wailing in extreme terror. They're not human at all. Yunqi grit his teeth, rage burning in his chest. A pack of beasts, he said solemnly. It seems we need to speed up and assist Shigang in suppressing the rebellion. He turned to the woman still slumped on the ground and asked, when you were in Central City, did you notice how many law enforcement officers were there and where they were stationed? She answered weakly, Sigh, for us ordinary people, just surviving a single day is a struggle. We really didn't have the energy to care about anything else. Suddenly a man in the crowd stepped forward, his voice trembling but determined. I know, he explained. Actually, before the apocalypse I was a member of the law enforcement team. Because I didn't want to betray Earth, I didn't go with Luo Zhen and the player faction, he continued. Right at the start of the apocalypse, Luo Zhen consolidated the troops and drew up a defense deployment map. I remember that map is locked in Luo Zhen's office. Maybe it will help you. Yunqi nodded. A deployment map, I understand. He turned to the group of survivors and ordered, everyone take your weapons. If you don't have a knife or a gun, find stones and rebar. You'll need them later. Then find a safe place in the ruins to hide. Thinking of the image of mutant wolves, he added, various mutant monsters might be lurking in the wilderness. If you want to live, it's best to stay united and trust your teammates. A survivor responded, understood. The brave woman from before asked worriedly, Hero, what do you plan to do? Do you need help? I still have strength. I'll fight to the end. Others joined in one after another. That's right, we can fight too. Me too. I'm a mage. Yunqi comforted them with a smile. There's no need. I saved you so you could have a better life, not to send you to your deaths. Don't worry, you won't have to hide for long. General Shi from Camp Number 7 will soon lead his troops to reclaim Nanzhong City. After speaking, he and Zhang Xiaoduo turned to leave. Before that, I'm going into Central City to greet the scum who are harming their fellow humans on Earth. In Central City, civilians were still suffering in hard labor. Move faster, it must be finished before dark. Anyone who doesn't finish gets no food. An exhausted man looked at the meager task reward in his hand. Novice village task exchange for half a steamed bun plus 1 doomsday coin, he shouted in despair. What kind of ghost task is this? The reward is too small. To hide their identities, Yunqi and Zhang Xiaoduo put on hooded cloaks and successfully blended into the city. Yunqi noted that although they managed to get in, I didn't expect the people's lives here to be no better. Only by completely retaking Nanzhong City can they achieve true freedom. He looked around, calculating silently. The city was heavily guarded. Getting the deployment map and escaping unscathed would be extremely difficult. Fortunately, I have Zhang Xiaoduo, this human bug. He turned to her and suggested, Zhang Xiaoduo, let's split up, she asked in surprise. Why? Wouldn't 2 people together be safer? He explained his plan. Don't forget, our mission is to scout Nanzhong City's military strength and assist Shigang in launching an attack. With your stealth, obtaining the defense map is the perfect job for you. Zhang Xiaoduo understood the intent and said, I'll stay outside to cover you. If necessary, I'll create a little chaos to help you break through. but she still couldn't hide the worry in her eyes. Are you crazy? For an NPC to do something like this, how is it any different from suicide? Yunchi remained firm. He had to do it even if it was dangerous. All right, let's move. As he was about to step off, she hurriedly called him back. Wait, Yun, hey, HMPH. Suddenly, a high-grade shield appeared before him. Zhang Xiaoduo's tone carried heavy concern. Hey, if you die, my peerless rank quest will go down the drain. This elite rank shield is for you. You must come back safely, you hear. Taking the shield from Zhang Xiaoduo's hand, Yunchi tightened his cloak to hide his form, feeling a wave of warmth in his heart. He secretly wondered, is this girl actually worried about me for once? I might not even run into those guards. Is all this fuss really necessary? He confidently added. Besides, if it really comes to a fight, they're no match for me anyway. Zhang Xiaoduo screamed in frustration. You idiot, I'm worrying about you, can't you tell? Yunchi waved his hand as he walked away. Yeah, you be careful too. You've been expelled from the Yellow Dragon group. Watch out so you don't get captured by other players for a bounty. She retorted indignantly. You're talking about me, you're the one raising flags. After speaking, she revealed a confident smile. Besides, I have my stealth ability. How could I possibly be caught? Today I'm going to let Yunchi see what I'm capable of. The scene shifts to a modern skyscraper, now serving as the command center. Two soldiers stood guard before a door. One side, the former law enforcement headquarters, is now a temporary command post for these players. Before the apocalypse, we were at least soldiers. Now that the end has come, we've been demoted to gatekeepers. The other soldier hurriedly signaled him to be quiet. Shush, even though we joined the player faction, our status isn't much higher than an ordinary NPC. He warned further. If those players hear you say that, you'll be in big trouble. The man continued to complain. Bro, I'm just bored. No one's shown up here in ages. Suddenly, a strange sound was heard, putting one of the soldiers on high alert. Who's there? He immediately turned to his companion. I'll check it out, you stay here. He quickly ran toward the source of the noise. However, a cold blade had already been silently placed against the remaining soldier's throat. Xiaoduo pressed in a low voice, Where's the defense deployment map? Tell me or lose your life. Terrified, the soldier hurriedly confessed, I'll tell you everything. The map is in the third drawer of the desk, locked. Where's the key? Zhang Xiaoduo frowned slightly, appearing impatient. There's a lock, what a pain. Without warning, the soldier drew his gun, spinning to attack while shouting, Die! Zhang Xiaoduo nimbly dodged and said irritably, I had no intention of hurting you. Yet you want my life? Get lost. With a wave of her hand, she sent him flying. Hearing the commotion, the other soldier rushed back. Delu, what happened? Seeing his comrade down, he was stunned. Meanwhile, inside the office, Xiaoduo had successfully retrieved the map. She stood by the window with a confident smile. Don't waste your bullets, she declared proudly. No one in this world can catch me. She vanished, then jumped straight off the building amidst the soldier's cry of shock. Guards, someone broke into the temporary command room. Meanwhile, Xiaoduo mused to herself, too easy. Time to regroup with Yunchi. A moment later, a splash of deep red blood appeared. Long Hoing stood by the window, gazing out over the desolate city. Behind him stood two grim-faced guards. An adjutant named Guanjin kicked a table in anger. HMPH, to think someone stole the map right under our noses. These NPCs are useless trash. Contrary to his subordinate's fury, Long Hoing revealed a mysterious smile. He turned around slowly. No need to be upset. This is actually a good thing. Guanjin asked blankly. A good thing, Long Hoing explained, his tone full of calculation. Didn't they report the intruder was a female player with stealth? He narrowed his eyes, recalling the battle with Yunchi and Zhang Xiaoduo. I remember now. That freak with the de-leveling ability has a female player with the same skill following him. Guanjin slapped his forehead, realization hitting him. Boss, you mean that Boss and the girl have infiltrated Central City? By the way, a law enforcement patrol gathering supplies vanished after an attack. It was likely them. Inside the command center, Long Hoing revealed a self-assured smile. No one dares challenge the player's authority except that boss. Since that's the case, we'll play along and crush him in the cradle. The scene shifts to the dark gray streets of Central City. Yunchi, wrapped in his hooded cloak, sat against a mottled wall thinking, pity NPCs don't have a private chat channel. Or I could contact Zhang Xiaoduo to check in. Suddenly, a noisy crowd ran past, breaking the silence. Angry shouts echoed. Don't let her get away, catch the thief. Yunchi was startled. A thief? He immediately went on high alert, realizing something was wrong. Exposed so soon, however, as he narrowed his eyes to scrutinize the person being chased, doubt arose. Impossible, even if discovered. Zhang Xiaoduo would find a secluded spot to escape. Why would she run into the main street? The woman wrapped in a headscarf was panting heavily. Her steps were stumbling, clearly exhausted. She struggled desperately to escape the surrounding angry crowd. As she passed Yunchi's hiding spot, he saw her face and confirmed with certainty. That was definitely not Zhang Xiaoduo. He understood everything instantly. Crap, it looks like the players in Central City have discovered our infiltration. They're putting on this show to lure me out. The chasing crowd grew larger, their shouts echoing down the street. Don't let her run after her, catch her and maybe we'll get some food as a reward. Hiding in the shadows, Yunchi calmly analyzed the situation. There were definitely players lying in wait nearby. If he left now, his position would be exposed immediately. Atop a high-rise building, a flash of light glinted from a sniper scope. Guanjin, the sniper from the Yellow Dragon group, was observing through the lens. He asked in confusion, "Boss, are you sure that kid will show? Would an NPC really risk his life for a player?" Standing beside him with arms crossed, Long Hoang replied confidently, "He'll come." The personalities and emotions of NPCs in this end times game are set extremely high, almost indistinguishable from real people. As long as that boss is in the city, he won't stand by and watch his companion fall into danger. He issued a decisive order. He might have already blended into the crowd. Keep a sharp eye out. Kill him the moment he shows his face. The subordinates obeyed in unison. Guanjin didn't miss the chance to flatter. "If the boss gets that kid's sword, you'll be invincible. Even the goddess Mu Qingsheng will have to show you respect." Long Hoang responded with a playful smile. "I don't want her to respect me." Just then, a loud voice boomed from the loudspeaker, drowning out the chaos and drawing everyone's attention. "Help catch the thief. By order of Commander Luo Zhen, anyone who catches the thief will be rewarded with 10 kilograms of rice and 3 buckets of purified water." The promise of food and water acted like a potent catalyst, driving the starving civilians into a frenzy. 10 kilograms of rice and 3 buckets of water. "We'll have food if we catch her. What are we waiting for?" The crowd surrounded the masked woman like hungry beasts, forcing her to shout desperately, "Get back, are you all crazy?" Guanjin frowned as he reported, "Boss, the scene is spiraling out of control. Damn it, there are too many people. We've lost all trace of the boss. Whose stupid idea was this?" In the middle of the chaotic crowd, Yun Qi blended in silently, unnoticed. He mused, "The more people, the easier it is to fish in troubled waters." He watched the people blinded by hunger. If there were only 1 or 2, they might not dare touch a player. But what if there are 100 or even 1,000? Driven by hunger, some are forced to take desperate risks. Cornered, the masked woman screamed in despair, trying to intimidate the crowd with her status. "Don't come any closer, I'm from the Yellow Dragon Legion." However, the threat was like pouring oil on a fire, making the crowd even more agitated. Shouts broke out everywhere. "Food, I want food, catch her and trade her for food." With no other choice, she was forced to act. A brilliant pink energy enveloped her hands. "This is what happens to anyone who blocks my path." She instantly killed a man who rushed her, making the others scream in shock. "Ah, the witch killed someone." To add fuel to the fire, Yun Qi, hidden in the crowd, deliberately incited them. "Kill her. Whoever kills her will be rewarded with 3 kilograms of meat and a bottle of wine." The prospect of meat and wine pushed the crowd's madness to its peak. "Meat, kill her. I'm going all in." One of Long Hoang's men watched, stunned. With their numbers, they could easily drown her. They didn't even need to intervene. But would a group of low-level NPCs really dare attack a player? He raised his gun toward the crowd, roaring a threat. "Since you want to die so badly, I'll help you." However, before he could pull the trigger, a chill struck instantly, freezing him into an ice sculpture. Another soldier shouted in terror, "Li Ping!" Long Hoang realized the situation immediately. Seeing the player attack, the crowd grew even more violent. Someone roared, "These players are in league with the witch. Kill them for the meat and wine. Move!" Long Hoang and Guanjin were stunned by the scene. They were actually tearing players apart with their bare hands. Were these NPCs insane? Who was the mastermind behind this riot? Guanjin suddenly recognized a familiar sign. It's Frost. The boss made his move. Just then, a system notification popped up before Guanjin. His face became extremely anxious after reading it. He turned to Long Hoang. "Boss, Li Ping deleveled. It must be the boss." Without hesitation, Long Hoang ordered, "Spread the word. All units assemble. Have the nearby Yellow Dragon members withdraw from the riot zone and regroup at the temporary HQ." He looked down coldly at the chaotic crowd. "Since these ants dare kill our people, there's no need to leave them alive. Notify Luo Zhen to return and wipe them all out." On a nearby rooftop, Yun Qi watched everything silently. Hearing Long Hoang's cruel order, "Kill them all, kill them all." Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind. He turned his head, looking stunned. Zhang Xiaoduo stood there with a mischievous smile. "Yun Qi, are you surprised to see me?" Yun Qi looked puzzled. "Surprised to say the least. How did you know I was here?" Remembering what she overheard from the Yellow Dragon members, Xiaoduo said smugly, "I'm not that stupid," she explained proudly. "The Yellow Dragon group arranged for that woman to pose as me to escape, likely to lure you out. I've been secretly following her. The moment you made a move, I found you. Am I amazing? Actually, I was worried you'd fall for it, but you didn't do bad." A few simple words flipped the situation and took them out. Setting that aside, Yun Qi spoke, "Well," but before he could continue, Xiaoduo interrupted, "Actually, I didn't come back empty-handed." She pulled out a roll of paper and announced solemnly, "I got this." Yun Qi was shocked. "The defense deployment map of Nanjing City. You got it that fast," she replied happily, her face beaming. "Hee hee, as long as I give this to Shi Gang, they'll surely succeed in their counteroffensive and my mission will be complete." Yun Qi looked at her, secretly marveling. He never expected this girl, who usually fell short in combat, to be so clever and efficient in other tasks. Suddenly, he reached out and ruffled her hair, making her let out a soft cry. "Ah, you're finally being serious. Zhang Xiaoduo, you've been a huge help this time." She blushed, feeling a bit flustered by his gesture. He decisively ordered, wasting no time, "Take this map and give it to Shi Gang immediately." Tell them to find the right moment to counterattack, she asked back. What about you? Yunqi turned around, his gaze becoming cold and sharp as he looked toward the command center. The Yellow Dragon group prepared such a big show for me, how could I just leave? I'm staying to play with them. Meanwhile at the command center, Long Hoang was issuing orders through the communication screen. Teams 1 and 3 guard the respawn points. Don't give anyone a chance to camp the corpses or gather for a kill before we engage. To appease his teammates he made a lavish promise. Anyone who delevels during this operation will receive uniform compensation after the event concludes. This promise was met with immediate enthusiastic response. Suddenly, Guanjin reported urgently. Boss, we have trouble. Long Hoang pressed him. Did you find the boss's trail? Where is he? Guanjin replied that his exact location was not yet confirmed, but it was almost certain he was hiding in the border zone between Central City and the suburbs. No sooner had Guanjin finished speaking than a terrifying frost explosion erupted outside the command center. Yunqi had made his move, Frost Nova. Another teammate added in a panicked report that the players who had been killed and deleveled were all afflicted with a debuff called Deathmark, which reduced all attributes by 10. Long Hoang slammed his hand on the desk and stood up in a rage. He still dares to provoke us? Gather all members of the Yellow Dragon group in the city. Prepare to face the boss. I don't believe we can't kill him with so many people. Just then, a voice suddenly came from behind. Why is Commander Long so enraged? Entering the room was a man in military uniform. Luo Zhen. His tone was mocking, suggesting that sending prestigious players to hunt such a lowly worm was pure overkill. I'd rather handle him personally first. Long Hoang looked at Luo Zhen and nodded in agreement. Fine. He secretly calculated that having a vanguard to wear down the enemy's stamina was a good idea. In any case, the one to land the final hit on the boss must be me. On the other side, Yunqi observed coldly from amidst the ruins. He had killed quite a few players and believed that even someone as calm as Long Hoang would be unable to sit still. Luo Zhen let out a great shout and ordered his men to open fire. A volley of bullets instantly rained down on Yunqi. He took several hits and damage prompts began to pop up continuously. Warning, you're taking heavy hits. Battle armor durability decreased by 2. Yunqi raised his armored arm, steadily blocking the rain of bullets. The shield Zhang Xiaoduo had given him played a massive role, absorbing most of the damage. Observing the bullets, Yunqi noticed something strange. These rounds contained no energy. Were they from Earth firearms? Were they fellow humans? Luo Zhen led his squad out from a large gate, mocking him. Kid, you're quick to hide. You're just an NPC. Why insist on making enemies and opposing players? You're just looking for trouble. Luo Zhen wore an arrogant smile, attempting to lure him with an offer. Why not surrender to me early? I have some connections with the leader of the Yellow Dragon group. If you're willing to be my subordinate, I, Luo Zhen, am willing to step in and save your life. The corners of Yunqi's mouth curled into a contemptuous smile as he replied. Luo Zhen, is it? I hadn't come looking for you yet, and here you are, delivering yourself to me. His tone turned icy and filled with judgment. As a soldier, you should have protected the country, yet you turned around and slaughtered your own compatriots just to please the players. Yunqi concluded with a final sneer. At the end of the day, you're nothing but a dog for the players. Having any association with someone like you is a supreme disgrace. Deeply insulted, Luo Zhen roared, trying to justify his actions. Not everyone is as lucky as you, possessing powerful classes and skills. We only teamed up with other players to survive. What's wrong with that? He pointed to his soldiers and continued. You only see us turning our coats. Didn't you see how we gathered and sheltered those surviving compatriots? Do you think the thousands of citizens in Nanzhong City could have survived without my protection? Someone like you? Yunqi turned his head, his tone filled with utter disdain. Stop flattering yourself. You only kept them around to use as slave labor to scavenge supplies for you. You don't give a damn about their lives. He recalled the scene he had witnessed, throwing out meager rewards to incite violence, driving a crowd of starving people into a frenzy for just a few buckets of water and a few kilograms of rice. You actually dare to say you're sheltering them? Luo Zhen was speechless, but then an insidious smile crept onto his face. He spoke with a vicious tone. A pity I couldn't fool you. Since you can't be used by me, I have no choice but to eliminate you. Yunqi responded coldly. I'm afraid you lack the skill. Death Vortex, a surge of eerie green death energy, instantly rushed toward Luo Zhen and his army. They screamed in terror. Oh, the energy stream pierced through a soldier's body, blood splattering everywhere. Luo Zhen watched in horror as his subordinates fell, hurriedly ordering, "Quick, blast him to pieces." But it was too late. His soldiers lay in pools of blood, only able to let out their final wails. Ah, enemy attack. Ha! Luo Zhen turned his head back, unable to believe his eyes. What? The soldiers who had just been killed were slowly standing back up, their eyes glowing with an eerie light. Undead awakening. These zombies immediately turned their guns on their former comrades and opened fire. Luo Zhen shouted in despair, "Quick, shoot them!" But his army had already fallen into total chaos. The soldiers began to slaughter one another. Luo Zhen roared in fury, "Damn it, I've been played!" Amidst the chaos, Yunqi summoned a frost storm once more, sweeping through the remaining men. Arg, injured and isolated, Luo Zhen realized he had no chance of winning. He grit his teeth. "Damn it, this kid is too strong. I have to get back into the city to find him." but when he turned around the city gates had already been slammed shut in front of him. He screamed in despair, "Damn it, Long Hoing, shut the gate again, he clearly wants me dead." Another surge of green energy hit him again, slamming him against the iron gate. Luo Zhen struggled to stand, his tone remaining defiant. "Do you think I'll die that easily? I won't just sit and wait for death." Yan Qi charged forward, determined to eliminate this traitor, but unexpectedly the other party managed to dodge. Regardless, he had to kill this bastard today. 15 minutes later, on a desolate highway, a murder of crows circled in the pitch-black sky as a dying, heavily wounded Luo Zhen fled for his life in despair. Yan Qi followed closely behind, shouting, "Luo Zhen, you can't escape." Suddenly, a giant zombie crow dove down from the sky like a missile. It extended its sharp claws, aiming straight for Yan Qi. He merely snorted coldly, drawing his sword to face the flock of zombie crows. Get lost, however. His movements suddenly froze, his eyes widening in shock. HMPH, his gaze was fixed on the ground, where layers upon layers of shadows of the dead were etched into the dark red earth. Is all of this blood? Such a huge area is completely. He looked at the desolate scenery around him, as a terrifying fact surfaced in his mind. Could this be the place where the players arrived and slaughtered the entire city's residents? Meanwhile, Luo Zhen, who had been left behind, was struggling to fend off the frantic attacks of a pack of hungry zombie crows. He shrieked in despair, his voice piercing the night. "Stay away from me, you monsters! Get away!" Suddenly, Yan Qi appeared, standing on a high rock looking down at the panicking Luo Zhen with a gaze as cold as ice. "Surrender, Luo Zhen. You have nowhere left to run." Luo Zhen roared in resentment, his eyes bloodshot. "What exactly do you want? What good does killing me do you? Can you respawn if you die, or will those still struggling to survive be any better off?" Yan Qi grit his teeth, fury exploding across his face. He dove down like lightning, delivering a heavy punch to Luo Zhen's stomach. "Even now, you're still stubbornly refusing to see the truth?" Luo Zhen groaned in pain, collapsing to the ground. He coughed violently. Yan Qi grabbed his hair and yanked it back, pointing to the blood-stained earth. "Look at this land clearly and think about those buried beneath it. So many people died here that their blood dyed the earth red. Do you not feel a single shred of guilt or remorse?" Luo Zhen still stubbornly retorted, his voice raspy. "What did I do wrong? They brought it on themselves for resisting the players. I'm going to die sooner or later anyway. Why can't I turn this death into my personal achievement?" He began to laugh manically. The laughter was shrill and ear-piercing. "Hee hee ha ha, who do you think you are, a great hero fighting evil? What's the point of killing just me?" He continued to provoke, his gaze full of disdain. "There are still many people in Central City. If you're so capable, why don't you go kill all the players and rescue them? Can you do it? I'm different from you, but I don't need to prove anything to you." Yan Qi responded coldly, his voice sounding like a god of death's judgment. "Then let your flesh and blood appease the souls wailing here." His sword pierced straight through Luo Zhen's shoulder, blood gushed out, and Luo Zhen let out a wretched scream. What are you trying to do?" Yan Qi withdrew his sword, leaving Luo Zhen slumped on the ground, clinging to his last breath. The circling crows above were staring at this feast of flesh and blood. "Even pain and death are not enough to atone for your sins, so go and truly confess to those who died." Why don't you just kill me?" Luo Zhen asked weakly, his voice fading. The zombie crows instantly dove down like black arrows. They tore Luo Zhen to pieces in a gruesome scene. 3 minutes later, only a skeleton remained on that silent land. Yan Qi watched quietly, feeling the thick scent of blood in the air seem to lighten slightly. Perhaps those wronged souls could find a trace of peace after witnessing their enemy's miserable death. Suddenly, the system panel popped up. "You have successfully activated a special event and obtained a hidden passive skill, Will of the Dead. This skill possesses extremely powerful active and passive effects." Yan Qi couldn't help but be shocked by its formidable power. It actually increased his spirit attribute by 20 times and boosted skill effects by 10 times. This was a terrifying level of power. He stood in the center of the battlefield, musing if only such a dominant skill hadn't been obtained in this manner. Suddenly he sensed another's presence. HMPH, he immediately swung his sword and shouted, "Frost!" A bolt of icy energy shot out, blasting a hidden figure backward. It's that female mage from Long Haoying's team. She begged for mercy in terror, retreating as she trembled. "No, don't kill me." Yan Qi narrowed his eyes and recognized her. Wasn't this the female mage who always followed Long Haoying? Why was she here alone? Yan Qi approached and asked sternly, "Is Long Haoying insane to send you, a healer, to track me alone?" Her face was pale as she explained, "No, the commander didn't send me. I was planning to head back to the city and happened to see you chasing Luo Zhen, so I followed you all the way here." She looked at him with a complex gaze, both fearful and curious. "I know you must hate us right now because we killed your compatriots." She recalled the tragic scenes at the start of the game, her voice trembling as she said, "As a healer, I witnessed that tragedy with my own eyes. My teammates all said those were just monsters, but I didn't believe it. Every movement, every expression of those people, they were clearly living human beings, and these past few days my mind has been filled with your image." Yan Qi was slightly stunned. I didn't expect this girl to have such thoughts. She continued with a voice full of doubt, "You stormed the novice village and killed Huang Tianhao all by yourself. How could an NPC possibly do that? Just now you killed Luo Zhen again. Sometimes I really can't help but ask, are you monsters or living humans?" Yan Qi responded candidly, his gaze resolute. I can't convince you that the NPCs you speak of are also people, but I can tell you for certain that at least most players are no longer worthy of being called human." The girl stepped a little closer, her tone pleading. "I didn't come here to hear your evaluation of players. I just wanted to ask." She stared into his eyes, asking with concern, "After killing Luo Zhen, where are you going? You can't win against the Yellow Dragon Guild, let alone take on all the players alone. You should think more about how to survive." Facing this sudden advice, Yanqi burst into laughter. "Ha, player like you is actually teaching me how to survive?" Suddenly, several yellow lasers shot through the air from the distance. 2 members of the Yellow Dragon Group had discovered their location. "People from the Yellow Dragon Group," Yanqi reacted with godlike speed, immediately pushing the female mage aside to dodge the barrage. He pulled her behind him to act as a barrier. "What are you doing?" the girl cried out. He explained in a cold, determined tone, "Originally I didn't plan to target players, but if justice can never be served and evil goes unpunished, then this world is already rotten to the core." His gaze became sharp, filled with killing intent. "So today everyone from the Yellow Dragon Group must die." As soon as he finished speaking, he spun around suddenly. Long's word pierced through the female mage's body, blood splattering everywhere. In utter disbelief, she only had time to utter a faint "why" before dissipating into data fragments. Witnessing Yanqi's cold and decisive action, the 2 soldiers were paralyzed with terror. Yanqi turned and whispered into the void, "Goodbye." He thought to himself that the girl still possessed a conscience, and he hadn't truly wanted to kill her. However, if she were allowed to return without any punishment, she would likely struggle to reintegrate into the player community. This strike was, in a way, helping her clear any suspicion of collaboration. He shouted at the trembling soldiers, telling them to relay a message to Long Haoying. "Hey, if you plan to use a honey trap on me next time, at least send someone more remarkable than her." She wasn't quite up to snuff. The 2 soldiers were scared out of their wits and fled toward the city center as fast as their legs could carry them. "Sending a message on foot too slow," Yanqi muttered. As soon as the words left his mouth, he flickered and blocked their path, an ice orb radiating bone-chilling cold gradually taking shape in his hand. "Let me give you a ride." With that, he unleashed his technique, Frost Storm. A violent explosion of frost instantly swallowed the 2 men, turning them into shattered blocks of ice. Yanqi stood his ground and remarked flatly that this was indeed much faster. He gazed toward the city, a confident smile playing on his lips. "I wonder, Long Haoying, if you have the courage to bet the lives of the entire Yellow Dragon Legion against me in this round." Inside the command center, Long Haoying slammed the table and stood up in a rage. "Absurd," he roared at his newly resurrected subordinates. "You found the boss but didn't report to me immediately, and instead let him kill you." He pointed directly at the female mage, his voice full of contempt and disappointment. "Especially you, a mage the Yellow Dragon Legion poured resources into cultivating, yet you dropped 2 levels in a single day. Do you think you're worthy of my investment?" The girl could only lower her head in silence, thinking to herself, "Do they really believe that was a honey trap? What an absurd idea. What kind of honey trap was that?" He didn't just strike suddenly. He even fabricated that reason to have someone report back. Even if it was to help clear me of suspicion, it was truly heartbreaking. Long Haoying's rage subsided slightly. He cleared his throat and said, "At least you're somewhat useful. You brought back the monster's coordinates. Hu Yi, are the personnel assembled?" Hu Yi stepped forward to report, "Boss, everyone has gathered at the respawn point downstairs. We can move out the moment you give the order." Long Haoying nodded with satisfaction. "Very well." Before the command center, the full combat strength of the Yellow Dragon Group was present. One member shouted with momentum, "Captain, everyone has equipped their strongest gear. This time we will make that monster vanish into thin air." Long Haoying, clad in shimmering battle armor, declared passionately, "Excellent. As long as our Yellow Dragon Group is united, there is no reason for us to lose to him." Before departing, he issued his final instructions. "Once we move out, remember that everyone must maintain a distance of at least 1 meter during combat to prevent his large-scale area of effect skills. Remember, no one is allowed to stray from the team or he will pick you off one by one." In a corner, Yanqi was observing Long Haoying's massive assembly. He calculated silently that the members of the Yellow Dragon Group had indeed gathered together. By now, Zhang Xiaoduo should have delivered the intelligence to Shi Ging, but it would take them at least half an hour to arrive with reinforcements. He glanced at the NPC corpses scattered on the ground, and a bold thought flashed through his mind. "Before that, perhaps I can try to wipe them all out in one go." Fortunately, there was a powerful combat force ready for use right here. He raised his hand and a surge of emerald energy enveloped a corpse. Undead awakening. Meanwhile, Long Haoying was boosting morale. "As long as we defeat that boss, we can consolidate the Yellow Dragon Legion's position at the top of the server. All units move out." However, his words were interrupted by sudden gunfire. Bang bang, with several screams, members of the team fell one after another. Long Haoying turned back in horror. "That bastard is right here," Guan Jin hurriedly reported. "Boss, he's using standard ammunition. It might be his accomplices." Long Haoying immediately ordered, "All snipers, stand by, locate the sniper's position immediately. All healers, stay alert and restore health to the wounded in time." Suddenly, a surge of frost energy swept over, instantly freezing the crowd. Yanqi, hidden in the shadows, unleashed a new skill. Sharp ice crystals like a rain of 10,000 arrows fell and pinned the players firmly to the walls. A soldier reported in terror, "Captain, I've de-leveled again. That boss who can make people lose levels has struck." "Damn it," Long Hoing roared in rage, attempting to provoke Yun Qi into showing himself. "Have the guts to come out and fight one-on-one for such a top expert to hide like a clown. Don't you feel ashamed?" Faced with this crude reverse psychology, Yun Qi merely curled his lip in disdain. Is Long Hoing mad? Does he really think I'll fall for such childish tactics? He decided to throw the situation into further chaos. Instantly, a plume of eerie green fire ignited in his palm. The sudden attacks from both flanks sent Long Hoing's team into extreme disarray. "I'll run, don't panic." A soldier holding a sniper rifle was carefully searching for the target. "Found him." He pulled the trigger and a bullet whistled through the air, accurately striking the head of Yun Qi's summon. A notification popped up on the system panel. "Your undead subordinate has been killed in action. You can resummon in 3 minutes." Yun Qi grumbled to himself. This guy's name is Hu Yi, but he's not the legendary archer. How is his marksmanship so absurdly accurate? This forces me to summon another undead subordinate. Fortunately, every step from here on is according to plan. He coldly observed Long Hoing and his troops. Given Long Hoing's personality, he would never sit and wait for death. He would likely make a move very soon, especially now that the boss's helper had just been dealt with. This was the perfect opportunity. Long Hoing immediately ordered, "Lock onto the boss's position. Once discovered, do not engage head-on. Report immediately." His troops quickly took cover and scattered to search. He continued to instruct, "All members of the Yellow Dragon Legion, conserve your stamina. Unauthorized actions are strictly prohibited." Suddenly, a bone-chilling killing intent approached. "Something is coming, prepare for battle." A military truck loaded with oil drums was hurtling toward them at a staggering speed. Long Hoing shouted, "Fire, stop it!" A dense hail of bullets hit the truck, but it continued to charge like a frenzied beast. "Boss, there's no one in the car. It seems to be on autopilot." In reality, one of Yun Qi's undead corpses was sitting in the driver's seat, strafing the players while driving. "Not good, get out of the way," Long Hoing ordered urgently. "Scatter, scatter immediately. Sniper, take it out." A bullet hit an oil drum, triggering a massive explosion and a terrifying chain reaction. The successive explosions turned the entire area into a massive sea of fire. Players caught in the blast wailed in despair. "Damn it, run, retreat." A heavily wounded player, face covered in blood, let out a tragic scream. At this moment, Yun Qi, lurking in the shadows, unleashed Frost Storm again, continuing to harvest and kill the remaining players. Watching his teammates fall one after another, Long Hoing grit his teeth and cursed. A nearby building was also destroyed by the blasts, and the fire spread further. Players trapped in the inferno let out shrill cries for help. "It's so hot, the fire is burning me. Help, where's the healer? Save me, my energy is almost depleted. The healing spell won't work." Surviving civilians in the distance witnessed this scene, their surprise turning into incessant commentary. They whispered among themselves, "A fire attack, which powerful player can deal such terrifying damage to other players?" Meanwhile, the civilians who had been oppressed were cheering for the destruction of these demons. "These bastards deserve it, they should have died long ago." Another person said excitedly, "Quick, start a live stream. Let everyone see how an NPC carries out a counter kill against players." Yun Qi watched from a distance, his face as cold as frost. He thought to himself that burning others alive was indeed cruel, but compared to the crimes these players had committed against the people of Earth, this was nothing at all. Suddenly he detected an abnormal energy fluctuation. HMPH, he quickly moved to a new position, muttering, "When it comes to stealth, I'm afraid no one's skill can surpass Zhang Xiaoduo's." He unleashed a sudden cold arrow, his body shrouded in an eerie green light. "Before you come looking for me, you'd better practice your stealth skills." Death Vortex, his attack went straight for the group of lurking assassins, forcing them to reveal their forms. Meanwhile, Long Hoing was still in shock. "Damn it, that monster played me. Luckily I sent the assassins ahead. Once his position is locked I can finish him." However, his assassins were completely wiped out, respawning one by one at the revival point. He roared in fury, "Why have you all come back to the respawn point? Didn't I tell you not to engage head-on?" One of the assassins reported tremblingly. "Reporting to the commander, we didn't expose our positions at all, but that boss seems to have X-ray vision. He forced us to reveal ourselves and killed us all the moment we met." Hearing this, Long Hoing grit his teeth hard, finally realizing the terrifying nature of his opponent. Killing people to make them de-level and he can see through stealth. What kind of system bug is he? If the situation continued to deteriorate, the Yellow Dragon family would decline day by day, and eventually, they would only be able to bow their heads in humiliation under his level suppression. After a brief thought, he decisively ordered, "Assemble all units, break through to the north with me. If anyone unfortunately falls in battle, do not rush to rejoin the team after reviving. Find a safe place to hide and wait for us to fight our way back." To rebuild the shaken morale, he raised his voice to reassure them, "I, Long Hoing, promise you all that as long as we work together to overcome this difficulty, the group will give generous compensation for all the brothers' losses. The Yellow Dragon group will never abandon a single member." His promise indeed proved effective, and the crowd shouted in unison, "Yes, Commander." However, just as they were preparing to move, a massive wall of fire shot into the sky, sealing off their retreat. Long Hoing ordered an immediate attack. but they didn't expect to fall into yet another trap. Suddenly, Long Hoing sensed something was wrong and hurriedly shouted, "Stop," a teammate asked in confusion. "Boss, what's wrong?" At that moment, Yunqi, his body shrouded in blazing flames, appeared before them like a deity. He smiled proudly. "The night is long, why be in such a hurry to leave?" A massive orb of eerie green energy gathered in his palm, radiating an astounding pressure. "Today I shall present a grand feast to all you players," Long Hoing roared in despair. "You used those despicable means to kill so many of my people, and now you finally dare to show your face, monster, die." Yunqi easily neutralized the attack. As he countered, he thought, "Commander Long, your strength has already dropped by 2 levels. You are no longer a threat to me." The overall strength of the Yellow Dragon Guild had been greatly diminished, and now was the perfect time to take their heads. A female mage in the rear shouted, "All healing mages, give the guild leader your full focus for health recovery." Cloaked in the light of healing, Long Hoing regained his confidence. "I have the entire Yellow Dragon Legion as my backing. I cannot lose. Monster, you will die by my spear sooner or later." However, a critical damage notification suddenly jumped out. "Warning, you are under heavy attack. Battle armor durability has dropped to 13. Caught within the Yellow Dragon Legion's encirclement, Yunqi also realized the gravity of the situation. 6 healing mages acting simultaneously? That is indeed a bit tricky. If Lu Xin were still here, perhaps I'd have a bit of an advantage. Suddenly, a surge of green energy enveloped him. Is this a healing spell? A continuous stream of long-range recovery energy flowed into him, helping him restore his vitality. He realized that although these skills were low-level, they were powerful due to their sheer numbers. He could feel the power surging within him. It was those compatriots from the Planet Blue faction who were supporting him regardless of the danger. In the distance, the newly rescued civilians were putting all their effort into assisting him. A girl shouted, "Go for it, hero, drive these demons out of the city." Another man also encouraged, "Hold on. People on the World Channel are spontaneously forming an army to come here." Another person, holding a gun they had just picked up, cheered, "We'll wait for our chance. Maybe we can launch a counter-offensive, that's right. We have to show these people who call themselves players what we're made of." Yunqi revealed a confident smile, his aura exploding around him. "You have the Yellow Dragon Legion backing you, but behind me stand all the people of Nanjing City." His longsword erupted with a dazzling azure light. "Then let the battle officially begin." He swung his sword and roared, "Frost Storm." Long Hoing hurriedly ordered, "Quick, scatter, evacuate." A massive wave of frost instantly swept across the entire plaza. He knocked back and froze countless players. Long Hoing roared in a fury, "Don't give him another chance to attack." The crowd swarmed forward. But Yunqi was a step faster. He leaped up and delivered a heavy kick square to an opponent's face. The man shrieked in agony, "My eyes!" Yunqi dove straight into the heart of the enemy formation, his blade flashing in a continuous streak of slaughters. Relying on his Death Vortex skill, he relentlessly harvested the players. Watching his numbers dwindle rapidly, Long Hoing felt an unprecedented sense of despair. In just a few breaths, his forces were nearly annihilated. If this continued, the Yellow Dragon group would become the laughingstock of the entire player base. He decided to bet everything on one final strike. The only way to turn the tide was to defeat this boss. Flame thrust. Yunqi didn't dodge, meeting the strike head-on with his sword held horizontally. He flashed a provocative smile. "Commander Long, is this the full extent of your all-out power?" With a casual wave of his hand, he easily sent Long Hoing flying. "What?" Long Hoing's shoulder was pierced and blood gushed out like a fountain. He collapsed dejectedly, dissolving into data fragments. Yunqi looked down coldly at the spot where he had vanished. His next plan was to camp the respawn point and bury his enemies for good. Suddenly, Shigang sent an emergency message. "Yunqi, do you see this? The situation is critical. Evacuate Nanjing City immediately." Zhang Xiaoduo, the female player who had fought alongside him, also expressed her anxiety, stating that Long Hoing had already called for reinforcements on the player channel. Hundreds of players were mobilizing for a siege, and the first wave was about to arrive. Yunqi, do you see this?" Yunqi mused to himself that Zhang Xiaoduo had actually thought to contact him through the NPC World Channel. She must be truly desperate. He looked back to see a massive dark army of players closing in from the rear, the first wave already upon him. As the crowds merged and the leaders of other legions arrived, one spoke with a mocking sneer, "This is the boss that wiped out the Yellow Dragon clan. He looks weak and flimsy, nothing special at all." Immediately after, another person imperiously announced, "This head belongs to our Linbo Legion." Yunqi quickly assessed the situation. The strength of the group before him was still unknown, and fighting here would put him at a clear disadvantage. However, a plan had already formed in his mind to wipe them all out in one go. With that thought, he unleashed Death Vortex once more. This surprise attack accurately struck a commander, its staggering power sending the opponent into an instant stun. What terrifying power! This guy clearly hadn't defeated Long Hoing by luck. It seemed today would be a hard-fought battle. However, Yunqi had no intention of a frontal confrontation. He spun around abruptly and took off running. This move left the crowd of players staring at each other in bewilderment. He's actually running? Then a shout erupted from the crowd, "All units pursuit!" While luring the enemy deeper, a mysterious smile played on the corners of Yunqi's mouth as he calculated. "As long as I lead them to that spot, my chances of victory are 90%. But before reaching that victory, Yun-Chi could only run for his life. Behind him, the crowd of players barked and howled in pursuit, screaming at him not to even think about escaping. "Where are the brothers? Surround him." At that moment, someone said to a nearby sniper, "This kid's agility attribute is way too high, he's running faster than a car. Archer, open fire and slow him down." The person beside him immediately obeyed. "Rest assured, boss." Suddenly, Yun-Chi slammed on the brakes and swiftly pulled out his made-in-China shield, blocking the dense barrage of bullets. Not to be outdone, Yun-Chi immediately returned fire with several frost novas. Whether it was luck or precise calculation, one hit the driver square in the chest. The vehicle instantly spun out of control, tumbling several times on the road. The two guys who had been so aggressive just a moment ago could only crawl on the ground now, cursing, "Damn it, this boss is too slippery. If we really die here, the loss will be massive." Just then, a bald man suddenly shouted, "Look ahead, something's happening." Before Yun-Chi, a massive blue pillar of light appeared out of nowhere, towering into the sky. Even Yun-Chi couldn't hide his shock. What on earth was this thing? Just being near it, one could feel the terrifying origin power contained within. Could someone really control such powerful magic this early in the game? Just then, a shout came from behind. Yun-Chi looked back and found it was Xiaoduo. He asked in surprise, "Zhang Xiaoduo, what are you doing here?" Xiaoduo replied, "General Shigang just led the troops to retake the city. I heard a bunch of players were hunting you, so of course I ran over to watch the drama, no, to help." Before the two could catch up further, the light pillar suddenly exploded violently. Yun-Chi hurriedly warned her, "Leave now while you can, get as far away as possible." Xiaoduo immediately scolded him. "What are you saying? Am I the kind of person who abandons loyalty? No matter what happens, I'll face it with you." These words made Yun-Chi's eyes widen in surprise. He thought to himself, "This girl usually slips away faster than anyone when danger hits, so why did she choose to stay by my side this time?" He had to admit it was a genuine surprise. Thinking of this, a slight smile touched Yun-Chi's lips as he took Xiaoduo's hand and walked forward. "Fine, then let's see just what kind of holy being our visitor is." At this moment, feeling Yun-Chi grip her hand, Xiaoduo couldn't help but blush slightly. Setting this sweet moment aside for a bit, the two quickly looked toward the increasingly dazzling light source. A strange sphere emerged in midair. Following that, a legion descended, and the leader was none other than Lu Xun. She looked at Yun-Chi and asked with concern, "Long time no see, Yun-Chi, are you alright?" Yun-Chi asked in a deep voice, "Lu Xun, is that you?" Hearing this, Xiaoduo looked confused. "You know this girl?" Yun-Chi replied. "She was once my comrade." Lu Xun took up the conversation. "I thought you'd avoid me to avoid players, but this one beside you looks like a genuine player." Yun-Chi immediately stepped forward to shield Xiaoduo, replying, "She's different from other players, but that's none of your business. Did you bring all these people to kill me?" Lu Xun clenched her trembling hands and replied, "If I could, I truly wouldn't want to be your enemy. But this is the will of the King of Light. As the King of Light, I have a responsibility to lead the light to victory over the darkness." Yun-Chi grew suspicious. When did this girl become the King of Light? Just then, Xiaoduo also warned him, "This girl feels extremely dangerous to me." Yun-Chi still didn't quite process it, asking, "Dangerous? Lu Xun is a healing class mage, she shouldn't have much offensive power." However, before the words could settle, a blue vortex of light energy had already condensed at Lu Xun's fingertips. Following that, she reached toward the sky and blue light poured out like a frantic storm. Spiral flash? This scene left Xiaoduo so shocked her jaw dropped. What terrifying power! Is she really a healer? Yun-Chi, are you sure you didn't get that wrong? Yun-Chi remained silent, but his heart was in turmoil. How could Lu Xun have become this strong in such a short time? Lu Xun looked down at him, her tone calm. "Yun-Chi, it's not too late to surrender. If you're willing to submit, I can guarantee your absolute safety within the player faction. Then we can start over, wouldn't that be good?" But Yun-Chi was completely unmoved. He raised his shield and replied, "It sounds tempting, but unfortunately I refuse. Use whatever moves you've got." At this answer, Lu Xun showed a look of disappointment. "This is the path you've chosen, Yun-Chi. I hope you don't blame me." As soon as she finished speaking, a mysterious and majestic power erupted from Lu Xun. Xiaoduo asked worriedly, "Yun-Chi, what do we do?" He replied, "With power of this intensity, escaping on foot is clearly impossible." He secretly weighed his options, wondering if he should risk everything to seize Lu Xun as a hostage. Suddenly another gale of wind howled toward them, leaving the two somewhat bewildered. In the sky, an ultra-premium VIP helicopter flew in from out of nowhere. A voice from the cabin asked, "Oh, and what faction is this?" Zheng Yuan leaned out and shouted, "Brother, wait, the reinforcements from the middle capital have arrived." Upon seeing him, Yun-Chi was overjoyed. "Zheng Yuan, your timing is perfect." The moment the super-powered fighter jet appeared, a figure leaped decisively from the high altitude, accompanied by a hearty laugh. "Heh." Standing on the ground, Yun-Chi and Xiaoduo were left dumbstruck, paralyzed with fear. Xiaoduo screamed, "To jump from that height, is this guy insane?" However, contrary to her fears, the stranger landed with extraordinary lightness. With a dull thud and a cloud of rising dust, he stood tall and proud, wielding a massive shield that radiated an overwhelming aura. He casually brushed the dust off his clothes and flashed a confident smile. "Heh. To be a Doomsday Walker, one's constitution must naturally be stronger than an ordinary person's." Yun-Chi's gaze was instantly drawn to the shield in the man's hand. He was secretly shocked. Could this also be a Titan artifact, just like my Blade of Annihilation? This man was clearly a formidable ally. The man then introduced himself. "Relax, brother Yun-Chi. General Fang Qian sent me. I am Doomsday Walker number 6, Lin Yi, here to help you deal with this mess. He shot a sideways glance at Lu Xun, a provocative smirk playing on his lips. Let's see who's so blind as to cause trouble here. How dare you stand in my way? Seeing this new obstacle, Lu Xun, now completely immersed in her fantasies of being the King of Light, was entirely unmoved. She radiated a chilling, killing intent, her voice majestic and cold. Do you really think you can block the power of light? Step aside quietly. My only target is Yun Qi. Facing such arrogant words, Walker number 6 merely gave a disdainful sneer. Power of light? Never heard of it. He raised his hand to signal the warship in the sky, his tone laced with a threat. However, if I order that warship to open fire, the only thing here that won't be destroyed is likely the shield in my hand. Do you want to gamble? Lu Xun showed no fear. Instead, she grew even more frenzied. She roared, so what? The God of Light will protect me and grant me eternal life. No matter what, I will capture Yun Qi today. With that, she waved her scepter and commanded her legion of priests, follow the will of the King of Light. The assembly of light mages immediately formed their ranks, erupting with blinding golden energy. Watching his new ally's exaggerated display of bravado, Yun Qi could only let out a helpless sigh. This brother certainly had a talent for boasting, but he was talking such a big game that he was about to crash and burn. He understood that threats alone wouldn't subdue Lu Xun. At a moment like this, he had to take action himself. Yun Qi stepped forward, facing Lu Xun's holy shield of light. She declared confidently, Yun Qi, I know you are strong, but your attacks will never pierce my holy light. However, Yun Qi only responded with a sharp, piercing gaze. He began to activate his newly acquired hidden skill, Will of the Dead. A mass of dark violet-black energy erupted instantly. This energy enveloped his body, generating a terrifying pressure that made Lu Xun tremble. Yun Qi lowered his voice, each word seeming to seep with resentment. This is the memory of all the deceased. Their hope, despair, and agony before death are all concentrated here. He pointed to the blood-stained land of Nanzhong City. Beneath this ground lie the bones of the entire city's people. They were slaughtered, their blood spilled here, and their souls imprisoned. This is the wrath and vengeance of thousands upon thousands. Today, all players must pay the price for this debt of blood. The system immediately displayed the skill details. Will of the Dead. When activated, it absorbs the power of the deceased, providing a massive amount of mental energy. Skill power is increased by 1,000, and effects are enhanced by 2,000. Lu Xun called out to her companions in panic, HMPH everyone, hide behind my holy light shield, but it was too late. Yun Qi gave them no chance to resist. He swung his blade and unleashed the evolved Frost Nova. A colossal wave of freezing air carrying the fury of a myriad of souls howled forth and tore through space. Before such absolute power, Lu Xun's shield shattered like glass into 1,000 pieces. One by one, her legion of light vanished into data pixels amid screams of agony. Yun Qi announced coldly, all your teammates have been sent back to the respawn point. You should join them. Faced with such a crushing defeat, Lu Xun completely broke down. She asked in despair, why don't you kill me? Yun Qi walked away without looking back, saying indifferently, you led a team to attack me and failed miserably. Even if I don't kill you, the other players won't let you off, but that has nothing to do with me. He decided to leave her to the judgment of her peers. With the battle over, Yun Qi, Xiao Duo, and Walker number 6 prepared to board a craft for the central capital. Upon hearing the words central capital, Xiao Duo's eyes lit up as if she had discovered a gold mine. She rushed to cling to Yun Qi. Of course, how could I bear to leave you? You're my ultimate carry. However, Walker number 6 threw a wet blanket over their excitement, leaving them stunned. Wait, I don't think I ever said we were going back to the central capital. He looked at Yun Qi seriously, his tone heavy. Marshal Fang Qian sent me for a specific mission. Yun Qi, the fate of the earth is about to be placed in your hands. His cryptic words made the journey ahead even more unpredictable and filled with mysteries. Yun Qi and Zhang Xiao Duo quickly left the battlefield and boarded the ship. Zheng Yuan approached with a solemn expression and delivered an important message. Marshal Fang Qian insisted that there is something I must personally hand over to you. It's right here on this ship. But what should we do about this woman? The players have been wiped out, so why is she still here? Yun Qi smiled faintly and replied, don't worry about her, she'll be leaving soon. He then asked Zheng Yuan what exactly the item was that Marshal Fang Qian had gone to such great lengths to deliver. It must be some earth-shattering secret. What is it exactly? Zheng Yuan shook her head. I don't know how to explain it, you'd better see for yourself. Yun Qi walked into a dim room where only the faint blue light of electronic equipment flickered. Why all the mystery, he muttered. The moment the central hatch opened, a brilliant space revealed itself, leaving both Yun Qi and Xiao Duo stunned. An electronically synthesized voice echoed through the room. Greetings, noble Doomsday Walker number 7. I am the Titan Super Artificial Intelligence. Yun Qi's eyes widened in surprise. The pinnacle of human wisdom, Titan. Xiaolong Yanzu suddenly appeared, looking frantic. What's going on? Why did the primary AI manifest so early? On a massive screen, a gargantuan digital face appeared and announced shocking news. The plan has changed. The star beasts have discovered point N on Earth and are approaching along a cosmic orbit. Only the immediate activation of the Three Kings project can save the Earth. Xiaolong, Yun Qi, and Xiao Duo were left in a state of utter confusion. Xiaolong shouted, what? Something this big and you didn't say anything sooner? Yun Qi followed up. Stop with the small talk and explain yourselves. What are star beasts? What is the Three Kings project? You're throwing all these terms at me and I have no idea what you're talking about. Xiao Duo chimed in. Me neither, Titan replied calmly. My apologies, that was an oversight on my part. As a Doomsday Walker, you naturally have the right to know everything. Let us begin with the truth behind the Apocalypse game. Watch this video and you should understand. Thrilling images immediately appeared on the screen. A burning planet was being ravaged by massive ferocious monsters. Yunchi was horrified. Is this Earth? Titan explained. Yes and no, this is God's star, the first planet to be completely destroyed by the beasts. Upon hearing this, the three were profoundly shocked. Titan continued. 100 years ago, God's star was attacked by star beasts, a race of supernatural killers with the instinct to hunt life-bearing planets throughout the universe. The humans on that planet made a gargantuan effort, but in the end they could not escape extinction. The footage showed a lone female warrior standing amidst the ruins. Titan continued. The highest intelligence and the last survivors of that planet fled into the cosmos, seeking a chance for revenge and to rebuild their home world. 10 years ago, I discovered that the star beast's next target was Earth and immediately sent a warning. However, Earth's strength at that time was insufficient to oppose the star beasts. Therefore I altered the plan, using hallucinogenic spores to trap the entire planet in an illusion. Earthlings became NPCs, while the players are the survivors who fled from God's star. Before entering the game, the players' memories are erased. They only remember the slaughter, using the stimulation of hatred to rapidly increase the strength of humanity on Earth. Yunchi realized the truth. So the Apocalypse game is actually a collective hallucination of all mankind? Titan confirmed. Exactly. Only through this method could the entire planet be turned into a virtual battlefield to rapidly enhance everyone's strength. Yunchi looked at the massive cryopods containing millions of people. Then what do we do in reality? Titan replied. Don't worry, all of humanity is sleeping in cryopods in the real world. When they wake up, everyone will possess supernatural powers to repel the star beast's invasion. However, after waking, a portion of their memories will be erased, and that power will be brought into the real world. Yunchi asked about his own attributes. His compatibility was only 10. Does that mean I'll only retain 1/10 of my strength when I wake up? Titan confirmed. Yes, the original plan was to reveal the truth only after all of humanity reached level 100. Yunchi asked, breaking into a cold sweat. Then why tell me all this now, especially in the early stages when most people are only level 10? Titan replied. Because the star beasts have already launched a full-scale offensive against Earth in reality. If measures are not taken, Earth may repeat the tragedy of destruction in the cosmos. Looking at the images of his home being destroyed in reality, Yunchi couldn't help but blur out, "What? This is the real Earth? This is no longer just a game." The life and death battle to protect the blue planet had only just begun. Shocked by Titan's revelations, Yunchi asked with a face full of concern, "So what do we do now? Organize our forces immediately for a counterattack?" Titan replied in a mechanical but extremely grave tone, "Do not worry. I have already deployed a protective shield outside Earth's atmosphere. The star beast cannot invade immediately for the time being. However, based on Earth's current combat power, any additional preparations would be futile at this moment." Xiaolong Yanzu took over with confidence, explaining the Three Kings project. The only way to save Earth is to immediately assemble 3 powerful individuals to inherit the thrones, and then the 3 shall fight together. Yunchi frowned, his eyes full of confusion. Thrones? What are those? Just then, several thrones radiating incredible energetic light appeared before his eyes. Titan explained, "These are artifacts I created by condensing most of my power. The Throne of Light chose Lu Xin, the successor of the Power of Light. She possesses an exceptionally gifted holy light body. Yunchi, if you can inherit the human throne in the middle, the king of mankind, you will gain infinite power to lead all of humanity on Earth in a counterattack to eliminate the star beasts." Hearing this, Zheng Yuan thought to herself, "The king of mankind sounds very strong." Yunchi looked at the remaining black chair and asked curiously, "What about that black throne? What happens if I choose that one?" Titan warned mysteriously. "The power of the dark throne is extremely formidable, capable of even sweeping away the darkness, but you could never control it. That is because this seat was occupied long ago by a top-tier powerhouse from God's star, and now she is right here." Suddenly a figure flitted through the shadows, shocking Yunchi to the core. Oh, a silver-haired, cold and elegant girl appeared. Yunchi could not believe his eyes and cried out, "Zhang Xiao Duo?" Xiao Duo's appearance made the space feel oppressive. Nearby, Zheng Yuan exclaimed, "Wow, what a terrifying aura." Xiao Duo looked at Yunchi with a complex gaze. "I'm sorry, Yunchi, I..." Before she could finish, Lu Xin, in her King of Light form, suddenly rushed forward to attack. She roared in fury, "Queen of Darkness, die!" A powerful thrust from her scepter of light pointed directly at Xiao Duo. Xiao Duo dodged nimbly, but Lu Xin had no intention of stopping. She unleashed a dense barrage of holy light strikes, triggering a series of violent explosions of light. Xiao Duo struggled to defend herself and shouted in shock, "Wait, why are you attacking me?" Lu Xin responded coldly, her eyes flashing with the fire of blind justice. "Light and dark are forever opposed. As the King of Light, my mission is to defeat the darkness and let light illuminate the entire Earth. Since you have inherited the Dark Throne, I must eliminate you with the power of light." Standing to the side, Yun-Chi was stunned to see Zhang Xiao Duo's information panel pop up. Title: War God, Class Dark Queen, Level 50. Her strength, agility, and other stats were all filled with mysterious question marks, and most notably her compatibility was as high as 75. Sensing Lu Xin's irrational hostility, Yun-Chi hurriedly intervened. He stated firmly that whether light or dark, player or NPC, humanity's only common enemy at this moment was the invading star beasts. Lu Xin froze, a look of contemplation appearing in her eyes. Xiao Duo looked at Yun-Chi gratefully. Yun-Chi, thank you for believing in me. I lost my memory after entering the Apocalypse game, and I only just realized I am the Dark Queen. Although our time together was short, I was truly happy during that period. Yun-Chi gave a firm smile. No matter what, you are still the partner I chose. There will be a bitter battle between Earth and the Star Beasts. Xiao Duo, when that time comes, let's fight side by side. However, the moment was short-lived. With a sharp crack, the sky of the illusion was suddenly torn open by a terrifying red energy. Yun-Chi said in horror, "What's happening?" Titan issued an urgent warning. "It's the Star Beasts." Oh no, they sensed the power released by the two throne successors and launched an early offensive. The illusion is facing collapse. If the illusion is broken, Earth will be occupied in less than an hour. Section. Titan urged, I will do my best to lure the Star Beasts into the illusion to prevent damage to the physical Earth, but it won't hold for long. If you wish to defeat them once and for all, you must undergo the trial of the human throne immediately. Yun-Chi looked at the only two women remaining to fight by his side and asked with concern, what will happen here after I go? By now, Lu Xin and Zhang Xiao Duo had cast aside their past grievances. They stood together, brandishing their weapons with a valiant air. Yun-Chi, go and do what you must. We will hold the line here. I am a part of Earth. Any alien beast that dares to trample upon this land must first get past us and witness the courage of women. Yun-Chi no longer hesitated, his gaze burning with resolute determination as powerful waves of primal energy radiated from his body. He stared directly at Titan's screen and declared with ironclad conviction, Titan, I am ready to accept the trial and inherit the human throne. The final war to protect the blue planet has officially entered its most grueling phase. And that is the exact moment Yun-Chi steps up to face his ultimate trial. This wildly op survival journey wraps up right here, covering up to chapter 65 of the original Manhua. If you felt totally satisfied watching our NPC main character absolutely destroy those arrogant players, then don't forget to completely smash that like button and subscribe to Bala Manhua Recaps. Every single bit of your support is the ultimate fuel for our team to keep hunting down, grinding, and bringing you guys tons of other absolute bangers and highly addictive new series. Thanks so much for watching today's video. Make sure to turn on those notifications and we'll catch you in the next Manhua masterpiece.